Chapter 1111. Some players fell silent. The actions of the Stone Man Dish were undoubtedly worthy of admiration. From the beginning to the end, he had worked hard for the prosperity of the abyssal blue civilization of his race, even if he had sacrificed himself. Such a man was undoubtedly worthy of admiration and respect. Dichi also frowned slightly and turned to look at the Stone Man Disc, which was about to defeat the three holy masters. In a daze, he thought of the deist Chongsheng who bore the weight of heaven and earth and roared in front of Dalashan. Although he did not agree with this behavior, there were always some people in this world who had incredible obsessions and lofty dreams that were admirable. In the original history, if the Stone Man Disc failed, wouldn't it welcome a prosperous era? Why did you compromise? At this moment, Carolyn asked out of curiosity. Logically speaking, after the other party killed the Stone Man Disc, he would also be able to complete the 5 great bloodlines and stop hunting. He would also be able to welcome a complete and extraordinary golden age, allowing those who have attained Deo to have a future. That's not the case. The baby shook his head and said, even if we kill the Stone Man Disc, the other party will only be able to obtain the first bloodline of the other party's clan, therefore, there is still one more person missing to reach the top 10 of the great Deo among the 4 bloodlines. We will still have to cross countless future eras and form a long dark age. They only understood the truth after listening to the other party's explanation. Although peak 10th level cultivators could change their bloodline at will, they couldn't change the bloodline of the number 1 great Deo in their own race. They could only change the remaining 4 bloodlines. Just like the Transcendent Realm, your first bloodline is the foundation of your race. When you steal someone else's bloodline, you can only steal the first bloodline of the other party's clan. You can't steal the rest of the bloodlines. A peak rank 10 was not much different from a rank 9 or rank 8 life form. Snatching the bloodline of the life form would only mean snatching the bloodline of the life form's first race. Every great Deo bloodline is unique. They're all the concretization of the great Deo laws condensed by the ultimate existences. For example, if we kill a 10th rank ultimate existences with 3 great bloodlines, we can only seize the first main bloodline? Where are his 2 remaining bloodlines of the great Deo? Dichi asked in surprise. Naturally, I will return to the universe. No, the baby shook his head and said, after all, the rules of the universe have been completed. If no one controls it, it will naturally return to the universe completely. Most of the laws in the universe are not under anyone's control, and they become the complete laws of operation in the dark. They are the last traces of existences that were once level 10 existences who had fallen. Everyone was in awe. They had thought that as long as they killed an ultimate warrior with 3 bloodlines, they would be able to take away his 3 great Deo bloodlines without losing any bloodlines. With the accumulation of time, the number would increase, but who knew that it would be like this? If that was the case, the bloodline of the universe's great Deo would be much more precious than they had imagined. At the same time, they also understood the plan of the Stone Man Dish. If the Stoneman Disc became the ultimate bloodline and fought the other party would only get 1 bloodline if he killed him. If he hadn't killed the 3 celestial masters, they would have been 4 peak level 10 cultivators with 1 bloodline. The other party could plunder the bloodline of the Great Path 4 times without any loss, while the other party only needed 2 bloodlines to complete it. The remaining 2 heavenly venerates would be able to survive. The fallen civilization and the Azure Abyss divine territory would also be preserved. This is very contradictory. He has 4 great bloodlines, so he can still barely fight. However, if he did not fuse them now, he would not even have the slightest chance of fighting. However, choosing to wait for death is also the best way. After all, once you reach the peak of the 4 bloodlines, you'll have to fight with your back to the water, and you'll get nothing if you lose. At the same time, if he didn't allow the other party to obtain a complete bloodline, he would still be lacking 1 more. The dark era like the one before him would continue to shroud him, and the hopeless future would continue for a long time. Sacrifice yourself to end the dark age at this moment and achieve the bright future of this land. At the same time, I have also saved the continuation of the Blue Abyss clan. For a moment, the players knew the truth, but they didn't know how to say it. He didn't expect the ruler of the extraordinary space civilization that ruled Earth and the nearby galaxy clusters to have such a broad mind. They looked at the Stone Man Dish in the distance. He felt that such an existence was worthy of being hailed as the strongest man in the history of this galaxy. He was already quite extraordinary in this country bumpkin's land. Boom! At this moment, the battle was very fast. They all knew that they had to end the battle quickly, so they used all their strength. However, the three heavenly venerates were still quickly suppressed and lost their ability to resist. Although the three holy masters had been defeated, their faces were emotionless, as if they had been waiting for this fate. They looked at the stone man disc and said, "We lost, but we have no regrets. Our combat strength was not as good as yours, and our aptitude was not as good as yours. We could only cultivate to level 10 by relying on the improved deep blue bloodline. Otherwise, we would have died of old age." They knew very well that their aptitudes were not enough to reach level 10, and they would die of old age. It was because of the deep blue bloodline improved by the stoneman disc that they could cultivate in frozen time. That was how they could reach their current level. But the stone man dish was different. His abyssal blue bloodline had not been improved, so he could not cultivate in still time. He had relied on his own abilities to step into the door of level 10. This also meant that he could break through to the final realm of the 10th level no matter what bloodline he was given. At this moment, their 10th level realm was given to them by the stone man disc. Their mission was to break through to the 10th level. It was only natural for them to take it back and use it to fight against the dimensional beings that descended from the underworld. "You guys don't owe me anything," the stone man disc said. "The Blue Abyss clan will never be exterminated." Yuan Lan Holy Master revealed a gentle smile with a trace of brilliance. The look in his eyes seemed to have returned to the beginning. The three teenagers followed their tall and strong father and walked between the mountains and rivers. They bowed slowly and said, "Father, please open the way for the Yuan Lan clan. Help us fulfill our last dream and stand at the end of the universe forever." Kakat. The stone man disc gently patted. The three holy masters didn't resist for the last time. Instead, they let the seal fall into a deep sleep. The last. A dream. The stone human disc raised its head in silence, and its nose twitched slightly. The ultimate dream of civilization. These words lingered in its ears. They were the beliefs that it had mentioned to the three of them when they were young. However, it had not expected that these three young people would still be on its mind. The dreams that the billions of predecessors, heroes, and beings of every civilization had pursued for generations were indeed right before their eyes, but he had let down the expectations of the three of them. What he had come into contact with was not the opportunity for his dreams, but a destined death. The battle is over. Even further away, Dichi and the others looked at this scene. After learning the truth, they were filled with emotion. "But don't worry. We'll help you fulfill your unfulfilled and unattainable dreams." At this time, a player made a solemn vow and said with his head held high, "The bloodline of the Stoneman disc can't defeat the other party, but it's different for us. The ancestors of our Buddhist and Daoist systems will break through to the 10th level and personally descend to snatch your bloodline and fight against that supreme existence." The baby's eyes flashed with disbelief. Could it be that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind them? Could it be that there was a weak 10th level being lurking in the dark, waiting for a breakthrough to defeat them in one fell swoop and snatch their bloodline? Then, he would fight against that high and mighty dimensional existence? Originally, it was impossible in their understanding. After all, they could predict the future and could not see such variables. Someone was plotting against them, but it was different now. These mysterious creatures were not in the future at all, which meant that they had escaped from fate. It was really possible that he was hiding in the dark, preparing to scheme. If it's the so-called 10th level weak in Buddhism and Daoism, and he killed the celestial venerable of the Blue Abyss clan, it's not impossible to fight him. The baby said in a low voice. It wasn't that they were unwilling to pay the price, but it was whether it was worth it and whether there was a possibility of victory. That's right. The player had a proud look on his face. Only those old ultimate existences are a little threatening, but not much of a threat. I don't know what kind of bloodline he has, so how can I fight him? The baby could not help but ask, then why is there no sign of a breakthrough to level 10? If he didn't break through now, he wouldn't make it in time. Even if I break through now, I might not be able to make it in time. The other party is probably already descending. The players' triumphant faces instantly stiffened. That's right, why haven't I seen any signs of the ancient gods breaking through? Logically speaking, he should have broken through earlier. Furthermore, even if he were to break through now, he might not be able to catch up. And now, there was no sign of a breakthrough at all? This was not what the racer of Mount Harana had expected at all. It didn't match the layout of the ancient gods either. The ancient god had been paying attention to this battle since the beginning. He was 10 levels weaker than the ancient god. Now that such a great opportunity was in front of him, if he didn't break through to the peak of level 10, when else could he do it? At this moment, all the players began to panic. Su Ji was sitting in the yard, his expression very unsettled. He had finally made it through the primitive accumulation and reached this realm. He could already step on the path of being a 10th level weaker. However, it was obvious that he did not have a way to be weaker than level 10. He could directly enter level 10. The energy was also ready. The amount of energy required to break through to the 9th step was already an astronomical figure. Breaking through to level 10 was a massive feat. However, after secretly eating the savings of the Azure Abyss Divine Territory and the fallen civilization, especially after extorting the 3 pillar gods who had just returned, the reserves of the 4,000 Deo cultivators under his command were still considered sufficient. Level 10, success was certain. It was as if he had broken through naturally, without any waves. Is this the peak of level 10? Su Ji had also pried open the door to the great Deo, and he had a vague sense of transcendence, as if the entire universe was clear and bright. Also, I don't have any signs of a breakthrough. What's the situation? Are you looking down on me? His eyelids twitched. If I don't condense the ultimate 10th level of the great Deo, am I not a human? No treatment at all? Even the galaxy started to shake. Heaven and earth gave their blessings, and the great Deo laws of the universe shook and changed. What about me? He couldn't be bothered to care so much. Instead, he lowered his head and sensed his realm. He stood at the end of the great Deo and had a faint feeling that he could see the source of the entire universe at any time. It was as if he could see a star map full of stars as long as he raised his head at any time. It was a mysterious feeling. He saw a large tree with many branches and luxuriant leaves. From the chaos of the great explosion, countless branches had split out, forming a towering tree. It was also another manifestation of the prelude to the great Deo. The great Deo overture was also a part of chaos, constantly splitting into tree-shaped diagrams with countless syllables. The tree and the syllable overture were just different manifestations of the great Deo atlases. Looking at this tree now, it was as if he had seen through its appearance and seen the source of the entire universe, the source code. Or rather, it could be said to be the origin of all laws and phenomena in the universe. Level 10 was an ultimate life form that stood at the end of the universe and saw the origin of the universe. Su Ji's face was full of shock as he looked at the big tree. Every branch and green leaf on it represents an existence from ancient times to the present. The stronger the Deo you condense, the higher your position is, and the closer you are to the core laws and branches of the main body. The more ordinary the lower level great Deo is, the more it is a branch of a branch. Su Ji was very surprised. This was like a fixed seat on a futon. Once one vindicated their Deo and stepped into the final realm, the Deo they opened would become a part of the laws of the universe and leave their own mark. I wonder which main branch Yuan Lan and the others are on. Su Ji's eyes swept around. It was as complicated and chaotic as the stars in the sky. Finally, his eyes fell on a certain spot. That one should be the main trunk of time, but there are countless second-level branches under the main trunk. They're probably on the second-grade branches, and they're closer to the front section. After scanning the area, he still could not confirm their location. After all, they were the only ones who knew exactly which branch of the time law he belonged to. I just don't know how many existences are still alive after being perfected to such a complex and lush tree. And how many had fallen? How many had been seized? But no matter what, they have left their mark in this world. Su Ji sighed with emotion. It would be good enough if even 1% of them were still alive. A 5 Geno ultimate level with a perfected bloodline had to kill 4 ultimate level Geno points. But he couldn't find his own figure at all. This was because he didn't use his 4 transcendent system Deo paths and all that he had learned in his life to condense the crystallization of his own wisdom and Deo. If he had to make an analogy, if he had not changed and perfected the laws of the universe and become the embodiment of the great Deo, there would not be a seat for him on this big tree. He would only be the one who stood on the vote. Now that he had broken through to the 10th level, Su Ji did not have time to sort out his gains. It's difficult to do now. A stone person dish? I didn't expect him to be hiding such a secret. Su Ji muttered to himself. He had originally planned to sit by and watch, or even suppress the breakthroughs of the Stone Man Disc and the others. If they did not break through, that final realm existence would not descend. Who knew that Dichi would stir up trouble, causing them to break through the 10th level in advance? His own breakthrough speed could not catch up, and it was only at the last moment that he broke through. He had already killed 3 celestial masters and was waiting for the ancient ultimate level 10 to descend, and he had only broken through now? It's too late. However, it'll be a little difficult if that peak 10th level is allowed to succeed. After seizing the bloodline of the Stone Man disc race, his strength will increase greatly. I'll overthrow him in the future, and he's also very difficult to deal with since he's above this land. Su Ji kept measuring and feeling his current combat power. Although he was sitting on the sidelines and had already retreated, it would naturally be best if he could intervene. The other party has an elemental bloodline, an iron-based bloodline, and an unknown bloodline of his own race. Su Ji frowned. I don't know. Element, iron, isn't that? Don't look like four? These two are in complete conflict. What was so powerful about the elemental bloodline? It was strong in its pure energy state, immune to physical attacks, and had the characteristics of infinite energy replenishment. However, if the other party had a physical body, it would be useless. They had become half-elemental creatures like the Mother Stream civilization, but they did not have the bloodline of the Mother Stream civilization. The elemental bloodline that the other party has fused with is probably just an empty shell. If there's a physical part, you can't be physically immune. If there's a flesh part, you need to go through flesh and blood transformation, so you can't directly replenish your energy. Su Ji frowned. The nature-defying characteristics of this element's bloodline have been destroyed. At most, it could be used as a powerful elemental energy Tao technique to attack. At the same time, I also have the elemental bloodline. This bloodline's fighting style and routine can't restrain me. As for the iron-based bloodline, Su Ji gave her a half-smile. In the iron-based race, it's only when the body is huge that it's powerful. When he fuses with it, he'll still have the body of his own race. It's just like how other people fuse with the iron-based bloodline and become a little Iron Man, instead of a giant with the body of a star. The bloodline of the iron-based race was really not strong for outsiders. If they couldn't inherit their body shape, they would only become steel. If their body size wasn't big enough, they couldn't use the iron-based special elastic compression method. If the other party merged with it, it would mean that the other party had an iron-based bloodline and could only use gravity to fight. These two are both disabled Great Dao heaven-defying bloodlines. They've lost their original power, which means the importance of matching. The other party obviously doesn't have a choice. And I have both of them. It doesn't have any effect on me. Su Ji kept mumbling to himself, feeling that this was a stroke of good luck. His own blood countered the opponents. His neighbor, Old Wang, happened to belong to these two races, so how could the other party have any effect? The other party was too unlucky. However, after thinking about it carefully, it wasn't bad luck. It was only natural. These two ruins of civilizations that were weaker than level 10 were rooted in this land. They were both ruins of civilizations that had been destroyed in recent times. It was highly likely that the mastermind behind this would find them by himself. It seems that I have to go to the heavens to destroy the Dao. Su Ji frowned slightly, transformed into a venerable sovereign, and strode across the sky. Boom! Everyone turned their heads to look. There was still no sign of any natural phenomenon, and he could not help but feel anxious. If the ancient gods did not make a breakthrough, they would. However, in the next second, they saw a black-robed Samsara sovereign, an ancient venerable sovereign who had transcended time, descend from the void. Where are the ancient gods? The players asked anxiously. They thought that it was the ancient god who sent the disciple, venerable sovereign, to send the message. The venerable sovereign was dressed in black, and his whole body was filled with sovereign's might. His eyes were overflowing with sharp light and cold light as he said indifferently, "Why is there a need for Master to appear? I can deal with those so-called ultimate 10th level existences." Everyone's mind went blank. Chapter 1112. He. What is the venerable sovereign talking about? They had all thought that the ancient gods might have encountered hundreds of unexpected variables at this time, which was why they did not choose to break through. Thus, there was no sign of the world, but they had never expected this sentence to suddenly appear. It was like a dream. Carolyn, Ditchy, and the others were also stunned. The baby in the cradle next to him also felt that his brain was not enough. He was an ancient existence at the ultimate level of the Great Dao. He was a true saint of heaven and earth who controlled the laws of the universe. He stood at the end of the universe and looked down at the sky. His name was imprinted in the laws of the universe. How could the other party be so arrogant? It seemed that the weak 10th level of the other party was disdainful of breaking through to the final level. He had sent one of his disciples to deal with the matters here and defeat the ancient final level? This was an action that was like that of a fool. In his eyes, it was as if he was facing a giant dragon. A low-level beast that was already unable to fight against a giant dragon was arrogant enough to send a monkey to fight it. The difference was too great. Shocking my mother! This venerable sovereign is too fierce. Even the players were so shocked that the bone-scraping knife in their hands trembled, and they took a deep breath. They were ordered by a super-ancient god to descend and suppress this level 10 ultimate. This was completely beyond their expectations. They didn't even think that things would develop like this. They thought that the ancient god would choose to break through and take action. Who knew that he didn't choose to break through, but instead asked the venerable sovereign to come? In fact, they couldn't be blamed. This turn of events was too big. Even the word dumbfounded couldn't be used to describe it. Your Majesty, are you going to make a move? That was. He's a level 10 ultimate existence in the universe. Some players couldn't help but say that this wasn't just playing around. It was too scary. It was indeed not frolicking. Such existences at the peak of the universe would naturally go all out, wishing they could exert 300 times their strength. Who would be so pretentious? Send a disciple? But there was no other choice. The venerable sovereign and the ancient gods were actually the same combat power, and it was the same no matter who went up. Of course, it would be better for a venerable sovereign to take action, because the ancient gods could not condense the great Dao at all, and they could not show their faces. Once they took action, they would be exposed. Your Majesty, the ancient god, are you confident? A player said in shock. Such an important move was actually made by a venerable sovereign? Was he that confident? It was obvious that the foundation of the ancient gods was very terrifying. Su Ji cast them a glance and said coldly, the peak of the 10th level is only a broken peak of the 10th level. It's not going to be anything great. Their eyes suddenly lit up, and they wanted to say something to see the truth of history. Boom! The venerable sovereign walked past them with his hands behind his back and walked toward the stone man disc. You! The stone man disc turned around, and the tall and mighty most powerful man under the starry sky came back to his senses. He looked at this being that didn't belong to fate and was also very surprised. Who is it? There's no need to know where they came from. Master originally didn't want to fight for it, didn't want to take it, and didn't want to interfere. The venerable sovereign looked at the stone man disc with a lazy expression and said softly, but in the end, I can't bear to see the prodigy of an era fall and a civilization become a historical site, silent in this universe. The stone man dish looked at the man in front of it with an inexplicable expression. He was clearly a weak 10th level without a Dao, but he gave him a strong sense of danger and horror. He had an aura that could shake the sun and the moon. The 5 bloodlines in his body were extremely heaven-defying and exaggerated to the extreme. Your Master. The stone man dish's eyes immediately focused, and it said in a deep and solemn voice, is it the existence behind the Buddhist sect? A peerless power who is not in fate and has transcended the calculations of fate. It was very likely that the other party had been secretly watching this land. To be able to escape from fate, not within the 5 elements, and living outside of the rules. Such an ethereal and immortal-like existence of an ancient sect was actually paying attention to him in secret. It made his heart uneasy. He seemed to be a supreme overlord who could calculate the karma, fate, and destiny of the universe. What do you want? The stone person dish was concise and comprehensive, neither servile nor overbearing. You saw your fate. Master gave you a chance to live. The venerable sovereign smiled gently. Everything in the world has its ups and downs. It's up to you whether you want to submit to the master of this land or to break him and become the new master of this land and build your own prosperous dynasty. The black-robed young man in front of him had a hint of a smile in his eyes. As the strongest man in this land, the stone man disc was still confused. The other party was some kind of ancient existence, a variable that was sent to help deal with the ultimate existence of the universe that descended from dimension reduction. However, was this combat power enough? Although a level 10 without a great Dao was still a level 10, they were not on the same level. However, he felt that although the other party did not grasp the great Dao of heaven and earth, his battle prowess was very strange. He felt that he could not see through him at all, and he felt an extremely strong sense of threat. The stone man disc's eyes turned, and for a moment, it was stunned on the spot, unable to think of anything. Don't have any thoughts about me. Otherwise, I'll suppress you and the ultimate existence that's about to arrive. Su Ji ignored the stone man disc. Instead, he looked up at the sky. He felt that no matter how far away he was in the star cluster domain, he should be arriving soon, right? At this moment, the stone man disc with the bloodline of the four abyss blue great Dao had actually come close to the other party, which was enough to prove that the other party was not too far away. In Su Ji's eyes, a disabled person with four major bloodlines was equivalent to a single great combat power with only one great Dao bloodline. The fact that he could still fight so badly with his opponent was enough to prove that his opponent was also a disabled person and not necessarily very brilliant. A disabled person versus a disabled person. But I'm also disabled, even weaker than them. They have the great Dao, but I'm only a standing vote. Su Ji whispered softly and said with a faint smile, there is no doubt that this will be a great battle for the disabled. However, the other party's battle prowess was not strong, which gave me a chance to fight above my level. As for Yuan Lan's great Dao bloodline, kill one and merge with it. Su Ji did not have any such thoughts at the moment, because it was already too late. It would take a long time to adapt to a new bloodline. Only then could he understand the Dao principles and feel the rhythm of Dao in it. Only then could he truly integrate it with his body. If he integrated it temporarily, he couldn't use his fighting power. That was the Dao that a 10th level ultimate had learned all his life. How could he comprehend it in an instant? The profoundness of it was hard to imagine. This was also the reason why the Stone Man disc in Fate didn't consider the other 10th level bloodlines at all. This was because once he broke through, his opponent would descend. This period of time was too short for him to get used to other 10th level bloodlines, so he chose the bloodline of the Great Path of the same race. Once integrated, he would be able to master it immediately and use the accumulation of the bloodlines of the same race to defeat his opponent. However, he still lost. Just like he said, the only chance of victory was gone. He could only admit defeat. He could only accept his fate. Fate is really a little strange. Su Ji looked up at the sky and suddenly felt a little emotional as he reminisced. Caroline and the others were always ahead of me. Now, in the blink of an eye, I'm ahead of them again. However, they broke through by the proper rules, while I took an unusual path. A 10th level that doesn't even have its own Dao. Before he could sigh and silently wait for the arrival of that existence, the void trembled violently. The colorful space-time vortex in the sky slowly spiraled, and the light beam sprinkled down as if the entire pillar of the sky was distorted. A slender figure of a young girl gently stepped out of the void. Finally, another breakthrough. She murmured in an ancient divine language. Her voice was cold, like an evil ancient god in the distant void, with a cold and stern sense of contempt for the common people. She was wearing black silk stockings and a pleated long dress, as if she was a beautiful human girl. Her face was fair and pure, and her long hair fluttered in the wind. However, no one felt any beauty. Instead, they felt endless majesty and the heaviness of death. This was because her neck was as soft and long as a hydra's, and she had 9 human heads. She was so soft that she looked like a hydra that was dancing in the air. All kinds of emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, and joy appeared on the 9 beautiful heads, giving people a sense of the ancient and vast universe. It was as if they were ancient creatures from an unknown civilization hundreds of millions of years ago, carrying an unimaginable weight of the ancient times. 9-headed ancient mother. The stone man dish revealed an extremely grave expression. It was not that he had not used various methods to investigate the remains of the ancient ruins and obtain some information. It is said that the primordial universe's innate demon gods, the first batch of living beings in the universe, and the thin bloodline branch of the demon god Ancient Mother who controlled space. It is unknown how thin the bloodline was in the late ancient era, but it is still very heaven-defying, and it has an unknown ancient creature from the universe. The venerable sovereign's expression was very calm, as if he had not heard the information about the stone man disc. Instead, he raised his head indifferently and muttered, "These old antiques really have an unimaginable sense of decay and heaviness. It seems I have to hit the woman." Chapter 1113. The players were dumbfounded. They were so shocked that they covered their mouths and roared in their hearts. The venerable sovereign was still thinking that it was disgraceful for him to hit a woman, and he was not thinking about himself, whether he could beat her or not. This was a 10th tier extreme. And an extremely powerful one at that. Venerable sovereign, you are indeed powerful and invincible. You have unparalleled realm and combat strength, but you are not a real ancient god after all. After all, you're not a true peak 10th level. Even if you cut across the entire world, when I became a god, there were no gods in the world. Swept across those of the same level, suppressed countless ancient times, and was amazing, but I don't have my own great Dao in front of me. Now, I have to fight above my level. Isn't it? Little. Was it too forceful? Furthermore, the opponent did not seem to be simple. They carefully observed this ancient existence of the ultimate great Dao of the universe. The 9 heads were like planets floating in the air, and they were actually rotating according to the rules of the galaxy. The aura was vast and ancient, vast and endless. It was as if they were facing the brilliant heavenly might of the entire universe in a galaxy. The more they looked, the more shocked they were. It was so mysterious that it was unimaginable. He took a closer look. Iron-based. That was actually iron-based Great Dao bloodline. They felt a chill down their spines. He turned around and saw this terrifying 9-headed woman. She had a long and narrow neck, and her 9 heads were floating in the air like soft balloons. However, upon a closer look, her fair skin had a platinum-colored metallic texture, giving off a heavy and familiar aura. It was the characteristic of the iron-based Great Dao. That's Mr. Darkness! Someone exclaimed loudly. In front of the computers on Earth, countless people began to realize the truth of the horror. This ancient taboo that descended is indeed the ancient overlord that descended more than 100,000 years ago and destroyed the universe garden. Back then, Mr. Darkness must also be a member of the Iron race. That's why he could replace Rainamanska and deceive this 10th level ultimate existence. But Mr. Darkness's iron-based bloodline of the Great Dao has been taken away. Now, he already has this bloodline of the Great Dao. They roared in their hearts, feeling inexplicably shocked. However, in the next second, they became even more afraid and discovered an even more terrifying fact. Elemental aura. This being at the peak of the 10th tier was actually shrouded in the unique aura of the elemental race. There's also the bloodline of the elemental race? Could it be that the 10th tier existence of the elemental race, which was once at the peak of its power in this land, was also the one who created the elemental ruins? This was even more terrifying. They hadn't entered the depths of the ancient elemental ruins and heard about the secret history of the remnant soul. Now, they knew that the ancestors of the elemental race had been killed by a 10th tier ultimate. In other words, Moon God Ji's ancestors were also killed by this existence. The moment this information was released, in front of the computer, many players all over Earth felt that the world was spinning and the sky was falling and the Earth was cracking. The truth of this history was a little too shocking, and they found it hard to accept. The Iron race's Rainamanska and the Elemental race's Moon God Ji, the people behind the destruction of these two big bosses' civilizations, were actually the same existence. And this existence was right in front of them at this time. It was extremely terrifying, but the super ancient god only made a venerable sovereign attack. Was it enough? They were completely unable to see through the layout of the ancient gods. At this moment, let me see. So, the person who achieved Dao in this land has the bloodline of the Dao of time? The final realm existence of the 9-headed ancient mother's voice was cold as his consciousness gushed out. She ignored all the existences present and began to search for the ancient marks on this land. Scenes appeared before her eyes, the Azure Abyss divine territory, the fallen civilization, and countless fragments of the long years flashed quickly. Interesting, this is too interesting. I haven't returned for a long time, and the moment I return, I'm pleasantly surprised. It's actually 4 weak 10th level existences. What a powerful and special extraordinary bloodline. The 9-headed ancient mother laughed heartily, she was overjoyed. What did this mean? It meant that her 3 great Dao bloodlines could be completed to 5 perfected great Dao bloodlines in one go. Her strength would be completely perfected, and it would be a qualitative leap. In fact, there would be 2 more 10th level existences left who could become her subordinates. How could he not be happy about this? If she were to absorb all of them, her strength would double. This was simply a great opportunity. So that's how the abyssal blue bloodline is. The 9-headed ancient mother strode across the sky, carrying an ancient aura like the only true god of the universe. Her entire body exuded an unimaginably terrifying aura as she mumbled. This race can breed many 10th grade Dao cultivators. Therefore, they hope to use this bloodline to challenge me and defeat me. In an instant, he'll be able to gather the bloodlines of other rank 10 clansmen and form the 4 ultimate bloodlines. It's not impossible for him to fight me. She lowered her head and looked down at the stoneman disc. Her expression was neither happy nor sad, as if she was the true rule of the great Dao. She was very heartless. However, you mastered the rules of time and saw part of the future. You knew that you would definitely be defeated by me, so you chose to give up and wait for my arrival. You are very good. The stone man dish didn't say anything after hearing this. All the players were even more terrified of this ultimate existence of the great Dao. What kind of intelligence and terror was this? With just a single glance, he was able to deduce the plan of the stone man disc. She knew that the stone human disc had predicted her strength and used her bloodline to see the outcome of their battle in the future. That was why it had chosen to yield. Good bloodline, it's really a good bloodline. The nine-headed ancient mother became more and more elated. Her voice was ancient and vast, as if an ancient god had descended from the heavens. Such a great Dao bloodline that avoids calamity and seeks fortune is truly rare. Even though existences like us have a premonition, it cannot be so clear. Then, she looked at the stone man dish and said, "This is a very good choice. After you fall, I will treat your people well and give this land a brighter future." Without a doubt, the other party knew how powerful she was, which was why he surrendered without fighting. This made her very satisfied, and she felt very happy. The stone man dish remained silent for a while, still not saying anything. Nine-headed ancient mother was not in a hurry. She looked around and saw the others on this land. With a slight glance, she was shocked and overjoyed. She looked at the venerable sovereign and was even happier than when she saw the stone man disc. There's such a perfect creature in this world? The bloodline in his body is perfect. It was as if she was looking at an exquisite and perfect piece of porcelain. It's a pity that he's a 10th rank descendant and can't condense. Great Dao. It's pity that such a perfect heaven-defying bloodline can only be treated as an ordinary bloodline for eternity. However, the first bloodline is also extremely powerful. It seems that I have to capture it and have a lot of children. In the distance, the players were completely shocked and began to whisper. She's so cold. It turns out that she's a nine-headed scumbag. That's not what he meant. I'm afraid he wants the venerable sovereign to become a merciless reproduction machine to reproduce his powerful bloodline. We'll use it to plunder. The venerable sovereign said that he doesn't hit women, but people want to take him back to have children. Countless players were whispering to each other, causing the nine-headed ancient mother to be slightly stunned. Even though they were separated by countless light years, how could she not sense it? She reached out and grabbed at the air. The group of players instantly became extremely small, and she grabbed them in her hands. I couldn't see through the 10th rank descendant without the bloodline of the Great Path, nor could I find out his past. I thought it was because of the powerful 10th rank power. But you guys, why can't you find anything about his past? She was very strange and felt very strange. However, after eating thousands of cultivators in a hurry, the insect race's protective shield had become countless times stronger. The other party naturally couldn't break through it and cut off all the karma links, unable to trace it down. Demoness, don't you covet my body? I would rather die than submit. Only sacrifice can bring us a bright future. A player growled and looked up at her. A heroic determination to die flashed in his eyes. He ruthlessly smashed his head into her palm and heroically shouted. For the sake of sacrificing so much, I dare to teach the sun and moon to change the sky. Nine-headed ancient mother was silent. Ugly girl, my chastity is only for the people I love. Die! A player shouted, his eyes shining with a heroic light. He self-destructed and walked toward death. Loyalty is buried everywhere on Green Mountain. There's no need to return with a corpse wrapped in horse leather. The nine-headed ancient mother's eyelids twitched. I do not love you. Don't expect me to give birth to your child. A pair of jade arms that could be used as pillows for 1,000 people, a single bit of red lips that could be tasted by 10,000 people, pretending to be a delicate figure, pretending to have a fake heart. You're not worthy of me, a lover. A tall and strong man strode out and stared at her with a look of disgust. Then, he self-destructed. Nine-headed ancient mother was completely stunned. In the distance, the infant was secretly impressed. They knew that they would not have a good ending if they fell into the hands of such an existence. They were also powerless to resist. Thus, they used this method to let out their last roar and express their last attitude. If the cold star Chuan doesn't notice, I will sacrifice my blood to Xian Yuan. From it, he understood the kind of broad-minded feeling of blood spraying in the sky. There was no such thing as a war without bloodshed. So what if they sacrificed their lives? He would use his blood, backbone and wool to be crushed into the mud of blood and condense it into a path. He would also lay out the future of civilization. They don't fear death? What do I have to fear? His long life of 1,000,000 years was actually so overcautious and not as carefree as these descendants. I also want to use my own way to let out my final roar. In his days, he completely established his belief and shouted to the distant sky, Demonis! You won't even let me, a baby, off. He's simply indulgent. His eyes were full of carefreeness and the pleasure of the Jianghu. He wanted to shout out these words with all his strength, loyalty is buried everywhere on Green Mountain. There's no need to return with a corpse wrapped in horsehide. The nine-headed ancient mother's expression changed completely. Her eyes flickered with ferocity. These existences actually dared to play with her and challenge her authority. He took a step toward the baby and grabbed it with his palm. Clang! A young man in black imperial robe stood in front of him. He looked lazy and calm, with a domineering aura. Although, don't hit women, I can't see other people hit children. You are. Are you asking for a beating? Chapter 1114. He blocked it. The stone man dish was dumbfounded at this scene. They were 3 ancient ultimate level bloodlines of the Great Path, but they were blocked by a level 10 who did not even have a single bloodline of the Great Path. Without the bloodline of the Great Dao, without forming one's own Dao, and in accordance with the laws of heaven and earth, how could an individual's power be so great? Logically speaking, they shouldn't even have the right to get close. The most important thing was his younger brother. He had always wanted to make himself resist the fate of failure, but he was an honest man who followed the rules and didn't smile. He couldn't even make a joke in tens of thousands of years, so how could he say something like this? He had just come into contact with those strange life forms, but it had not been long since they had become so strange. Infected with those strange lofty aspirations? The stone man dish frowned. The current situation was developing in a rather strange way. Looking at the young man in the emperor's robe blocking her way, nine-headed ancient mother revealed a look of surprise, which gradually turned ashen. Are you all going to disobey me? It seems like you guys have yet to witness how terrifying I am. Since you have the aura of space on you, I'll show you what the power of the nine-headed ancient mother is. She raised her hand high. Descend. Bang. 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 The entire desolate universe seemed to have become a huge lake with many ripples. The distant starry sky was pulled closer. The stars were squeezed into a ball. The space was like a huge piece of flat white paper. At this time, it was like layers of ripples were rapidly folding. Boom! Planets light years away quickly appeared in front of him. Pampas and Yusha, who were still running away, were quickly pulled back. They were horrified and tried to escape even faster. They even wanted to perform a space jump. However, they soon discovered that they could no longer perform space jumps. They could only run at their fastest speed, which was distorted beyond the speed of light, and escape. How is that possible? The speed at which they were running could not keep up with the speed at which time and space were folding. They were rapidly retreating. Even the internal space rings of these patrols and Dao cultivators were shattering, causing their small transcendent worlds to fall out. Continents, stars, and lands were scattered all over the vacuum. Countless mortals in these small worlds were wailing, crying, and running and shouting. The mortal was torn apart by the vacuum and exploded in the universe as a pool of blood. The ancient gods, the celestial thearchs, quickly set up protective barriers on the continents and stars to resist the tearing of the vacuum and maintain order. Is this what you all want? The nine-headed ancient mother's voice was cold, like a god that had lived for hundreds of millions of years, looking down at the changes of the world. The space was pulled closer, and the small subspace world was destroyed, falling out into the real universe. There were floating broken continents everywhere, and the people were screaming and wailing in grief, despair, and crying. And many more mortals were torn into blood mist before they could even cry out in the vacuum. Hwalala! The folded space seemed to have been crumpled into a crumpled ball of paper. She couldn't even tell the direction. This was her power, the unparalleled power of the space race. The evil demon existences gave off black spatial auras and started to wreak havoc as they madly laughed. It's you who have angered grandmother again. I, in front of the great shattering demon master Endi, will accept our anger. One existence after another descended. What a rich life force. It's another powerful civilization. This is really a perfect ingredient. Kill. Devour. This is crazy. Fear. Ha 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 ha. Had this day come again? This is the second time we've tasted such a delicious dessert since the Universe Garden. They raised their heads and laughed. At this moment, the players realized that the evil and strange aura left behind by the destruction of the Cosmos Garden was just like what they were seeing now. Even after countless years, it was still corroding the Cosmos Garden, forming black vortexes of despair and energy tides. The calamity that the Universe Garden had experienced back then was now happening at the same time. It was as if ancient history was repeating itself. Yusa growled and frantically organized the Dao holders. Rescue them! Hurry up and rescue them! Countless investigators began to take action, suppressing the various worlds and taking on the evil existences. Stop! The Stoneman Dish implored. This man who was once incomparably powerful lowered his head. It's no use. You don't have the power to fight back anymore, Nine-Headed Ancient Mother said coldly. I won't give you the time to kill the 3 great heavenly venerates and become an existence of the 4 great bloodlines to fight me. She looked down coldly. I'm not going to rescue them. Pampas revealed an anxious expression. This child with the mind of a 10-year-old quickly rushed to a distant place. Heavenly venerates, 3 great heavenly venerates, where are you? Why is your aura? He cried. In the end, he was still a child who couldn't grow up. At the age of 10, he had long regarded the 3 heavenly venerates as his father, the most important existence in his life. I'm here. In the chaotic battlefield, a Yuan Lan holy man walked over slowly, his gentle face was full of love. Celestial Venerable. Pampas rushed over. Pampas, don't worry. We will win. You have to believe in our strength. This heavenly venerate gently hugged Pampas in his arms. However, without Pampas knowing, countless shadows appeared behind Yuan Lan heavenly venerate and shrouded him. At this moment, Pampas sensed that something was not right and started to struggle violently. However, his body, which was already exhausted, could no longer resist such a violent surprise attack. A large amount of blood burst out from his body. Bang! Pampas' entire body exploded into a mist of blood, and his head fell to the ground. The Yuan Lan holy man suddenly turned ferocious and laughed, ha 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 ha, I didn't expect that an ordinary cultivator would have the chance to kill such a powerful existence in my disguise. Ha 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 ha. I can feel his power. And NBSP, gulp. Pampas' head rolled on the ground and landed at Shiji's feet. He looked into the distance and was still mumbling to himself, Celestial Venerable, don't die. Shiji was silent as he looked at Pampas' head that rolled to his feet. Mansky and the other 2, as well as Nacella and the rest, had been hiding in the chaotic battlefield all this time. They were completely silent. Pampas was so powerful that even Ditchy and Carolyn felt that it would be difficult to deal with him. To think that he would actually fall at the hands of such a despicable person. Father. Shiji slowly squatted down, silently looking at the naive yet stubborn Pampas. Did our Universe Garden experience the same thing back then? The destruction of civilization, cries, and hopelessness. It's too sad. Suji was silent. He bent down and looked at Pampas' head, then turned his head to look at the battlefield that was filled with death. I had only wanted to send one of my clones to fight. If it doesn't work, then so be it. Even the strongest man, the Stone Man Disc, has given in and chosen to compromise. But now, they're still killing like this. She has completely infuriated me. Another venerable sovereign descended from the void. He overlapped with the original venerable sovereign's body and quickly became tall and strong. In the blink of an eye, he turned into an ancient giant that was as tall as the stars. At this moment, even the void was trembling as if the ultimate ancient existence of the universe had completely descended. With an unbelievable pressure, a black-robed young man stood in the sky and looked down at the level 10 god. He's just a disabled person. Chapter 1115. In the silent void, the space was folded and full of folds. The two-dimensional space seemed to have turned into a crumpled ball of paper, like a spatial maze. The continents and stars were all folded in a mess, and it was difficult to tell up from down, left from right. The screams and wails that could be heard from the continents above might actually be from the continents below. Such a spatial isolation was very beneficial for wars between extraordinary civilizations. Powerhouses would be in a mess in the maze of civilization planets and would be unable to provide any support. They would be defeated one by the chaotic and dark spatial demons. The nine-headed ancient mother had victory in her grasp, but her expression was as if she had seen a ghost, like an ant looking at a huge giant. He's just a disabled person. A vast Pangu giant that stood in the sky walked over. It covered the sun, the moon, and the galaxy. It was the size of a planet, and its huge body was like Renemansky. It carried the aura of the world's might. It was vast and mighty. This level of energy. Nine-headed ancient mother raised her head and was stunned. It turned out to be a transformation-type bloodline. It was the same size as Renemanska. But she didn't have time to react. The huge body quickly shrank, compressed, and collapsed, once again returning to the height of a normal person. However, the density and exquisiteness of the body had almost reached its limit. This was Su Ji's actual body. It was the first time his main body had personally taken action. The ant-sized Dichi and the other Pangu immortals were already as large as ordinary people, and their energy levels were already very high. Su Ji, who was at the peak of the 10th level and had the body size of a normal person, was naturally comparable to a small star when he used the true form of Pangu. The body size of Renemansky back then was no different. Compressing the body to increase the density and mass is Renemanska's combat technique. For a moment, the nine-headed ancient mother thought that it was the Renemanska race that she had destroyed all those years ago. However, it was clear that the white porcelain cells were different. At this moment, she was slightly more serious. The energy level of this body was hundreds of times larger than her. It was like a mouse meeting a tiger. Even if the other party was an ordinary 10th tier without great Dao, he still posed a certain amount of threat to her. Oh? What kind of bloodline do you have? The nine-headed ancient mother was not afraid at all. The other party was surrounded by a terrifying and mysterious aura. It was as if he was facing the entire universe, vast and boundless. He could not see through the other party's background. The nine heads floated like balloons, and their eyes were as cold and ruthless as the heavenly Dao. There's a similar aura of the iron-based race and the elemental civilization. Are you the backup left behind by the two failed old days? A loser. The venerable sovereign gave a faint smile. You're saying that the two of them are the losers? Back then, I personally suppressed and killed them. Their great Dao has fallen into my body, which is the proof of their failure. Her voice was clear and resounded through the entire universe. Her body was covered in a metallic luster and surrounded by elemental flames. A sacred and ancient seven-colored sky curtain surrounded her. It's useless to have. Huge body. Back then, Renemanska's body was as large as yours, and he had the bloodline of the great Dao, but I still managed to kill him. The nine-headed ancient mother took a step forward and crossed over the stone man disc that was no longer a threat. However, her expression was cold. You just piqued my interest a little. Her bloodline came from the ancient innate demonic god. The iron-based race had a 10th-ranked ancestor, and their bloodline could be said to be heaven-defying, but it was still slightly inferior to their race. It was said that their ancestors were the oldest existences in the universe who had achieved Dao when the world was created. They had once controlled part of the core rules of time, and even though their bloodlines were weakening with each passing day, they were still extremely heaven-defying. However, at this moment, the 5 bloodlines of the other party gave him an extremely terrifying and unfathomable ancient feeling. Each of them was not inferior to the oldest innate ancient god in the universe. 5 heaven-defying bloodlines that weren't weaker than their races gathered in one body. Even she couldn't help but look over. Her heart jumped and she felt a great sense of horror. You have the right to know my name. Nine-headed ancient mother's expression was calm. I am the only ancient god of the universe who has transcended time and space, the nine-headed ancient mother who will descend upon me when the people of countless planets pray well, the ancient mother god of all time and space, who controls the law of distance and order in space. Now, I'll give you a chance to surrender. After I kill the existence of the great Dao in Yuan Lan's body and seize the Dao seed, you'll have the chance to become a general under my command. I'll let you reproduce your own extraordinary civilization world and even give you a Dao seed of the Blue Abyss clan. You'll become a true 10th level ultimate great Dao. If you tell me about your bloodline and the origins of the other 4 bloodlines, I will give you better treatment. In her opinion, the existence in front of her must have obtained some kind of earth-shaking ancient ruins. The bloodline he had obtained was simply ridiculous. It was a pity that he could only steal one of his bloodlines. If he could get his hands on the sources of the other 4 bloodlines. If he got all 5 and twisted them into the bloodline of the great Dao. Even she, an ancient being who had lived for close to 10 million years, could not help but feel her breathing become heavy. Such an opportunity could already defy the heavens. Are you done? Who do you think you are to surrender to me? With his hands behind his back, the venerable sovereign waved his sleeves, and the entire planet nearby seemed to be swept up by a gust of wind. Do you know who my master is? The country bumpkins think that they've seen the entire universe just by looking at the pond. Walking on the hillside, they think that they've reached the peak of the world. The disabled people with 3 randomly combined Great Dao bloodlines also think that they're strong. In this world, the weak and ignorant are worthy of sympathy, but to be arrogant is the saddest thing in the world. The venerable sovereign stepped forward step by step. His eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were like stars. He looked at the front and said, "Do you really think that the universe garden has been destroyed? You're just pretending." The 9-headed ancient mother Melville snorted coldly. She was not angered by the other party's arrogance. If she wanted to subdue the other party, she naturally had to have a big heart. Back then, I personally killed Rainaman Saga. His power level was thousands of times greater than mine, and he had the bloodline of the Great Dao. His fist techniques could shatter stars, and he could defy the heavens with a single punch. He made himself smaller and more agile by collapsing his own body's density, improving his defense and offense, and also enlarging the enemy's iron-like defense, making the enemy's defense swell and enlarge. He used his strongest iron fist to punch the enemy's weakest spot and claimed to be invincible in the world. However, he was still killed by me, seized his bloodline, and left behind the ruins of the garden as a monument for him. To erect a monument for him. The players in the distance were shocked. He had only heard of Rainamansky's iron race fighting style before, but now that he heard it in detail, he only felt that it was terrifying. It was like a spring, agilely compressing the huge body of a star energy level, increasing the defense and attack power, and at the same time, becoming more flexible. At the same time, when the fist landed, it enlarged the size of the opponent's skin, making it soft and loose. No matter how strong the defense was, it would be difficult to withstand it. Under such a situation, it was very terrifying. The law of force could blow up the opponent with one punch. However, the Universe Garden branch was still defeated. The players were shocked. This Type 9 ancient being could be said to be extremely terrifying and invincible. Oh! The venerable sovereign's eyes were smiling, but he didn't care at all. If the Universe Garden is like this, then how do you evaluate the elemental civilizations? The 9-headed ancient mother Melville's expression was cold. The elemental civilization is known to have infinite energy and can ignore physical attacks. Ordinary existences at the final realm of the Great Dao will be exhausted in half a day after unleashing their full power. It's already their limit to push through half of the galaxy. However, their clan could fight for more than a month with all their strength. Every move they made was at their full strength. To them, it was as if they were facing an endless vast ocean. It was impossible to fight against them with all their strength. Their civilization claimed to be invincible in the world and was extremely arrogant. They flourished on the entire land and were even better than the Azure Abyss divine territory in front of us. However, after they descended, I fought them and exhausted all my strength in less than 18 days. I killed them immediately and left behind their elemental remains as his grave. To be his grave? It was so overbearing that the players were completely frightened. This ancient existence behind the scenes was already unbelievably strong. Did such an enemy really have a chance of winning? Even a powerful 10th level final realm cultivator of the same level was defeated. Venerable sovereigns did not even have a single bloodline of the Great Dao. The stone man Dish also didn't look calm. This was the result of his investigation of the ancient ruins back then, and he had already made a guess. However, when it really appeared in front of him, his heart still felt quite a bit of waves. Under the players' shocked gazes, the 9-headed ancient mother smiled, the elemental civilization. That was the closest they had come to me. At that time, I also had the same amount of Dao Yi bloodline, but after I was suppressed, it was impossible for me to live in the future. When I was facing Rainamanska, I already had the bloodline of 2 great Daos. Her intentions were clear. The longer she cut across this region of the immemorial universe, the more powerful her foundation became, and it would be impossible to overthrow her. The door was completely sealed. The venerable sovereign pondered for a while and suddenly laughed. You said that the Cosmos Garden has been destroyed. Look at the Cosmos Garden now. What is it like? Melwell's eyes flashed with sarcasm as he looked sideways. He immediately looked through the entire space distance and his vast divine sense landed on the ruins of the Universe Garden. He wanted to see what tricks the other party was playing. He saw that the ruins were at its peak, with countless gardens, beasts and plants growing on it. It was like the green of the past, full of life. This scene, just like that year, made her freeze for a moment, and her mind shook. The Cosmos Garden had long gone extinct, so how could the species on it reappear and reproduce as they did in the past? It was as if there had never been a destructive war. You're just pretending. Melwell was a little surprised, but he remained calm and said, for existences like us who stand at the end of the Great Dao, it's extremely normal for us to have some means to revive ancient creatures. Laughable, this is really laughable. He was living in a dream without knowing it. He thought that he would be able to defeat all his enemies, but now he's just playing around like a clown. The venerable sovereign chuckled and shook his head with a helpless look. Forget it, forget it. I'll let you know the truth before you die, so your trip to the human world wasn't in vain. Look over there, who is that person running through the battlefield? As soon as her gaze fell, her entire being was suddenly jolted. She saw an existence that she couldn't see through either, with her daughter and an evil woman who gave off an evil aura, wandering in the middle of the battlefield. That mysterious man's existence could not tell his race, but he could see through his daughter. The Iron Race's daughter. Her heart was in a state of shock. Just as he was about to grab the air and grab the three of them, the man in the lead snorted coldly and looked at the sky in the distance. He was very dissatisfied. That fellow's disciple really doesn't know the rules. Even such a small matter involves us. You actually shifted your attention to us and disturbed my cultivation tour. Fine, let's leave. Yes, father. Little Shiji and the rest nodded. He turned into a pile of sand on the spot and died. The three of them immediately gave up on this part of their quantum doppelgangers and returned. You want to leave? In front of the universe's ultimate life forms, can you escape? Melwell said coldly. She directly followed the karma trail they left behind and twisted the laws to quickly chase after them. However, she could not find anything, which caused a storm to rise in her heart. Chapter 1116. Everything had a track. As long as it was a creature living in this universe, the land it walked on, the air it breathed, the images it left behind, the words it said, and the saliva it spat out were all exchanged with the entire universe. In the eyes of ancient ultimate existences like them, they could directly chase after the dense nomological net that was like fine threads in a certain angle. Even a peak 10th level would find it difficult to completely conceal it. However, at this moment, there was no trace of it. It was as if this creature had never appeared in the past and future of the entire universe. This made her feel uneasy. What exactly is this? As for Rainaman Saga, she had killed him with her own hands and seized his Dao bloodline. It was the last bloodline of the Iron Race. However, there were still traces of mysterious clues in front of him. The Universe Garden still existed, Renemansky was still alive, and he was even extremely carefree. He had given birth to a descendant of the Iron Race, which had an unbelievably low fertility rate. It was as if there was a monstrous hand hidden behind this. Was the Universe Garden really destroyed back then? The venerable sovereign was dressed in black. He had a cold expression and his eyes were as deep as the sea. He looked into the distance. Take a look again. What about the ancient ruins of the elemental civilization now? Boom. Melwell's vast divine sense descended again. The ancient ruins of several elemental civilizations were already in ruins, but they found a lively scene in an elemental ruin. Countless unique elemental creatures were becoming stronger through cultivation. It was a grand sight. When he looked down again, he saw an elemental god with a mysterious bloodline. His body was surrounded by flames, and his face was elegant. He looked like a divine bird that had left the world behind. Beside him was another young man who was difficult to see through. He silently raised his head, as if he had sensed her peeking. That guy's life is coming to an end, and he still wants his disciple to covet me? Are you trying to start a war? All right. This young existence gently pulled the space, and a beam of outer realm elemental passage sprinkled down, and he left. Let's go back to the mother stream. Yes. The mysterious divine bird also left. Melwell followed him again, but the mysterious teenager seemed to have disappeared into thin air. There was no news of him. Another unpredictable guy. Could it be that the elemental civilization back then did not really go extinct? Her mind was in a mess, and her Dao heart was unstable. Back then, she had personally destroyed the elemental civilization. She had swept through a large area and left almost nothing behind. It was impossible for such a scene to happen. It was as if there had never been a war between the two civilizations. It was as if she had never come to this land hundreds of thousands of years ago. It was like an illusory dream. This feeling was like seeing the real Sun Wukong, seeing Guanyin, the king of hell, and all the gods and Buddhas in the sky, but he couldn't tell whether this was real or fake. However, these two 10th level ultimate bloodlines of the Great Path still proved that all this had really happened. But how could a dead civilization and ultimate existence be revived? It was as if she could see the thick black mist on this land, hiding some unimaginable, unbelievable, and terrifying facts. What exactly is this? For the first time, she was confused. The venerable sovereign was shrouded in the divine light and kept shaking his head. You think you're invincible? You've swept this ancient land from ancient times to modern times, and cut across the entire river. You don't allow the ultimate existences to be born in this world. Once they are born, you will descend and kill them. However, he didn't know that it was someone else in the dark who made him invincible. They wanted to make you think that they were ruling this land to hide their existence. But you're proud of it. Melwell's heart trembled. Make me invincible? Could it be that the previous victories had all been fake? The universe garden, the elemental civilization, was just a fake death to hide their traces? To avoid the schemes of the more unbelievable existences in the ancient universe. However, they were two genuine 10th level extremists. It was alive and not fake. The two great Dao bloodlines in her body were the evidence. If he had not been defeated by her fair and square, but had willingly fallen into her hands to hide from some terrifying high-dimensional existence. In that case, the terrifying high-dimensional existence that cost the lives of two ultimate great Dao existences to hide was. As for those hidden in the dark, facing such unimaginably terrifying dimensional civilizations, they could easily withstand the fall of two peak level 10 existences. Just how strong were they? She started to panic. If that was the case, she was just a chess piece that was casually pushed out to block the front, used from the beginning to the end, used as the ultimate ruler of the ancient universe. And she actually believed it. Do you think you're the ruler of this land? This must be fake. Her mind immediately rejected all these absurd thoughts. She didn't believe it. As an ancient ultimate realm master with a calm mind, it was impossible for him to easily listen to these so-called absurd theories because of these anomalies. But it was undeniable. This thought and seed had already begun to take root in her heart, causing her to feel a little vexed. In this world, the weak and the ignorant are worthy of sympathy, but to be arrogant is the saddest thing in the world. The venerable sovereign walked over step by step and looked down at the ancient ultimate existence who had descended into the dimension. He had an unnatural expression on his face. You always think that you are very strong. You are just 3 disabled people with the bloodline of the great Dao. It can't be matched with a bloodline, it's simply a useless existence. Disabled? Melwell's face was filled with anger. The Stone Man disc, which was a newly advanced peak 10th level being, also felt as if its worldview had completely collapsed. It would be good enough if he could get the bloodline of the great Dao. To be able to find and kill a peak 10th level was already a great fortune. After all, wasn't an existence at the peak of the 10th level heaven-defying? And even pay attention to the compatibility between bloodlines? His Blue Abyss clan didn't even have a matching bloodline, and could only use one bloodline of the great Dao. The other party's civilization and the ancient dimensional existences behind the Buddhist and Daoist sects had a deep and terrifying foundation that even he could not predict. That's why my master ordered me to come here. I don't need the bloodline of the Great Path to kill you because you're too weak. The flame of the venerable sovereign's body began to rise. At this moment, I'm just letting you die as an understanding person and know the true truth. Don't worry, no one will know of our existence. You were killed by the Stone Man dish, and this land has a new master who will continue to rule this land. There are no traces of us. The venerable sovereign took a step forward, his body covered in flames. Are you ready to die? He took a step. One punch. Su Ji simply and straightforwardly threw a punch. It was a heart attack. Disrupting the opponent's Dao heart would naturally have a great effect on the battle situation, but the true victory would still be decided by true strength. What he had to do now was to defeat the strong as the weak. Using the Daoless against the Dao, this feeling was like a mortal challenging a heavenly god who had mastered the supreme laws. This was a huge gap. According to the ancient legends, there was a 10th level descendant who couldn't attain the Dao. He gathered 5 heaven-defying bloodlines and forcefully killed a 10th level final realm sovereign level 1st level bloodline, taking his Dao seed and reaching perfection. It could be said to be an incredible ancient miracle. And today, Su Ji was going to challenge the ultimate level of the 3 great bloodlines. If he could succeed, This was the first time he truly felt his own power. It was an unparalleled and terrifying power. Ever since I absorbed the universe's primordial chaos Dao Yi, the first wisp of matter from the creation of the world, I cultivated the minor universe technique. Even I don't know how strong I am now. Su Ji said softly. It was a great cosmos cultivation technique for the quantum body. The material universe of the inner world bloodline. The spiritual universe of the magic nucleus bloodline. Clay made from all the cells in the clan. The true Qi bloodline was a half-elemental bloodline. These bloodlines seemed to form a real universe. Su Ji felt the spirit all over his body. For the first time, he felt the great horror of the cultivation techniques of the entire universe. He had somehow connected with the entire Zerg race, as if he had already become a part of the entire universe. It's as if I can understand the laws comprehended by Carolyn, Ditchy, and all the other Dao holders, including the 4,000 Dao holders who have just been infected. They are a part of my body. This is a great cosmos cultivation technique. The heavens are understood by the heart, the earth is observed by the heart, and things are created by the heart. The universe is my heart, and my heart is the universe. He murmured the enlightenment that appeared in his mind. He felt as if he had already merged with the heavens and everything was at his fingertips. Whoosh! He stretched out his hand and a fan of the 6 paths reincarnation appeared in his hand. This 6 paths of reincarnation, which was made up entirely of gods, was no longer of much use in the face of a 10th tier cultivator. However, Su Ji needed to be one of their law attributes. It was a hybrid biological law attribute similar to Medusa's. Boom! The aura of the Great Path, which was similar to Medusa's, that had cultivated thousands of laws, gathered all over his body. It was so vast that it was as if he was facing the might of the entire heavens. This was the law energy that was only at the level of a deity, but it was like an embryo. It quickly injected energy into Su Ji's hand to strengthen it and then shot out. I wouldn't have used this kind of mixed law power. However, Medusa's insights into the laws have already become a part of my body. I'll first combine more than 1,000 great Daos and attack. He was calm in his heart. The bright Tao technique turned into a chaotic torrent, as if the world had just been split open. It directly slashed at Melwell opposite him. With a loud explosion, countless light years turned into chaos. Chapter 1117. What kind of monster is this? Melwell's expression changed and he quickly retreated. The Great Dao. This gave her an extremely profound aura of the Great Dao. He had not vindicated his Dao, but it was as if he was facing the true Great Dao of the universe. It was as if he was facing the ancient ultimate existences of the extremely high-level main Dao laws in the entire universe's Dao picture. This person is very strange. He clearly hasn't attained Dao, but he has such an aura of Dao. How can his comprehension of the laws of the entire universe be so terrifying? The principle behind the other party's cultivation wasn't complicated. It was simply to cultivate countless great Daos and combine them into one. It sounded simple, but who could do it? Most cultivators would cultivate 1, 4. On the other hand, the other party cultivated omniscience. There was almost no existence in this world that was omniscient and omnipotent, nor did he cultivate all systems. Even if it was an existence from an ancient universe, it would be impossible for them to cultivate all the systems. This was not something that could be cultivated just because they had a long lifespan. Unless he had tens of thousands of genetic positions in his body, he would not be able to fuse them one by one and cultivate one great Dao after another. But was that possible? It was impossible. There weren't any creatures in the world with that many gene slots. No one could walk the path of all, and without the comprehension of all, how could he be so familiar and incredible with the means of mixing the great Dao laws? In fact, Su Ji's comprehension was even higher than Medusa's. This was because he had the comprehension of 4,000 Daoists on Medusa's foundation. At this moment, his thoughts were clear, as if they went straight to the heavens. More than half of the entire world was clear, and he felt that he was the real all and the real universe. Everything that was obscure and unclear seemed to have disappeared. Bang! What kind of civilization is the other party? Such a bizarre monster, it's not the rules of the Great Dao, but it's still so exaggerated. Could it really be? The 9-headed ancient Mother Melville's face flashed with a touch of red, and the whole world seemed to have been completely spread out. Previously, she had retracted the power she used on the entire folded galaxy and quickly used it to resist the Tao technique in front of her. One could see how vigilant she was. She did not have the bloodline of the Great Path, but she treated the other party as an ultimate existence of the same level. She had a strong fear of death. Shua shua shua. Countless rays of light folded. This Daoist technique landed in front of his eyes. Nine-headed ancient mother looked at the five-colored Dao art of chaos in front of her. It was so close, yet it felt as though it was worlds apart. It's no use. I've folded countless light years of space around me. From the beginning to the end, you and I seem to be very close, but in reality, we're very far apart. Her bloodline was spatial law, and it was related to spatial distance. It seemed to be extremely weak, but when it came to the spatial attribute, how could it be weak? She was constantly shrouded in a trillion space-time maze. The time and space around her seemed to be wearing a beautiful pleated dress, which overlapped with each other like waves. The space folded countless times to protect her. It seemed like he could see her at a glance, but in reality, the distance between them was countless times greater than the distortion law of light beams. Even if they flew for 10,000 years, they might not be able to get close. This was the true 10,000 years in a single glance. The next second, an even stranger scene appeared. The Dao technique that the venerable sovereign had just used had passed through countless folded spaces and galaxies. It reappeared behind him and attacked him with terrifying power. I see. The venerable sovereign looked calm and said without turning his head, will the method of attacking the enemy eventually fall into one's hands? You should know that the world is a circle. Her voice was cold, but she said in a joking tone, just like that planet, sailing in a straight line along the sea will eventually lead you back to the starting point. The venerable sovereign's face was calm and he did not resist at all. Boom! He allowed the Daoist technique to land on his body and absorb it instantly. The use of this combination of laws had completely refreshed Melwell's worldview. This was because one had to be proficient to an extreme degree in order to be able to divide those laws in an orderly manner in an instant and reintegrate them into one's body. Is this your trick? The venerable sovereign's expression did not change. He said indifferently, by folding space and even changing the distance, you can fold it into a circle. It's like you're an origami guy. You have all kinds of origami patterns. Trapped in my space-time maze, you won't be able to find the way out. With a smile on her face, she approached the venerable sovereign step by step. Her face was almost touching the venerable sovereign's face, nose to nose, and her 9 heads looked at the venerable sovereign from all directions with some horror. Back then, the elemental civilization specialized in sorcery and claimed that their power was inexhaustible. However, after continuously using Taoist techniques for 18 days, they were exhausted and died by me. He's trapped in my spatial maze. It's not realistic for him to fly out of the folded maze that I've designed for millions of years in a short time. All the Daoist techniques I used were returned to his own body, while he couldn't see where my attacks came from and could only take them head-on. Under the double attacks, he only managed to hold on for a short time even though he claimed to have unlimited power. The venerable sovereign's expression remained unchanged in the face of such a threat. Do you really think that the existence of the elemental civilization has fallen and is still living in your own dream? It's just your imagination. You think you're the ancient Black Hand of this land. He also ignored the 9-headed ancient mother who was circling around him and speaking into his ear. He only said softly, your race is indeed an ancient space extraordinary race with a long history. The 9 heads that you evolved must be hidden in different folded spaces to be able to see the entire picture, right? So what if I am? The 9-headed ancient mother was very calm as she smiled, the world is round. Energy attacks will return to one's own body. That elemental race's powerhouse only knows elemental attacks. I was the one who restrained him. Then, what about the iron race's Renemansky? That's rather annoying. His powerful strength can't hit me, but I don't dare to get close to him either. His defense is also very terrifying. It took me a long time, using the elemental race's bloodline, and bombarding the elemental Dao techniques over and over again, to slowly exhaust him to death and kill him. Now, can you guess how I'll deal with you? Her 9 heads rotated in all directions, like a galaxy revolving around the sun. She looked at Su Ji. I don't know how you are going to deal with me, but I'm going to beat you to death. I can't drag this on for too long. I have to go back and report to my master. With his hands behind his back, the venerable sovereign took a step forward. It was as if he had seen through the other party's maze and walked straight towards the other party. How could this be? The 9-headed ancient mother's expression finally changed. Is it very difficult? I'll learn it with just one look. The venerable sovereign said without changing his expression. He learned it with one look. Nine-headed ancient mother felt like she was in a dream when she heard these unbelievable words. Chapter 1118. Su Ji was in an almost mysterious and hazy state. The great cosmos quantum martial arts did not seem to have any direct combat power, but in fact, it was the strongest combat power. This was because knowledge was power. It provided the knowledge and wisdom of the entire universe. As long as the other party's knowledge and nomological cultivation techniques were available, all the other party's Dao principles and flaws would be clearly revealed in front of him. De key learning ability is in essence a powerful speed of understanding towards the entire universe, like the Dao heart. That's why he can quickly see through the other party's bloodline, cultivation technique, and see through the other party. Su Ji's heart was very calm. Although I can't learn and sell on the spot, my knowledge reserve is already high enough. This was the terrifying power of multiverse cultivation techniques. It was a state of mind. My body is the universe, my heart is the heart of the heavens. Kakat. Su Ji took a step forward. The flames that could topple mountains and overturn the seas pounced over, almost condensing into a physical substance. You can't stop me, I'm going to beat you to death. He was like a fish in the universe, quickly swimming and jumping in the maze. His movements became faster and faster, and he became more and more familiar with the structure of the maze. Nine-headed ancient mother's expression changed as she felt a bone-piercing chill. From this moment on, it was the first time she truly felt the strong threat of death. If this continues, he might be able to ignore the interference and know the specific coordinates of the entire space-time maze. He can analyze the location and perform a space jump. She didn't panic as she walked through the maze. She was afraid of spatial skipping. The power of Melwell's myriad maze empire was completely different from that of other ancient civilizations. The main bodies of the Azure Abyss Divine Territory and the fallen civilization were hidden and lived in subspace. However, they were currently the only high-energy world civilization that did not live in subspace but in the real universe. At the same time, their domain was at the center of the billions of lands, and countless space-time had been folded. It was as if she was wearing a time and space pleated dress. This dynasty was countless times larger than the Azure Abyss Divine Territory. It was an alliance formed by tens of thousands of extraordinary civilizations. This was the god of eternal time and space Melwell. Known as the Nine-Headed Ancient Mother, she was the supreme god of the laws of time and space, the most terrifying ultimate existence in this galaxy of time and space, the strongest being in the legends. In fact, everyone thought that she had died. Or perhaps, it had never existed in ancient times. Countless people could not find any trace of her. However, they did not know that the territory of their star-field civilization was really huge, but it was folded on Melwell's body and turned into a skirt. It was hidden within the size. In Melwell's eyes, no one could find the location of her civilization. Whether it was in the past or the future, no one had ever been able to threaten her space-time empire. The river of space cut off the outside world and formed a perfect moat. They could live in the maze forever. Usually, the mythological kingdoms would only retreat from the labyrinth and trap their enemies during battles. No matter how fast Renaman was back then, he could not fly even 1% of the way out before he was killed. In this world, no one had ever been able to get close to her body, but at this time, she felt threatened. If she could understand the overlapping structure of the maze and find her own coordinates, she could perform a spatial jump in the maze. No matter how long the distance was, it would not be able to stop the other party's arrival. Ha! Are you a chicken or a dog? In the real world, in a fairytale-like room, Melwell was wearing a huge gothic white translucent dress. The long skirt almost covered the entire center of the room. She was sitting on a chair and looking down at her long dress. This was a beautiful starry sky dress that had taken millions of years to make. A black-robed young man could be vaguely seen in the corner of the translucent folded and wrinkled dress. Her expression was cold as she stretched out her slender fingers and gently smoothed out the wrinkles on her long dress. I, who killed many ultimate existences, used the space-time star field as a skirt, draped myself in clothes, and walked freely in the galaxy and the land, was also considered as the weak. It was undeniable that the iron-based Great Dao bloodline didn't improve his strength at all. She might be able to sneak up on others, but she didn't dare to get close to her opponent's powerful body. Only the elemental bloodline was of some use. It could be used as a long-range attack, but it had long lost the powerful core of the elemental bloodline, unlimited endurance and immunity to material damage. She smiled and said, "My three bloodlines are indeed incompatible. Even though I've inherited their bloodlines of the great Dao, I'm not as strong as them. I can only trap them to death, but it's no longer possible now. Melwell felt that it was a little tricky. I can only use that move. I'll let you see the means. Her face was cold as she sat on the chair and took out a long translucent needle. She gently adjusted the pleated dress and threaded the needle. So the galaxy, needle, and thread the earth, pierced through time and space. Her fingers were slender and soft, and the needle was connected to the inexplicable transparent thread as she began to sew. The sky started to shake. The entire labyrinth seemed to be shifting, and the stars were moving. Many of the known patterns and routes of the maze are changing. Su Ji looked up and frowned. I can't tell north from south again, however, it was only a way to delay time. However, my physical fitness doesn't feel safe. He seemed to be strong and had a strong energy level, crushing the average person with an absolute advantage. In reality, his energy level was far from that strong. Just like Carolyn and Dichi from before. His 9 revolutions mysterious art was still stuck at the level of a level 8 divine spirit, and he didn't have the time to upgrade it to level 9, let alone to the peak of level 10. There was a difference of 2 realms in the 9 revolutions mysterious art. In the original land of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the living beings only occupied 0.0001% of the land. The rest of the land was barren and had not reproduced. Such a ratio could not provide him with a strong recovery rate. At this moment, his energy level seemed to be huge, but in reality, it was not the 9 revolutions mysterious art that was being consumed. Instead, it was the feedback of the bug tribe Queen Mother's death energy. However, there wasn't much energy left from the death of the Zerg Empresses. After all, he had just broken through to the peak of the 10th level and had already spent a lot of resources. Boom! The void trembled. Vortexes that were black to the extreme slowly descended and were extremely deep. A cold voice came from the void. This is the most terrifying natural celestial body I've found so far in the universe. Several giant dense black holes, huge in size, with the lowest density at the center is 10 trillion times higher than the density of an ordinary sun. The 9-headed ancient mother's voice was cold. This was her trump card, and it was extremely powerful. When the iron-based life forms reach level 10, they can compress and become denser than a neutron star, forming a black hole. This is a black hole pulled in by their Great Dao bloodline. To the Great Dao achieving cultivators, no natural celestial laws can affect them. Only the laws that have been distorted by the Dao achieving cultivators can cause them harm. However, in order to resist such a terrifying natural celestial body, you can only constantly distort the laws and exhaust your physical strength. How long can you last? You can only be ground to death. He died in despair and pain. Her voice was cold and harsh. Victory was in her grasp. No one could resist this trump card that she had never used before. Boom! The labyrinth was surrounded by black holes that were pulled closer. Although the bloodline of an iron-based life form was not of much use to her in a head-on battle, she was smart enough to find the most suitable bloodline combination. They pulled black holes into the maze. The nature of black holes was very special. It was almost impossible to destroy, and any energy would be absorbed. It would only explode if the energy you injected exceeded the upper limit. However, no one would waste a huge amount of energy to do so. They would only try to get away from such a celestial body. However, they could not get away from this place. Pampa's vortex was man-made. However, the vortex of the strongest celestial body in the universe had always existed. This guy is really using this annoying and disgusting trap and kill method to the extreme. Su Ji was still expressionless as he looked at the spinning black hole around him, madly pulling at all the matter in his body. Battle strength didn't mean invincibility. The 9 revolutions mysterious art wasn't strong in direct combat, but its recovery power was terrifying. The Iron Race and the Elemental Race's transcendent bloodlines were powerful, but if they didn't fight you head-on, you would still be worn down. The universe's various extraordinary bloodlines couldn't be measured with common sense. This is the reason why I'm not willing to help. Because I've just broken through, the 9 revolutions mysterious art can't keep up, which will be more troublesome. Su Ji's expression darkened. If I can master this technique, even if I have yet to form the bloodline of the Great Dao. However, his true combat strength would not be weaker than a bloodline of the Great Dao. My recovery ability is over 1,000 lives, and I have unlimited physical strength. The opponent has no attack power, so he can't even hurt me. I can already do whatever I want. But at that moment, the most important thing was that Su Ji did not have the 9 revolutions mysterious art. Although he felt that with the massive absorption of the 3 pillar gods, the civilizations of more than 4,000 deists were constantly experiencing old age, illness, and death, and were rapidly giving back to him, the black hole would not be able to kill him at this level of ordinary energy consumption. After all, the black hole consumed much less of his understanding of the law of gravity than he had imagined. The natural life and death of the Zergs could still make up for it perfectly, and there was still much more to be gained. The black hole is interfering with me, and she's madly adjusting the labyrinth structure, affecting my analysis. I'll need at least half a year to completely understand the structure of this labyrinth. Beat her to death. Su Ji frowned. Half a year was too long. It had only taken him a year to cultivate to this point, and he had to be trapped for half a year before he could break out? At that time, he was almost 27 years old. This was very uncomfortable. A cold and stern voice came from the sky. In the past, that existence from the elemental civilization claimed to have unlimited energy, but he could only resist for 18 days. His 18 days were actually 1,800 years. He only died after such long time, and he is indeed worthy of his name. Then what about you? Can it last for 1,000 years before it dies? 1,000 years was already a very long time. The black hole was like a great millstone that could destroy the world. It was madly consuming physical strength to resist it. It was already an incredible thing to be able to resist it for 1,000 years. Su Ji's expression was very calm. He was still frowning in deep thought. The other party's methods were terrifying and brilliant. Even he had to admit that the situation before him was indeed troublesome. Huh? You're finally silent. Are you feeling fear? Melwell looked at the silent young man in black and could not help but speak in a low voice. A voice came from the void. This is my strongest trump card. You should be content to be able to see it. How could I not have thought that the only creature that I cannot trap in my spatial maze and the only creature that can leave is an existence that is proficient in the spatial laws? The other party was well versed in the laws of space and could ignore the long distance in space to jump. Over the long years, I've been searching for a way to solve this flaw, a way to interfere with space jumps. Although the results weren't very good, I've still found a way, a black hole. The black hole can collapse the surrounding space and time, greatly reducing the efficiency of your calculation of the spatial coordinates and the surrounding spatial structure, making up for the last flaw. So, you should know that I am invincible. No one can get close to me. I will trap and kill all living beings. Boom! An image appeared. It was the outside world, the scene of the Azure Abyss Divine Domain. Just watch this. I'm going to suppress you here and kill the Stone Man Disc and the people from the Blue Abyss Divine Territory. I don't know whose disciple you are. However, I will kill your so-called new owner of this land to prove that everything you said is a lie. If I'm not lying, why don't you let your master suppress me? She said coldly. The 9 heads were suspended in the air, and their eyes were filled with the merciless great Dao as they looked down. Su Ji was silent for a while before he said, in this battle, you can only imprison me for 5,000 years. After that, I can kill you. However, 5,000 years is too long. It seems that I can't suppress and kill you without using special means and paying a certain price. Don't think that you're the only one who has teleportation techniques. Su Ji's expression turned serious as he removed the bloodline gene of the elemental true qi from his body. His bloodline was damaged. His face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The next second, he directly merged with the blood of eternal life again, and a long golden plug-in strip appeared in his hand. The strip quickly turned into a golden emperor's crown. Su Ji plugged the plug-in directly into the top of his head. It was as if he was wearing a crown on his head. An indomitable ancient emperor appeared and he silently sensed some kind of ancient god in the distant space and time. I'll cut through the ages and sever all ancient taboos. Under the 9-headed ancient mother's shocked and confused gaze, the venerable sovereign said a few words calmly. I curse you, the 5 curses of heaven and man, the aging of life, and the decline of the great Dao. Curse your old face to appear frequently, dirty water to stain your body, and your whole body to be filthy. In an instant, a look of terror appeared on the face of the young lady in the long dress. Her heart trembled. Her life was rapidly aging and she actually started to become old. Sweat came out of the pores all over her body and she was rotting non-stop. She was emitting the aura of the great Dao. Not good, my cultivation is increasing. Chapter 1119. She could feel herself aging rapidly. A 10th tier extreme master naturally had a lifespan as well. The length of their lifespans came from the time they had to resist the erosion of the entire universe. The longer they resisted, the longer their lifespans would be. They were like incense gods. As a part of the ultimate existences who had mastered and created the laws of the heavenly Dao, they would completely lose their self-awareness as time passed, and become part of the great Dao. She felt that her life was burning faster and faster, turning into a pot of boiling water. She became extremely powerful, but she was aging rapidly. She did not have much time left in her life and had been avoiding the erosion of the laws of the universe. However, she could feel that she was being assimilated at an extremely fast speed. What kind of evil and vicious bloodline is that? Her voice had already begun to sound old as she asked the black-robed young man who had cursed him to death. A bloodline that curses one's life. Su Ji was very indifferent. This was the life overclocking that Medusa had developed. It was because of this bloodline that Su Ji had been able to speed up his cultivation to this level. Now, not only could he bless himself, but he could also bless other people from a distance. You're not the only one who can fight from a distance. I thought I could defeat you with that, the venerable sovereign said indifferently. I didn't expect you to have some hidden cards. I've underestimated you. Such an evil bloodline. Melwell was completely uneasy. His opponent's foundation was terrifyingly strong. Not only did he have the 5 heaven-defying bloodlines, but he also had other bloodline techniques. Who knew how many extraordinary bloodlines he had hidden? If one was not suitable for this battle, he could casually switch to another heaven-defying bloodline? Every single one of these heaven-defying bloodlines made her eyes turn red. Evil? This is considered evil. Su Ji shook his head. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not use this bloodline that would bring him down with it, because he would also have to burn his life. He had fused with the blood of eternal life to resist the side effects of aging, but it also meant that he would soon fall into a deep sleep. How deadly was it to fall into a deep sleep in the middle of battle? However, Su Ji was now confident that the other party would not be able to hurt him, which was why he chose to do so. This was a very extreme way of fighting. Who could use it? If both sides burned their lifespans at the same time, who would live longer and die together? Furthermore, this is considered an evil and vicious bloodline? Su Ji shook his head and sighed. The Stone Man Disc of the Blue Abyss clan and his Cloud Star Dao fruit were even more vicious. He directly pried open other people's bloodline and modified their Dao bloodline. This was irreversible damage to the Great Dao. According to the future predicted by the Stone Man Disc, the Stone Man Disc had clearly used its freezing time to slow down the opponent's consciousness. Coupled with the energy level it had stored up, it had fought a prolonged battle with the opponent. In the end, it had approached the 9-headed ancient mother and engaged in a bloody battle with her. Although it had lost in the end, it had pried open the bloodline of the opponent's Great Dao, causing his strength to be greatly reduced. Boom! The 9-headed ancient mother panted heavily, her entire body reeking of sweat. Pus and filth seeped out from her pores. This was the smell of decay. Many old 10th level existences would suffer from various mysterious and ancient diseases in their later years. Their bodies would be covered with spots, corrosion, aging, and coughing. They were all manifestations of assimilation. We can't continue like this, but, 9-headed ancient mother's heart turned cold at this moment, treating this young man as a lethal opponent. Kakat. In the next second, the 9-headed ancient mother's body relaxed. She realized that the aged and decaying aura was no longer there. She was shocked. Why was the other party not cursing her anymore? When she looked again, she found that the existence had already closed his eyes and fallen asleep. She was stunned for a moment. How could such a great existence fall asleep at such a critical moment? She thought for a while and smiled. So that's how it is. He's using his immortal bloodline to compete with me by burning his lifespan. Otherwise, how could he compete with me in terms of lifespan without the bloodline of the Great Dao? However, the other party's eternal bloodline has a side effect, which is to fall into a deep sleep. She was so smart that she immediately figured out the key. She suddenly wanted to kill him personally, but she hesitated. It might be a trap. Since he's in a deep sleep, we can just kill him from a distance. Boom! Her elemental mantras bombarded the other party's body, crossing countless spatial distances to arrive. However, in the next second, it was quickly absorbed by the other party's body and drowned in it. He's in a deep sleep, but he still has such terrifying power? She gritted her teeth and looked at the sleeping body. She couldn't help but walk back and forth. The other party is the backup of that elemental civilization and is proficient in the elemental race. I am restrained. He is too familiar with the elemental race's energy attacks and can't hurt him at all. She summoned another layer of black holes and directly ground on his body, but no matter how hard she tried, he was not damaged. The other party was also very familiar with the iron-based race's power law. She looked into the distance and was about to think of another way when she saw that the venerable sovereign had already woken up. He sat up slowly and continued to recite the evil spell under the frightened gaze of the nine-headed ancient mother. I curse you, the 5 curses of heaven and man, the aging of life, and the decline of the great Dao. Curse your old face to appear frequently, dirty water to stain your body, and your whole body to be filthy. You? Nine-headed ancient mother's eyes widened. That intense feeling of life overclocking struck him again. The nine-headed ancient mother's entire body was experiencing celestial decay as she sweated profusely. Her entire body was filled with a foul stench, and she was wearing a huge starry sky-pleated dress. She sat on a chair and panted heavily, as if she was an old woman in her 90s who had not eaten for more than 10 days and was lying on the bed before she died. I'll take a few more naps and rest, then I'll kill an ancient taboo creature and return to explain to my master. In the next second, the venerable sovereign closed his eyes again and lay down peacefully. He fell asleep again? He actually slept again? Looking at this scene, Melwell's heart was spinning with anger, and his mentality had completely collapsed. The other party didn't take her seriously at all. In front of such a terrifying opponent, he was actually lying on the ground and sleeping without any resistance? Allowing him to attack freely, what kind of great humiliation was this? At the same time, an unprecedented strong thought appeared in his mind. What kind of order is he following? He wants to wake up from his deep sleep again and again, then curse me to death. Looking at the venerable sovereign who had fallen into a deep sleep, she felt an intense fear that she had never felt before. It was a feeling of impending death. She had always used this method to grind her opponent to death inch by inch. But now, her opponent was doing the same to her, grinding her to death inch by inch. And she was helpless. He's my nemesis. My attack bloodline, iron, and elements are all useless against him. She wanted to vomit blood in her heart. She was really anxious and scared. It was as if the other party had left a secret door in both of her bloodlines, and it had no effect on him at all. This made her truly doubt whether the 2 civilizations that she had defeated with her own hands had fallen on purpose. Everything that she had killed was a huge conspiracy, and she was the ruler of this land that had been pushed to the forefront. The other party had used 2 bloodlines of the Great Dao to directly leave 2 hidden doors in her body. That was why this so-called disciple named Venerable Sovereign could restrain her. With such a weak realm, he even had the power to kill her. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she became. She felt that there was a great horror in the depths of the fog. She looked at the Venerable Sovereign and said, "My bloodline can't attack him. If this goes on, I will die without doubt. While he's asleep, I have to attack him directly. I won't attack him from a distance, I'll attack his main body." In the next second, she completely descended. The sleeping young man in the black imperial robe threw a punch with the iron-based clan's combat technique. Bang! The sound of metal reverberated. It shook slightly, but there was no reaction. She immediately discovered that the density of the other party's body was similar to that of the iron-based life-form race. In fact, their characteristics were similar. She was unable to disintegrate the other party's density and was completely ineffective. She was completely silent. Suddenly, she called over the experts and great existences of the Extraordinary Civilization Alliance. Although her ancient civilization didn't develop on purpose, it was much larger than the Azure Abyss Divine Territory and the fallen civilization combined. The Almighty Overgod, are you asking us to think of a way to defeat the enemy? How can we meddle in the affairs of an existence of this level? He's in a deep sleep, allowing us to attack him. The various civilizations were shocked to hear this and immediately became excited. Peak 10th tier. That was a supreme existence that stood at the end of the universe's great Dao. Before this, they didn't have the chance to fight at all. They didn't even have the chance to get close. Now, they had to attack each other? The mighty ancient mother god of space and time, I accept your orders. Please listen to our good news. The existences from the various civilizations made their moves, and they even brought their entire weak level 10 civilization from the higher dimension with them. First, it was the technological civilization of the mechanical spaceship. Countless particle streams smashed onto his body, and the huge energy cannon that could destroy the stars seemed to be absorbed by his body. The opponent's body has the ability to absorb energy. Doesn't that mean that most of the energy attacks are ineffective? Looking out from the cockpit of the spaceship, the powerful weak 10th tier beings felt fear. Will enter the interior through its ears, mouth, and any other place to destroy it. However, they searched around. He discovered that his eyes, nose, and any other part of his body were just for show. He was a perfect creature without any holes inside. Will directly jump into the interior. Yes, jump into his organs and blood vessels to destroy his internal organs. They tried to jump again, only to find that the other party's body was a solid structure. The inside was perfectly round, and it was full of special ceramic cells just like its appearance. The other party was like a complete porcelain doll, not like a living creature at all. There are no flaws in any living creature? Impossible. Without organs, blood vessels, and digestive organs, is he still a living thing? No. I'm afraid it's a life structure similar to iron-based life. But is there any weakness to such a life form? They couldn't believe their eyes. There was actually such a creature in this world. They didn't know what to do with this body. Chapter 1120. The entire Great Civilization region used all kinds of methods to attack, but they couldn't even hit the other party's body. They couldn't even break the other party's defense. Even if some skin cells were worn out, they would heal almost instantly. After a while, they could only retreat. The venerable sovereign opened his eyes again, took out the crown, and put it on. I curse you to be old and dirty, your body stained with dirty water. He cursed for a while. The venerable sovereigns rested again. The nine-headed ancient mother broke out in cold sweat, restraint. It's a great counter to me. He definitely wouldn't dare to lie down like this when facing other 10th level existences. No matter how high his defense was, it was impossible for him to do this. The other party just happened to counter 2 of my attack Great Deo bloodlines and knows that I can't cause him any harm. It was too much of a counter. Even if he was facing Yuan Lan's Stone Man Disc, a weak peak 10th level, he would definitely not dare to lie down like this. Yet, he dared to lie down in front of her. The other party had both iron-based and elemental bloodlines, and he understood them very well. He only dared to do this because he couldn't cause any damage to them. It was as if he had really planned this in the ancient times. Seeing the venerable sovereign fall into a deep sleep, she was completely determined to retreat. She left quickly. I was going to kill and defeat the Stone Man Disc, but it will take some time to defeat it. The other party has a grasp of time, and it will be difficult for me to delay it. I can only leave first. If I stay here. She planned to retreat first and find a bloodline that could restrain the evil and vicious blood of the other party before returning. On the other side, the entire void shook slightly. At this moment, all the existences in the abyssal blue divine domain were looking into the distance silently. They couldn't see through the labyrinth between the layers of space, so they didn't know what the battle was like. The players were also very worried. After all, there was a huge gap between their realms. Venerable sovereigns had improved rapidly and accumulated a lot of knowledge. However, it was obvious that it was because of this incident that they had hurriedly advanced to the peak of the 10th level. Moreover, they were still at the peak of the 10th level without a great Deo. They had an empty frame with a realm but no combat power. Could he really win? At this moment, the Stone Man Disc also looked into the distance. Although I want to help, that nine-headed ancient mother is skilled in the laws of space and distance. That maze is enclosed and separated, so I can't enter. This scene was also inexplicable to him. It was not within the scope of the fate he had seen. However, the next second, he suddenly saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. The huge labyrinth shrunk and turned into a starry dress. The body of the nine-headed ancient mother appeared. Her face was pale as she turned around and left. Everyone was completely shocked. When they looked at the place again, they saw the venerable sovereign lying flat on the ground. They thought he had been killed, but when they looked carefully, they found that he was sleeping on the ground. Sleep. He fell asleep? The eyes of the Stone Man Disc and the others widened, and they couldn't react at all. Such an intense life and death battle? He actually fell asleep? In such a life and death battle, wouldn't he be at the mercy of others? Then why wasn't he killed, but was still lying on the ground? This scene was completely incomprehensible to them. They couldn't even imagine what had happened. In the distance, the quantum players who had been in charge of the live broadcast all this time also captured this scene. This scene was simply a classic scene of a scumbag. Looking at the nine-headed ancient mother leaving with a pale face, leaving the venerable sovereign lying on the ground, breaking the ancient taboo, the venerable sovereign must have miscalculated and lost his body. You're indeed thirsty. I've said before that he won't even let go of the elderly and children and wanted to lay his hands on us. We've rejected him with our deaths, and now. The most important thing is that he actually succeeded. Venerable sovereigns have suffered a crushing defeat. I'm afraid they've been squeezed dry. They ran around and cried out in alarm. When they saw this scene, they felt that their three views had been subverted. The scumbag didn't admit that he had slept with her, and the scumbag had run away. When the other players heard these discussions, they were completely speechless. These idiots weren't really stupid. They probably already knew what had happened and were now breathing a sigh of relief, which was why they were spouting nonsense. Cough, cough, cough. Although I don't know what happened, the nine-headed ancient mother left with a pale face. I'm afraid she's heavily injured. She has the upper hand. Sleeping, I'm afraid he's really in a deep sleep. After all, venerable sovereigns had eternal blood. I thought it was gone, but it's still there. He fell into a deep sleep so soon. Didn't the venerable sovereign's condition not good from the beginning? In the end, he fell into a deep sleep halfway through the battle. They all felt that something was wrong. Did the venerable sovereign not take the other party seriously? He's about to fall asleep? Halfway through the battle, he fell into a deep sleep. Wasn't he afraid that the other party would take the opportunity to kill him? Or did he not take this terrifying 10th-tier extreme god seriously at all from the start? He felt that the other party was so weak that it made one's hair stand on end. They looked at each other and suddenly felt the great terror hidden within. The ancient god didn't even put the other party in his eyes. He would let a venerable sovereign without a great deo defeat his opponent, allowing the weak to win against the strong. As for the venerable sovereigns, they didn't even put the other party in their eyes. They came here casually and lazily. They knew that they were going to sleep, so why did they come to fight casually? He didn't take her seriously from the beginning. They continued to fantasize. The meaning of this scene was too deep. Brothers. In other words, if the venerable sovereigns had not fallen into a deep sleep halfway through their journey, nine-headed ancient mother would have been killed long ago? And after it fell into a deep sleep, the nine-headed ancient mother tried to attack the venerable sovereign, but it failed to break its defense? You can only run away. This is too tragic. The more they thought about it, the more terrifying it was. How big was the gap? At this moment, the venerable sovereign also woke up slowly. He opened his eyes and looked around. He didn't listen to the players' nonsense. His expression was serious as he thought, that nine-headed ancient mother finally knows that she's going to run. She's trying to escape while I'm in a deep sleep. In the end, she still managed to discover the weakness of this bloodline and the curse. If the other party's aura was not nearby, or if his divine will was not nearby, it would be impossible to curse the other party through the air. Once the other party escaped, the distance was too far, and there was nothing she could do. However, she put away her spatial maze and didn't cover me. To me, it was also like I had escaped from that cage. Su Ji thought to himself, without the spatial maze to protect her, I might have a chance of defeating my opponent if I were to escape with light clothes. I just don't know what other tricks they have up their sleeves. But he still had to try. Su Ji sorted out his thoughts. Since he had already made a move, he was not some saint either. Only a fool would let a tiger return to the mountains. The nine-headed ancient mother's three bloodlines of the great Dao did not match, so Su Ji did not think that she was some powerful 10th level ultimate. At most, she would be the king of the mountains in this land, a 10th level ultimate born in the wild. After all, she had only ruled a part of this star cluster, not even 1/1000th of the universe's land. In the universe, there must be a truly powerful and mature level 10 peak. But he still had to find a way to get rid of the other party. He muttered to himself and looked in the direction of the nine-headed ancient mother's jump. He took a step forward. You want to leave while I'm asleep? You're overestimating yourself. Chapter 1121. The venerable sovereign took a step forward. The surrounding space trembled as it followed the direction of the nine-headed ancient mother. The stoneman Disk and his brother saw that the nine-headed ancient mother, who had been overbearing and looking down on everything in the world, had fled in fear after fighting for who knows how long. They could not help but feel mixed emotions. According to what those living beings said, if it wasn't for the fact that the other party's bloodline was in a deep sleep, he would have killed the nine-headed ancient mother long ago. And even if it's asleep, lying on the ground without any resistance, the nine-headed ancient mother can't attack? The difference was beyond imagination. They couldn't even imagine how an ordinary level 10 who had 5 ordinary extraordinary bloodlines could make such a huge difference. The difference between heaven and earth seemed to be reversed. This is what a truly important person is like. The stone man dish looked at the disappearing figure, feeling shocked. Of course, they did not know that this was a vicious trick to scare the other party away. In fact, the difference in combat strength was still so great that they could not even touch a single hair of the nine-headed ancient mother. Just the sight of him falling into a deep sleep and fleeing in panic was terrifying. Whoosh! Su Ji jumped gently. The distance between them grew. Even though the nine-headed ancient mother was a master of the laws of space and distance, it was extremely familiar with its spatial skipping techniques, allowing it to move at an extremely fast speed. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm also proficient in spatial laws, I would really have been left behind by her. Su Ji looked at this scene with a grave expression. The escape of the nine-headed ancient mother was a real disaster, and if he could get rid of it, he could not leave it behind. Rib. The space was torn apart, and the coordinates kept jumping. The two supreme existences who were so powerful that they stood at the peak of the universe were chasing each other. The void was filled with the sound of space breaking. A whistling storm of energy and space fragments sounded on both sides, reverberating with a 5-colored radiance. Although I can't even touch her, I'll exhaust her to death. Su Ji's eyes narrowed, and they gradually turned cold. As he chased after her, he organized his thoughts. Her energy level is not high, which means that she has a normal body size. The energy contained in the cells of the Great Dao in her body is just that. Although I don't have the endurance of the 9 revolutions mysterious art, the energy feedback from my mass extinction can also make up for the consumption of the pursuit. When she was full of energy, I had no chance to get close to her. I could only be played by her, trapped and killed. However, her energy level is not high. When her energy is exhausted, it will be a different scene. The other party was definitely feeling extremely aggrieved. Metal-based and elemental attacks were completely ineffective. His race's space bloodline could trap and kill him, but he was afraid of Su Ji's curse from a distance. He would use his eternal bloodline to consume his lifespan. Take his life while he's down. Su Ji crossed the distance in one step. He was very fast, and in no time, he accompanied them as they traveled through the entire Azure Abyss Great Domain. Boom! Boom! The space trembled as he flew at lightning speed. What's that? There are still such existences fighting in this world. On an ordinary planet, a god worshipped by all living beings looked up at the sky in shock. He couldn't believe it. Boom! The stars seemed to be folded, and the planets were like dense bowling balls that passed by. Nuclear bombs! Nuclear bombs have destroyed our home. This is the cruelest world-destroying weapon in the world. The entire planet was destroyed. In the ruins, smoke rose. People walked out of their underground bunkers and looked up at the sky. They felt that there was a vast existence like a cosmic monster that covered the sky and the sun. It was as if their entire planet was a marble under their feet in the eyes of the monster. Why do you keep chasing me? The nine-headed ancient mother growled. The continuous battles, the loss of her lifespan, and the spatial jumps had drained her energy rapidly. She could feel a piercing chill down her spine. She had never been so close to death before. I'm here on the orders of my master to kill you. The venerable sovereigns just followed behind. Nine-headed ancient mother was completely flustered. Only she knew in her heart that the other party was a natural counter to her. Even the stone man disc of the abyssal blue divine domain could fight this 10th tier venerable to death. Even the strongest defense of the other party was useless. It could directly pry open the bloodline and beat this venerable sovereign to death. He might not even be able to defeat the stone man disc, but he could perfectly restrain her, who was countless times more powerful, and hunt her down. How could she not be angry? Her mind was still blank, and she felt like she was in a dream. Scheme. He was probably really scheming. I've really been pushed to the surface. Those two great bloodlines have been acting against me since ancient times. Goosebumps rose all over her body. She was so scared that she trembled and growled in her heart, so, a disciple of the sect can also cause fatal damage to me when he leaves the mountain gate and enters the world. At this moment, she knew that escaping was also a slow death. The other party was too much of a jinx. His endurance was too strong. He completely jinxed her. Whoosh! She stopped in her tracks and revealed a sad and beautiful expression. Can you let me go? I can give you anything you want. He's just a barbarian from the countryside, what can he have? The venerable sovereign looked calm and disdainful. She was silent and hesitated for a while before revealing her true form. She was wearing a long pleated dress, and the hem of the dress was like a flower in the starry sky. Her 9 heads were actually one, and her face was beautiful and gorgeous. She turned into a tall beauty and said, I am from the ancient 9-headed ancient mother clan. Although my bloodline is getting thinner and thinner, I have been the god of time and space for generations. I have cultivated to the ultimate level, but I have never had any man that I like. Their bloodline is not worthy of me. She said softly, my bloodline is not something that can be matched by someone with an ordinary bloodline. Although I've been searching for a good half of my life to find someone with the spatial bloodline to match up with me and to flourish our declining bloodline clan, I was unable to find it. That was until I met you. She pursed her lips and looked at the black-robed young man in front of her. Her eyes were as gentle as water and sparkling. She couldn't help but say, as for you, you have the extremely powerful subspace bloodline, which is a perfect match for my race's space bloodline. If it's you or me, if the bloodline of our descendants were to mutate, it's very possible for us to restore the glory of our clan, and even surpass our glorious 9-headed ancient mother clan. Her eyes were burning. Thinking about it this way, they were simply a match made in heaven. The Stone Man Disc had continuously searched for women of the same race who were compatible with the bloodline and gave birth to children. Only then did the 3 great heavenly venerates Blue Abyss improve their own race's Blue Abyss bloodline. However, the 2 space bloodlines in front of him were extremely compatible. If he could succeed. In that case, it was even possible that the 9-headed ancient mother bloodline of the clan, which was getting older by the day, could be restored to its peak in her hands, and even surpass the supreme bloodline of the ancient ancestor. Her eyes were burning with passion, as if she was seeing a kind of. He was invincible. Melwell looked at the young man in front of him. He did not know if he had been beaten silly or if his head had become muddled because of all kinds of shocks, but his heart was beating fast. After all, they were both humanoid creatures and not strange monsters, which was in line with their aesthetic standards. She also felt that the other party was handsome, and for a moment, her face turned slightly red. If you and I become Deo companions, you'll have a share of my power. After all, you're in the sect, so you'll have to have some connections outside and develop some power. You're here to do something for Master. As long as the pretense in front of you fails, let me go. You can even make me fake my death and disappear. In the future, when the limelight is over, you can bring me back to see your master. I think he is not a cold and heartless person. A blush flashed across her face, but she quickly calmed down and said in a cold and serious tone, you and I are both ultimate existences, living under the laws. We can swear to the great Deo and establish a Deo companion contract. From now on, we will be of the same breath and branch, sharing both honor and disgrace. The venerable sovereign, with his hands behind his back, listened to the gentle introduction of this beautiful woman in a starry dress, but his expression did not change. He waited for her to finish before he said indifferently. So that's how it is. You want to trick me into letting you go and letting you live. You actually wanted to obtain my powerful bloodline and trick me into having a child with you. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone, what a good scheme. Her face stiffened. He couldn't react in time, and he looked like he had seen a ghost. This one. Just one look. I can tell that you have ulterior motives. Before Melwell could react, the overlord took a step forward, grabbed her hair, and smashed her hard. Unforgivable. You actually tried to deceive me. Bang. The head of the doll-like beauty, who was wearing a pleated Gothic dress, was crushed into nothingness by a hand with a confused look on her face. Her entire head exploded in an instant, and blood mixed with her skull in the broken void. Her original shape could no longer be seen. Chapter 1122. Bang. The entire space-time cracked. The defense of this 10th tier ultimate level demon was also extremely shocking. She was not good at close combat. However, the defensive power of her iron-based bloodline of the Great Deo was actually comparable to the combined defensive power of Su Ji's several bloodlines. It was extremely tough. Su Ji only realized that the defensive power of the two of them was actually on par when he got really close to her body. She couldn't move her sleeping self, and in turn, she couldn't move her. After all, neither of them had any powerful offensive bloodlines, and Su Ji's 5 genetic bloodlines did not have any offensive bloodlines. They were basically all defensive bloodlines, and these were all strange creatures that the players had evolved into. Su Ji's eyelids twitched wildly as he saw that there was not a single one he could fight head-on. I actually can't beat you. The venerable sovereign's face was cold. He waved his fists and ruthlessly pressed her head into the void, rubbing it until it was unrecognizable. Her eyes and nose were stuck together, but her head quickly recovered like a firm mollusk. In Su Ji's opinion, this was indeed a country bumpkin. As a long-range mage, he had actually fused with such a defensive bloodline for close combat. It was so hard to use it to take a beating. A mage in a tank outfit was really not suitable. Bang! Bang! Bang bang bang! The 9-headed ancient mother's head was pressed into the void and smashed like a rice cake. She was already at a loss and was being beaten until the sky and earth were spinning. Her head was spinning and her entire being was in a daze. How could there be such a person in this world? She was originally an extremely proud woman with high standards. There were countless ultimate existences in the universe who had pursued her but were coldly rejected by her. She shouldered the heavy responsibility of reviving her clan's bloodline that was becoming thinner by the day. No matter how powerful the other party's bloodline was, as long as it didn't match, she couldn't be bothered to care. She was a woman who valued appearance very much and didn't even look at them if they weren't human-like creatures. After all, she was living with a monster. She was proud and arrogant, so she didn't care about it. And right now, she was the 9-headed ancient mother, a great and supreme existence that looked down on the world and the universe. There were countless ancient taboos that sought to express their goodwill. At this moment, she had never taken the initiative to say that she wanted to marry and become Deo companions, but the other party was actually pressing her down in the void and beating her up. The other party was a 10th grade offspring that could be seen everywhere. Existences at the peak of the 10th level had nothing better to do. As long as they were willing to pay the price, wouldn't they have as many children as they wanted? Over the long years, she had seen countless ants that were everywhere. Perhaps it was rare in the outside world and a rare legend. However, to existences at their true level, they were simply everywhere. When she went to visit, the other deist friends of the ancient existences and the descendants of the 10th level existences stood obediently on both sides as boys and servants. They didn't even dare to look at her while they were talking and serving her tea, for fear of angering her. However, at this moment, an ordinary 10th level heir who did not even have a bloodline of the Great Deo, a weakling who was at the level of serving tea and water, was willing to marry her, an ancient overlord with the bloodline of the 3 Great Deo. It was simply unbelievable and unbelievable. Yet, the other party still refused? Was he looking down on her? She was completely dumbfounded. All the strange things that had happened in the past had subverted her values and hit her self-confidence time and time again. In addition, she had already compromised for the sake of the whole. A woman had taken the initiative to marry him, but she had been beaten up like this. Her hair was grabbed and she was pressed to the ground and beaten. It completely broke her mind. And in the face of such a close-range attack, she was indeed powerless to resist. However, she quickly regained her senses and tried to persuade him. She mumbled, "I'm telling the truth. With the Great Deo contract, we're all at the final realm of the Deo integration realm, so we'll be able to sense the laws of the universe the best. How could I lie to you? If I do, our consciousness will be gradually assimilated by the Great Deo, and we will lose our sense of self. We will be eroded faster, this means death." She thought that the other party didn't know about the Great Deo contract at all. The Great Deo originally did not have rules or contracts. The entire universe was incomplete and simple at the beginning, with only a main branch. However, as the laws of the ancient existences were perfected and the branches of the laws of the universe were supplemented, there were naturally some heaven-defying ancient existences with great ambitions and indescribable ancient taboos who chose to merge with the Deo. They supplemented the laws of the Great Deo and created the laws of the Deo, binding the 10th tier existences and establishing the rules. Therefore, the entire universe's laws would not be thrown into chaos because of existences of the ultimate Deo. A mere country bumpkin also wants to marry me and use this to establish a relationship. If this isn't taking advantage of me, what is it? The venerable sovereign's face was cold. He saw through the other party's sinister plan at a glance. He rode on the other party and smashed his head with his fists. You want to live, take advantage of me, and even scheme for my bloodline. You've taken all 3 advantages. Her mind was completely blank. She was taking advantage of him? The other party was a level 10 who did not even have a bloodline of the Great Dao. If it wasn't for the fact that it could restrain her, even the stone man dish might not have been able to win. One punch. One punch. The spirit of the venerable sovereign was like that of a pine tree beating a tiger. He pressed the other party to the ground, as if he was pounding rice cakes. However, the other party's body was extremely hard, and its defense was still extremely strong. Even when he was exhausted from the fight, the other party was only a pool of sticky flesh and blood that was rapidly recovering. The vitality of the iron-based race was so strong that even Su Ji felt his scalp go numb after he achieved the bloodline of the Great Dao. Although the battle was intense, it was in a stalemate. Both sides were monsters with extremely strong defense and no powerful attacks. Neither side could kill the other. Su Ji did not dare to curse her at the moment. Once she fell asleep, she might really take the opportunity to escape. However, it was not impossible to kill the other party. Su Ji had the Zerg's mass extinction energy, which was constantly being fed back. His physical strength was definitely more abundant than her opponent's, and she would be worn out to death. What was the use of having a strong defense? He had to rely on his physical strength to support himself. The 9 Revolutions mysterious art required the support of physical strength, or else it was nothing. As long as the other party did not even have the strength to recover their physical strength, the 9-headed ancient mother would be the real one, and could only be beaten to death. The entire space river was blown up. There was no sound. All the molecules and atoms were disintegrating. The aura of the 9-headed ancient mother began to weaken significantly. This meant that after a series of intense battles, she had finally touched the edge of her energy level accumulation. A large portion of the stored energy in her Dao cells had been emptied, and she was showing signs of exhaustion. Her expression was completely dispirited, and her recovery rate was rapidly slowing down. The number of wounds gradually increased. I can't. If this continues. At this time, Melwell felt that her body was extremely weak. Death was coming. Her whole body was screaming. The strong premonition of death was stimulating every nerve and every cell in her body. The fear of death made her feel extremely weak, trembling, and desperate. The emotions of a former mortal surged forth. To her, the more powerful she was, the more she feared death. He could only use that move. Let's get through this first. If you think about how to live in the future. Her face was pale, and there was a flash of struggle. She slowly took out an embroidery needle from her starry dress and flicked it. Spatial spring ruler. In the next second, it was as if a spring path that had folded countless spaces was instantly paved. The waterfall was like a silver screen of the galaxy, supporting the venerable sovereign and her. It was getting bigger and bigger, as if it covered the entire sky, pulling the distance between them further and further. It was as if this needle could turn into a ruler, separating the two of them on both ends of the world. In the end, she still managed to escape. Su Ji looked sideways with his hands behind his back, but he did not give chase. This scene was too sudden, and he could not react in time. At the same time, he was powerless to stop it. The other party's spatial maze was a difficult problem that he could not deal with. At this moment, he already felt that he was unimaginably far away, and he was unable to locate the other party's spatial coordinates. It was already a rare miracle in the universe for him to be able to achieve such an exaggerated battle result despite being weaker than someone of the 10th level and fighting against someone with the bloodline of 3 great Daos. This was an absolute factor of time, location, and people. The 2 ancient ruins bloodlines he had obtained before were the key to victory. In this battle, it was almost impossible to replicate such power in the face of the other party's descent. Everything was thanks to the ancient universe garden and the elemental ruins. On the other hand, this old ultimate realm who has lived for who knows how long still has a powerful final life-saving measure. Even though he tried with hope, it was still. Return to Wongu. Su Ji stood in the starry sky and walked around. He was bathed in the light of a sun, looking up at the sky. The golden light shone on his handsome face, giving him an indescribable sense of ancient divinity. However, he did not expect that he would still reach this stage and become so powerful. Chapter 1123. Su Ji took a step forward and was on his way home in the vast sea of stars. This 9-headed ancient mother was indeed a troublesome fella. If it wasn't for the fact that it was easy to restrain her, this battle would have been troublesome. On the other hand, the other party expressed his submission and asked the great Deo of the universe to bear witness and sign a Deo companion contract. What was a Deo companion? Share blessings and difficulties together, please be the witness of the heavenly Deo. Su Ji had signed a contract with her as the Zerg Emperor. Was he not coveting the Zerg gene bank that she had been deducing for so long? Deo companion. Was he really going to invite her to be his Zerg Empress? No matter how stupid Su Ji was, he would not be so stupid as to sign a contract with that thing. The words he said about the other party coveting his bloodline seemed like an excuse, but it was true. It seems like I'm going to kill her in this battle regardless of her surrender and willingness to marry her. In fact, I have no choice. Su Ji said, shaking his head. At most, the other party would make an oath to the Great Deo, and both parties would sign an equal contract to become Deo companions and pursue the Great Deo together. This was already the greatest concession the other party could make. And what kind of slave contract would he have to sign? Recognize me as my master? Didn't he have any points for his charm? He was an ultimate existence in the universe, an ancient existence at the end of the Great Deo. How could he fall in love with you all of a sudden and shamelessly become your slave? He would rather die than sign it. This was equivalent to putting one's life in the hands of others. One would lose their dignity and even become a pig raised by the other party, who could be killed at any time and take away one's Deo bloodline. Who would be willing to do so? Moreover, he still had his own life-saving means. He could escape, but it seemed that he had paid a heavy price to use it at the end. In this battle, it seemed that I had the initiative and suppressed her with force. I was very relaxed along the way, as if I was really a disciple of an ancient sect who suppressed her at will and completely restrained her. But in fact, I had no choice in the first place. If I'm really a venerable sovereign, in order to win her over, what's the harm in marrying a beautiful woman? But it's impossible for me to sign with her. Su Ji took a step forward and wandered among the stars. He was still very realistic. It would be a lie to say that he was not envious of a 10th tier ultimate level. Moreover, he was a level 10 being with the bloodline of one of the 3 great Daos. One had to know that Su Ji himself was a crippled 10th tier, and he did not even have the bloodline of the Great Path. Now, he had barely managed to step into the 10th tier era ahead of time on his own. However, the current bug tribe civilization was still in the previous level 9 era, and they were on the path to the ultimate level 10. In a short time, the birth of a true level 10 would take a long time. If they could deal with the other party, it would be equivalent to a great leap forward. Originally, I wanted to cripple him and put him on the verge of death, then transform him into a Zerg. However, this hope was also destroyed. As expected, he had a life-saving method and escaped directly. Su Ji was helpless. This kind of existence that had lived for millions of years, no one knew how many civilizations they had lived for, it was extremely hard to kill them, it was impossible to do so without some life-saving measures. But after thinking for a while, Su Ji immediately laughed. What am I thinking? The other party is so powerful that I can force him to retreat. He is already frightened by me. Does he really think that there is some ancient secret sect? It's already a miracle that you've managed to do this, yet you're still thinking about things that you don't have. In this world, how could everything go as one wished? But what was even more unfortunate was that even after he had destroyed the other party, he still did not manage to obtain the bloodline of the 9-headed ancient mother race from the other party's flesh. This was because after condensing the Deo bloodline, the 5 of them had already fused together. It was impossible to take away the ordinary bloodline that had yet to form the Deo. Su Ji returned to the land of the deep blue divine territory as he thought about this. Forget it. It looks like he'll have to recuperate in the high-dimensional space-time for at least a few hundred or a few thousand years. By then, I don't even know what realm he'll be in. The ground was a mess, and the entire battlefield was covered in blood. The 3 heavenly venerates of the Azure Abyss divine domain had been knocked unconscious, but they had already woken up. They stood quietly with the stone man disc, waiting for the outcome of the battle. They were slightly surprised to see the venerable sovereigns. If may ask, sir, this battle, the stone man dish had lived for 1,000,000 years, but it still asked respectfully. 9-headed ancient mother has some skills. To think that she would use her last resort even when she was heavily injured and run away on the brink of death. Su Ji cast him a glance. He was able to defeat the 9-headed ancient mother because the 2 kings next door who had inherited her bloodline were unable to defeat the stone man disc. He had yet to become his kings next door. If they were to fight normally, he would not be able to defeat the stone man disc since his realm was low and he had not cultivated the 9 revolutions mysterious art. However, it seemed like he was already scared out of his wits and didn't know the process of his battle with the 9-headed ancient mother. He was extremely respectful towards him. It was only now that Su Ji came to a realization. The Zerg empresses of the past seemed to have familiarized themselves with being the next door old Wang, then figured out the other party's background, restrained them, and then killed them. Su Ji felt that this method of fighting was not too bad, as it had beaten the 9-headed ancient mother into a daze. Near death. The stoneman disc was startled. It seemed to have suffered unimaginable damage. The venerable sovereign said indifferently, "Nothing happened. On this land, you are still the new masters. The 9-headed ancient mother was forced to retreat by you. The Blue Abyss divine territory will be the new ultimate dynasty of this star field for 10,000 years." The stone man dish was almost dazed. The 3 heavenly venerates behind him were also in disbelief. Their wish had been so easily fulfilled? The ultimate civilization that stands at the top of this universe? They had thought that they would definitely die in this situation, but it had turned into such an unbelievable scene. "Do you know? We've never appeared," the venerable sovereign said. "Yes, the abyssal blue divine territory will not know anything. Everything will return to normal and we will develop as per normal." The stone man dish was as silent as cicadas in winter, and quickly replied seriously. They were already very lucky to be able to become the new owners of this land, break the level 10 ultimate curse, and step into this realm. By the way, prepare a portion of the Cloud Star Deo fruit bloodline. The venerable sovereign said again. Yes. The stoneman disc didn't dare to disobey because it was completely afraid of this 10th tier extreme descendant who seemed to have no great Deo. It could easily kill an existence like the 9-headed ancient mother. How could it dare to disobey? If he accidentally angered the other party, he might even be killed in an instant. However, if the other party didn't kill them, it meant that the other party looked down on them and didn't even covet their bloodline of the great Deo. The existence behind the other party was truly unfathomable. Su Ji took the bloodline and left immediately. He said to the players behind him, "We have never appeared on this land, do you understand? From now on, the Azure Abyss Divine Territory will be the new overlord of this galaxy. You are not allowed to appear as you please. You're not allowed to reveal any traces. Come back with me." The players were so shocked that they could not speak. They quickly nodded and respectfully followed the venerable sovereign to open the space channel, returning to the extraordinary sandbox world. Everything was completely silent. The stone man disc stood in the ruins and looked into the distance. It couldn't help but say in shock, "This is the true terrifying figure of the universe. Who knows how many terrifying secrets are hidden in the universe?" On the internet, the entire player forum was in an uproar. The scene was too shocking. They had thought that the ancient god would break through to level 10 directly and then face the ultimate existence that had descended. Who knew that the ancient god had never made a move and let the venerable sovereign make a move? The venerable sovereign, on the other hand, did not seem to care at all. He was obviously in a deep sleep, but he still descended and beat the other party up. All of this was too inexplicable. That was the dark hand of an ultimate existence behind the scenes. The racer of Mount Harana fell silent as well. This was too scary. He felt that all of this was impossible to deduce, but these small problems were not difficult for him. After sorting out the causes and effects, he directly posted on the forum. "Brothers, all of this has already been decided." Chapter 1124. Fate? Everyone was puzzled. In reality, the battle in the abyssal blue divine territory was too intense. Many unimaginable events had erupted, causing everyone to be unable to react to it. For example, the arrival of venerable sovereigns, who could sweep away everything. Or, why didn't the ancient gods do anything? As for hiding and preventing even more terrifying enemies, what kind of enemies were there? For example, the stoneman disc could see the future, but why didn't it have their footprints? Was the fake death in the universe garden really to guard against the 9-headed ancient mother? After all, even a venerable sovereign could suppress him. At this moment, everyone was at a loss, but they were very excited. They were enthusiastically discussing what they had seen and heard in the forum. He tried to figure out the deeper meaning. It was as if they were discussing the next plot of a television drama. However, this was not a television drama, but reality. This was an unprecedented event. Even Earth could vaguely see the light from the explosion. It would definitely affect the future of the entire superstar cluster for the next million years. The racer of Mount Harana continued, "That's right, fate. The Stone Man Disc, the mastermind behind the fallen civilization, can vaguely see the future, but why can't he see us?" Now that everyone thought about it, they realized that the other party really couldn't see them. The future that the Stone Man Disc saw did not include quantum life forms, Buddhists, or even venerable sovereigns. Instead, it was a tragic future where he was defeated by the nine-headed ancient mother in a battle. In the entire future, their figures could not be seen at all. They had been erased directly. What kind of world-shaking mysterious power was it? This was hard to imagine. The karma of the entire universe was the most difficult to erase. In fact, the more powerful the existence of a greater nomological law, the more they could sense the changes in the cause and effect of the entire universe. No one could escape from it. This is indeed a huge suspicion. The other party can't see us. Also, it's fine if the Stone Man Disc can't see it, it might be because of its low cultivation level. But how powerful is the nine-headed ancient mother? 3 ancient forbidden existences with the bloodline of the great Dao. Even she can't see us, and she can't trace our whereabouts. Everyone was confused. At the same time, they also remembered an ancient Chinese saying, "It was beyond the 3 realms and not within the 5 elements." The situation in front of him seemed to be reflected in this. The racer of Mount Harana thought to himself, "They can't even predict our movements. They can't even predict that we're 10th level existences?" This was a very terrifying point. We've hidden ourselves too deeply, so how did we manage to hide ourselves? In fact, we already have the answer. Everyone was immediately excited and asked for the answer. The racer of Mount Harana asked, "Do you still remember the origin of the dimensional courtyard of the god of creation?" Naturally, he remembered. This was the dimensional courtyard of the god of creation. Previously, the racer of Mount Harana had deduced the true origins of this courtyard. The heavens spread 4-9, and man escaped into 1. The source of the entire universe, chaos, Dao Yi. This was also known as the god of creation. He had evolved the 49 life forms of the universe, but he had allowed the living beings to evolve the remaining 1. And this 1 was the dimensional courtyard of the god of creation. He had evolved one of the escapees, but it was in the hands of the ancient creature and placed on Earth. That was why they were able to evolve the species now. Previously, the dimensional courtyard of the god of destruction had appeared. The god of destruction, who had come from a distant future, had descended into this era. The one who had escaped had become the other. Therefore, the racer of Mount Harana had mentioned this before. The god of destruction and the god of creation appeared in the same era. The 2-1 would fight, and the entire universe would fall into unprecedented chaos. This was the origin of the dimensional courtyard of the god of destruction and the god of creation. What does that have to do with anything? Is it related to the dimensional courtyard of the god of creation? Many people were discussing. The racer of Mount Harana could not help but say helplessly, "Can't you see it now? The heaven is one of the 4-9 mysteries, and man is one of them. We are one of the ones that will escape, the only variable. Can the other party trace our whereabouts? They can predict our future?" I will repeat that sentence again. Heaven has 4-9 laws, man is 1. In our ancient Chinese mythology, this escaped 1 can't be counted at all, understand? The racer of Mount Harana was in a state of heartache. They were starting to doubt if they were the descendants of China. Combining ancient China's history with the current situation, it should be obvious at a glance. But at this moment, the players slowly came to a realization. So that's how it is, we can't predict it. No wonder the Azure Abyss Divine Territory, the fallen civilization, and the 9-headed ancient mother can't be considered our base. Because we are the only variable. With that said, one of the suspicious points became clear, and he suddenly felt enlightened. They sat in front of their computers and watched as the computer screen gradually flickered with light. They slapped their thighs and said, "It matched. It was a perfect match. No wonder they couldn't plot against us. They already had the answer from the beginning. It's just that we're too stupid and can't see through it. We're not part of fate, we're the only variable in the entire universe, but now, this 1 variable had become 2. When they thought of the dimensional courtyard of the god of destruction, the excitement on their faces collapsed. The racer of Mount Harana, do you know why I'm using this point to solve the entire incident? Because this point can lead to the entire situation. What overall situation? Everyone held their breath, feeling puzzled. The racer of Mount Harana continued, first of all, as the only variable, it's only natural that we hide it. Why did he hide? There was no need to say more. The opportunity to come into contact with the God of creation. If others were to find out that it's the only heavenly Deo life force that's in contact with the source of the great Deo, it'll definitely set off an earth-shattering war in the universe. No one refuted his words. This was no longer a possible reason for him to hide, but a necessity. The peak of the 10th level was the end of the universe, and there was nowhere to go. It was the peak. But who wouldn't want to have the opportunity to see the true source of the universe? To see the real God of creation? Humph. He just didn't want them to see the God of creation. Sundara. Humph. Eat an apple if you don't show them. We haven't comprehended this profound theory yet, so how can we let them comprehend it? Smug. Speaking of which, there's already a big shot who's been lying in the yard every day, trying to comprehend the God of creation eating an apple and studying every detail. I wonder what laws of heaven and earth he's comprehended? Longing. It's said that they haven't figured it out yet, but there must be a big meaning behind it, which is why we can't show it to them. I have to admit that these ultimate existences are much more powerful than us. Maybe they'll figure out the great Deo of heaven and earth just by watching it once. Let them continue to be country bumpkins. If it's not observed, it'll be in the middle state of quantum uncertainties, and the God of creation won't collapse into reality in their eyes. This was the greatest opportunity in the universe. Which of them didn't know? Mastering this escapade, the evolution of species, and the origin of all bloodlines, meant that there were infinite possibilities. The racer of Mount Harana was not in a hurry when he heard the crowd's discussion. He waited for them to slow down before he continued, then, if it's you guys, what do you think you should do if you want to hide and protect the biggest opportunity in the universe? Someone immediately replied without thinking, of course, he had to hide. The racer of Mount Harana chuckled. So, how will you guys choose to hide? After this sentence, everyone fell silent again. Everyone knew that he was hiding. However, he had no idea how to dodge it. Someone couldn't help but ask, then what's the point of hiding? As the only living variable, it's not within the 3 realms or the 5 elements. I don't think they can find it. Everyone felt that it made sense. The universe was so big. If they couldn't calculate the location, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. It was impossible to find it. There was no need to be particular about finding a random location to hide, right? The racer of Mount Harana shook his head again. You guys are too naive. Those great existences in the ultimate universe might not be able to calculate your location, but it was also possible for them to find you indirectly. For example, on a piece of land, there is not a single supreme great Deo law that exists. Does anyone think it's normal to rule this piece of land? Everyone's heart tightened, as if they had caught on to something. If you hide on a piece of land, you can't just hide it so easily. There are many other things to do. The racer of Mount Harana thought, this is very abnormal. It's not normal for a piece of land to have no ruler, so you've guessed it, if it was me, or anyone else, I would choose to do something inevitable, to push out a ruler of this land. And so, the scene we saw happened. He faked his death and escaped, pushing the 9-headed ancient mother out to become the master of this land on the surface. Boom! Boom! It was as if everyone's mind was struck by a thunderbolt. It was as if his entire mind had been enlightened, and he could vaguely feel that it was clear. They had previously thought that Rainaman Saga's fake death was because the Universe Garden had encountered an unimaginable enemy. That was why he had used such a method and paid a huge price to escape with the death of a level 10. And that unimaginable enemy was the culprit that destroyed the Universe Garden, it was the 9-headed ancient mother that had descended previously. Who knew that they had only guessed half of it? They had indeed encountered an unimaginable enemy, an existence from a higher dimension that was coveting the one that they had escaped to. However, it was not the 9-headed ancient mother. Back then, the destruction of the Cosmos Garden had indeed cost a huge price. However, it was only a deliberate gift to the 9-headed ancient mother so that she could become the master of this land. With such a huge price, he had concealed his true identity and hid in the dark. What a good plan! A super ancient god is truly a terrifying schemer. It's very terrifying to be hidden in this land. Moon goddesses and Renemansky have also learned the truth that the ancient gods can't hide the news. However, they also escaped and hid after learning about it. Although the 3 of them are fighting, they don't want outsiders to know and more people to get involved. The more they thought about it, the more excited they became. They cried out in excitement. It matched, it completely matched. It was like a puzzle to all the truths from before, every detail overlapping. They look different, but they're the same in essence. However, the process was different. We thought that the enemy of that high and mighty existence was the nine-headed ancient mother. Who would have thought that she was just a shield? No wonder they only sent venerable sovereigns to deal with her. Their bodies trembled as they felt a sense of natural, inevitable, and rationality. The true truth of ancient history, which was linked to each other, gradually appeared before their eyes. Chapter 1125. To push out a master on the surface. Even they had to admit that this method was the best method. It was even the inevitable method, the inevitable choice of history. Then, why are you overthrowing this master now that you've pushed him out? Someone couldn't help asking. Since he was the master on the surface, he would not interfere with the nine-headed ancient mother's actions and let her continue to destroy the Azure Abyss Divine Territory clan. Only then would he be able to hide better. The racer of Mount Harana fell silent. He had no way to explain this suspicion. The racer of Mount Harana replied, "I'm not too sure about that. Perhaps this nine-headed ancient mother of the three great bloodlines is getting stronger by the day. For safety's sake, we should kill her now and then support a new one?" In the eyes of outsiders, the abyssal blue divine territory has destroyed the taboo of this land and replaced it. Everyone felt that this explanation was acceptable, but it was not convincing enough. Perhaps, there were other reasons for him to choose to kill the nine-headed ancient mother? Anyway, he couldn't figure it out at the moment. The racer of Mount Harana did not dwell on the matter. "Then, I'm sure you're more or less clear on the overall outline and details, the cause and the result, right? Now, let's talk about the last key question: what realm are the ancient gods in?" They held their breath when they heard this. In the beginning, when they were in the ancient lava domain, they thought that the ancient god was a rank 9 deist. As time passed, they learned that the ancient god was the top of the rank 9 deist, a weak rank 10 who could break through at any time. But now, it seemed like it was going to be overthrown. The ancient god was actually a mysterious level 10 ultimate. But didn't he say that it was impossible? It would definitely be self-contradictory. If a super ancient god was a 10th level final realm, he could change his eternal bloodline at any time. When he was on the verge of death, he would not need a guardian anymore. Everyone finally realized that this was the biggest mystery at the moment. However, how could a disciple of a venerable sovereign sent by a super ancient god be able to suppress 3 10th level cultivators with the bloodline of the Great Path? This ancient god was definitely at the peak of level 10. Brothers, there's a conflict. That's right. This is too contradictory. If he's at the peak of the 10th level, why would he need a Deo protector to protect him during his slumber? And if it's not a peak 10th level, but a weak 10th level, it's even more impossible. Even a venerable sovereign is already a 10th level final realm. Even if he doesn't have the bloodline of the great Deo. Everyone's minds were in a daze. If a super ancient god was not at the peak of the 10th level, even if a venerable sovereign did not have the bloodline of the Great Path, he would still be at the peak of the 10th level. He could kill a super ancient god with one hand, but it was impossible for him to control a venerable sovereign. Judging from the respect shown by the venerable sovereign and the order from his master, the ancient gods must be extremely powerful. This also meant that he was a peak 10th level. They were completely at a loss. Su Ji had just returned to the orchard and was sitting in the living room on Earth. When he saw the scene on the internet, his face darkened slightly. This was indeed an inexplicable contradiction. "Everyone, please be quiet." The racer of Mount Harana tried to calm everyone down, but he still had something to say. "First of all, is it possible that the ancient god is a 10th level super loot? Then, was the logic of the previous Deo protector going to be overturned? This is the contradiction." Everyone nodded. The racer of Mount Harana continued, "However, all the illogical contradictions that we have seen are simply due to our lack of knowledge. Right now, I have 2 speculations. First, let's sort things out. If the ancient gods are at the peak of level 10, Moon God Ji should be at the peak of level 10 too, right?" Everyone said that this was only natural. Otherwise, what qualifications did he have to be an opponent? Now that he thought about it, the war between the Buddhism Transcendent System and the Mother Stream System back then was probably not a war between level 9 but a war between level 10 Ultimate Great Daos. The racer of Mount Harana, let's go with the flow. Do you still remember the reason why the Moon God Festival attacked the ancient civilization? Yueshengji's life was coming to an end, so he had come to obtain the blood of eternal life. After Moon God Ji took away the blood of immortality, he rebuilt the second generation of the Mother Stream civilization. With the blood of immortality everywhere, he expressed that he was also dying of old age and needed a Dao protector. Am I right? He said it himself, it wasn't fake. The question is, since these two 10th level existences are already at the final realm, why are they still fighting to the death for the blood of eternal life? Everyone's breathing immediately became rapid. Watson, you've found a blind spot. Why didn't they notice it? It wasn't just the ancient gods that were no longer valid, the Moon God Festival was no longer valid either. Moon God Ji had previously expressed in the Mother Stream civilization that he also needed to nurture Dao guardians to protect himself from his slumber. Ji Shang and Sun God Asa were both candidates, and he had even brought Dao lords back to nurture them. Wasn't this an unnecessary move? If he was at the peak of the 10th level, he could get rid of the bloodline at any time. He wouldn't have to worry about this. At that moment, Su Ji's face darkened as he read through the forum. He had thought that the loophole on the other side was big enough. He had not expected that there would be another loophole here. This contradiction was simply irreconcilable. The racer of Mount Harana was messing with him. At this time, the cute girl couldn't help but say, could it be that, as the ultimate level 10 universe masters, they are also on the verge of death and dare not remove the blood of eternal life? Is it because you can't find another eternal bloodline to replace it? When everyone heard this, they felt that it was very possible. After all, an eternal bloodline was extremely rare. In the vast universe, there was no substitute. Although a 10th rank final realm could modify a bloodline, it shouldn't be modified. That was because even peak 10th tier existences had lifespans. Su Ji sat in front of his computer and took a sip of tea. He felt that Menmei was very sensible and would be worth putting in an important position in the future. The racer of Mount Harana shouted, it was indeed difficult to find an immortal bloodline. Perhaps, a 10th tier final realm might not be found even if one were to travel across the entire universe. However, who said that there was no such thing as an eternal bloodline? The abyssal blue divine domain has been lying here for 1,000,000 years. Can't you see this immortal bloodline? Everyone thought about it and felt that it was indeed the case. Meng Mei's explanation was not useful. The racer of Mount Harana continued, according to my understanding, I've just obtained some information from the Azure Abyss clan. I'll go and take advantage of their power to ask them about the feelings and experiences of the Stone Man disc when it breaks through to the 10th level. I'll also ask them about some simple patterns. According to the Stoneman disc, the lifespan of a peak 10th level was over 100 million years. They used lifespan extension? It doesn't exist. Everyone's mind trembled. 100 million years? A grade 9 cultivator only took 100,000 years to achieve Dao. Was this the power of a peak 10th level? The ancient ultimate life form that stood at the end of the universe. Although a planet's lifespan could reach tens of billions of years, they were all inanimate objects. This was a living thing. The racer of Mount Harana said, hundreds of millions of years is only in theory. In reality, it's basically been assimilated by the universe. The length of their lifespan was determined by the speed at which they submitted to the universe. When the resistance becomes weaker and weaker, they will be assimilated by the entire universe and become the true laws, becoming the rules of the unseen world. When everyone heard this, they finally understood. No normal level 10 would be able to last until the end of their life. As time passed, the assimilation became more and more serious. In the end, he lost his own consciousness and was fused into one by the consciousness and laws of the entire universe. Everyone was completely shocked. That theoretically doesn't hold. Yes, yes. How could a super ancient god, Moon God Ji, still cultivate Dao protectors for the sake of longevity? Also, Moon God Ji's attack on the ancient god's side was to steal the blood of eternal life, but it's obviously not going to work. What's going on? The racer of Mount Harana had revealed the truth, and the internet was in an uproar. Just as Su Ji's eyelids were twitching madly and he was about to kill the racer of Mount Harana, the racer of Mount Harana laughed and said, "Young man, I was lying to you." How smart was he? The contradictions that you see are actually the true source of all the secrets of the ancient Buddhism. I have already seen through everything. Chapter 1126. Everyone was speechless when they saw the speed of the car on Mount Harana. This guy never had a normal day. It was getting more and more coquettish, and the turn of the car caught them off guard. Naturally, the racer of Mount Harana did not know that he had just taken a stroll through the gates of hell. He was still gloating, ha ha ha. You're still too young to see the truth. I just casually pointed out a few contradictions, and you can't find the answers, or rather, you're still shrouded by the structure of a level 9 and have very limited vision. You don't know how to think with the structure of a level 10. A 10th grade setup? Everyone looked at the car on Mount Harana acting all high and mighty, and they were all confused. The racer of Mount Harana, if I were to use the mindset of a tier 9, then there's nothing wrong with what I just said. However, if you look at it with the vision of a 10th tier, and organize your thoughts from the beginning, you'll find that what I just said is full of mistakes. While everyone was still confused, the racer of Mount Harana said smugly, let's start from the beginning. First of all, the moon god Ji is a 10th level ultimate. He attacked the Buddhist civilization and killed Hermes. He obtained the bloodline of the great Dao of the other party and integrated it into it. Is there anything wrong with this? Everyone felt that he was right. The racer of Mount Harana replied, that moon god Ji obtained the bloodline of a heaven-defying Buddhist ancestor and fused it with him. This bloodline contains the blood of eternal life, so it needs to sleep. Is there a problem? No problem. Moon god Ji can naturally get rid of this great Dao bloodline, but can he bear to do so? As soon as he said that, everyone caught the main point of the racer of Mount Harana's words. Yueshan Ji naturally did not want to get rid of such a powerful bloodline, it would be a waste. This was a bloodline of the Great Path, and it was extremely powerful, even more powerful than himself. Therefore, choosing to accept the side effects and also nurture a Dao guardian to protect himself from falling into a deep sleep was theoretically not a problem. And what about the ancient gods? It was even less of a problem for a super ancient god to cultivate a Dao protector. This was because, first of all, his bloodline of the great Dao could not be removed. In other words, he would still have to sleep after reaching the 10th level. If the other Dao protector of the final realm died, would there be a problem in finding a new Dao protector? Naturally, there was no problem. The logic behind all this was completely in line. When everyone heard this, they finally understood. They had a feeling of sudden realization. It was indeed unreasonable at the 9th rank, but it was reasonable at the peak of the 10th rank. However, the reason why they could see through this was because they had come into contact with the various rules of the 10th level. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to deduce this realm. This was all the truth, perfectly logical. The racer of Mount Harana burst into laughter. This is the importance of knowledge. As long as you have a deep and profound knowledge, there will be no secrets in this world. I'm giving you a lesson. Although we're still at the 9th rank, we're already at the peak of the 10th rank. Take the Azure Abyss Divine Territory outside for example. Although we won't reveal ourselves for a period of time and won't bother about them, we'll let them develop freely. After all, we have to hide our identities and not be detected by those higher dimensional existences. However, they are indeed at the peak of the 10th level. Everyone, we have to work hard. When everyone heard this, their faces turned serious. Indeed, this battle had completely revealed the power of venerable sovereigns and the real trump card of the ancient gods. It also revealed the future of the 10th level. It could be said to be a huge point of change. If one didn't work hard, they would be dead if they couldn't keep up with the times. Venerable sovereigns were existences that could force the 9-headed ancient mother, who had the bloodline of the 3 great Daos, to retreat. How powerful would the ancient gods be? They were all afraid of some kind of enemy, so they hid their identities and unknown in the dark, not daring to show their faces. One could imagine how terrifying it was to face a great enemy. Yet, we have to work hard. We have to work hard. Go 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 go. We have to study the evolution of bloodlines. Is that death god from the destruction god dimensional courtyard next door still up to standard? I have to speed up. They were all excited. Wait a minute. If that's the case, then wouldn't an eternal type bloodline be of little value once it reaches the peak of the 10th rank? As soon as he said that, everyone felt that it seemed to be true. It wasn't just the blood of eternal life. The Blue Abyss clan's bloodline was the same. They had reached the peak of the 10th level, but their cultivation speed was still so slow. This was also a powerful side effect. It seemed that when the immortal bloodline was at a lower level, it could allow one to steadily enter the 9th level, or even the ultimate realm of the Great Dao. This was so powerful that it was heaven-defying. However, after entering the final realm of the Great Dao, there were side effects. Some of his combat power would be weakened. They were strong in the early stages, but not so good in the later stages. This was an early stage bloodline. On the other hand, the quantum bloodline was a bloodline that could only be used by a rank 8 god to tangle with his own quantum battle body. It was a bloodline that could only be activated in the later stages. The racer of Mount Harana, cough, cough, cough. You can't put it that way. Even though I'm going to sleep as well. Perhaps, sleeping could even resist the erosion of the great Dao. Moreover, we haven't fully developed the true power of this blood of eternal life. When it's developed to the limit of burning life, its combat power is definitely not weaker than the bloodline of the Blue Abyss clan. Everyone thought about it and felt that it made sense. Eternal life was still very powerful. It meant that as long as he had enough time and was not killed, he would be able to enter the peak of the 10th level. I should break through to level 10 first before thinking about the future. The combat power of the eternal bloodline is still very strong, not bad. They organized their thoughts and began to quickly organize their thoughts. They also began to discuss. Su Ji looked at this scene and put down the teacup in his hand in front of the computer. He shook his head and chuckled. The speed of Mount Harana is so fast. It's a good thing he made a turn in time. Otherwise, I would have killed him. After casting a glance at them and making sure that they were not going to cause any more trouble, Su Ji finally relaxed and got back to work. After all, he had just fought an intense battle and was exhausted. Although he had exhausted his opponent, the storage of the sub-brain of the insect race was almost exhausted. He had also just broken through and obtained too many resources and bloodlines, such as the Cloud Star Dao fruit, the Deep Blue bloodline, and the Yusa bloodline. He had to seriously sort out the big gains this time. Moreover, the peak of the 10th level was like a veil that had been lifted for Su Ji, revealing his true colors. Peak 10th rank Hui. Su Ji gently turned the teacup and said nonchalantly, looks like I'll have to find a way to accumulate my strength. Perhaps I'll have to open a new extraordinary sandbox world. After all, I still have to get a new bloodline, and it has to be a compound one. This was Su Ji's first real civilization war against an outsider other than his own race. Although the players still thought that it was similar to the infighting between worlds like Caroline and Dichi, this was a foreign war, and he had already realized what he was lacking in certain aspects. At the same time, I have to retrain my realm. He rubbed his temples in distress. I can't go on like this. Rank 10 without the bloodline of the Great Dao is so weak that it makes one's hair stand on end. If it were someone else, they would have long resigned themselves to their fate. However, I'm different. I have to cultivate a messiah, break through to the peak of level 10, and condense the bloodline of the Great Dao for me to seize. I might not only need to cultivate one bloodline of the Great Dao, but 5. Su Ji already had a new plan in mind. After all, he was too unqualified to be at the peak of the 10th level. It was just an empty realm. Once Dichi and the others broke through, they would beat him to tears. As he thought of this, he looked at the Cloud Star Dao fruit and a strange smile appeared on his face. Also, in my eyes, this bloodline is the strongest. Chapter 1127. The Cloud Star Dao fruit came from the Cloud Star Dao tree clan. It was said that they had the bloodline of an unknown ancient Cloud Star Dao tree. This race was so ancient that it could no longer be traced back. According to the information given to me by the Stone Man disc, it was found in an ancient ruin that was so old that it was beyond imagination. It was a complete coincidence that he was able to enter. He liked to travel around with the baby. When they passed by an ordinary planet, he worked as a blacksmith and lived a carefree life in hiding. With his upright character, he had done a lot of good things on that planet. Suddenly, he received a gift from an illusionary figure and was led into a ruin before he obtained the Cloud Star Dao fruit. When he regained his senses, that ordinary planet of mortals did not exist at all. The place was empty. It was a fortuitous encounter that even he found unbelievable. It was said that the ruins were extremely powerful and emitted an aura that could shock him to death. For this ruin to be so old and broken, it must have at least a few thousand years of history. Su Ji sat on the table and kept muttering to himself. In the land of distorted laws, matter and rules were slowly distorted by an inexplicable invisible force. No laws of the universe were real. The methods of geologically measuring age on Earth were simply not suitable. Even the Stone Man disc would be difficult to determine the exact ancient age. It could be tens of millions of years ago, or even hundreds of millions of years ago. Other than the fact that the Cloud Star Dao fruit has no side effects, I obtained it by chance. As for Pampa's and Yusha's heaven-defying bloodlines, they both have side effects. I'm afraid that the nine-headed ancient mother already knew about the existence of these two bloodlines, but she just ignored them and left them on this land. Indeed, there are still good things in this land. After all, it's too vast. Even the nine-headed ancient mother couldn't fully account for some of the ancient treasures. The Cloud Star Deo fruit was left out, but there are still many of such bloodlines hidden in this land. Su Ji could feel the vicissitudes of history. The nine-headed ancient mother seemed to be the land of this vast star cluster, the ancient ruler of 10 million years, but it was just a drop in the ocean. One had to know that the era of dinosaurs on Earth had been around for hundreds of millions of years. 10 million years? The lifespan of an individual was terrifying. However, to planets, civilizations, and races, they were too small. Su Ji increasingly felt that the life of an individual was short, and only the continuation of a group was eternal. Ordinary living beings could survive for hundreds of millions of years on a barren planet, but a 10th-tier extreme god could not do that. As for the nine-headed ancient mother, it was clear that she belonged to a race with an extremely ancient heritage. Even though it was declining and its bloodline was thin, it had been passed down from generation to generation. It had experienced countless glories, and many of its ancestors had once stepped into the final realm. Its own mark had been passed down to the depths of the entire universe for eternity. In their race, the power of an individual was very small, but the power of a group continued to reach eternity. Su Ji felt a strong sense of vastness and heaviness, as well as a sense of powerlessness against the entire vast universe. It was too huge. Even the great ultimate existences of an era are just a drop in the ocean. Using his own death to add a new branch to the entire universe, which is not even 1 in a billion. Su Ji saw the end of the vast main road. There was a huge cosmic tree with dense laws intertwining like a fine net. Each branch had more than 100 million level 10 final realm experts. There had once been hundreds of millions of level 10 extremists. Even though they knew that the universe had been born 20 billion years ago, and that 10 million years was a level 10 era, coupled with the vast land that even a level 10 extreme master could not explore, this number was not surprising. In fact, it was even considered small. Breaking through to rank 9 might make you feel arrogant and proud, but after breaking through to the peak of rank 10, the stronger you are, the more you will realize how ridiculous and insignificant you are. The end of your Deo. Not at the end of the universe, but at the end of one's own Deo. Su Ji's voice was very cold as he pondered and concluded. He was summarizing the bloodlines he had obtained from the Cloud Star Deo fruit, Yusa, Pampas, and the Abyssal Blue clan, as well as his comprehension of breaking through to level 10. He was also sorting out his future path. The Cloud Star Deo fruit was obviously a very powerful bloodline. It could give the players and even those who were incomplete and weak level 10 the possibility of breaking through to the perfect Deo foundation. Yusa's bloodline was very heaven-defying. However, its flaw was also too great. It couldn't be compatible with the bloodlines of other races. Only when all 5 of his bloodlines were of his own race could he transform into a ever-changing monster to target others. Once he had other bloodlines, he would have a fixed form and would be completely useless. Although it was powerful, Su Ji did not consider it at the moment. Pampa's bloodline was even more so. Vortexes were a type of power law that was close to inertia. Their physical destructive power was the strongest, but their brains would not work well. Su Ji muttered to himself, why would I need to think about these matters of bloodline after I obtain them? If he gave the bloodline to the players, they would develop it according to the situation. Even if there's no surprise, they definitely won't disappoint. When the Cloud Star Deo fruit is in their hands, they'll definitely be more eager than anyone to survive. Boom! Su Ji took a light step forward. He appeared in the ancient lava domain, surrounded by rolling lava. At this moment, Carolyn, Dichi, and the 3 pillar gods were all gathered here. They were discussing and sorting out the gains from this battle, as well as various ways to recover from their injuries. Where's Mother Earth? Carolyn asked. Dichi snorted and said, this Mother Earth seems to be a technique of a dream of the universe. Although her clone is dead, her main body is still affected by the strange dark emotions. She is still in deep sleep. I'm afraid it will take a while for her to wake up. Even though she was the god of the incense dragon vein, her strength was too weak. She couldn't even resist the strange emotions of the incense and couldn't control her own power. 3 pillar gods, how much did you gain this time? Dichi looked at the 3 pillar gods and began to chat. The 3 pillar gods chuckled and said, 41-37 ordinary incomplete deists and 37 perfect deists who took the initiative to join us. And NBSP. He had never fought a single battle and had never shown his head. He had been cutting grass madly in the dark and was extremely dirty. This was a terrifying number. 4,000 deists and over 4,000 transcendent great worlds. This could be considered as the true universe. It had devoured 80% of the fallen civilization and the Azure Abyss Divine Domain's resources that had been accumulated for countless years. He had completely emptied the other party's foundation. If he could fully digest it, he could even fight against an ordinary 10th level existence. The venerable sovereign looked at the three pillar gods and suddenly laughed. Three pillar gods, I advise you not to neglect the fundamentals and pursue the trivialities. It seems that your combat strength has increased greatly after obtaining more than 4,000 Deo cultivators, but your combat strength is like a castle in the air. It won't last long, and the possibility of you breaking through to the peak of the 10th level is even slower than us. The fighting power of the three pillar gods was actually not strictly divided by bottlenecks. He was not a real living being. He was the sum of the luck of his race. When there were 10th level superlatives in his race, his combat strength would naturally be at the peak of the 10th level when all the races gathered together. This was a very simple calculation formula. It was the combat power formed when everyone was piled together. We naturally know. The three pillar gods were very calm and said in unison. These 4,000 fallen cultivators seem to be a large number, but their realms are basically stuck. Their limits are there, and it's impossible to break through. They're no longer worth training. In fact, in the high-dimensional space-time that we, the Buddhists, forcibly imposed on them, their lifespans, which were already aging, all died in less than 2 to 3 years. At this point, the three pillar gods could not help but feel little puzzled. Just don't know why we have to forcibly fix ourselves in the high-dimensional space-time. Those who have fallen and become deists don't have much lifespan to begin with, and now they are even closer to dying. As soon as he said that, all the ancient existences present frowned, feeling puzzled. Hearing this, Carolyn said, the ancient gods once said that this is price to pay for an equal reward from the god of creation. I don't know the exact reason. Beside him, the racer of Mount Harana chuckled as he puffed out his chest and said, this is the price for coming into contact with the god of creation. He saw the source of the great Deo, the true essence of the entire universe. Therefore, their lifespans are rapidly decreasing. Oh! Carolyn, Ditchy, and the others all looked over. The racer of Mount Harana was very calm as he continued, seeing the source of the great Deo, one's lifespan will definitely decline rapidly, and one will walk towards death. You are the new generation of Buddhism that has been revived. You don't know that in the old system of Buddhism, there is a saying, those who heard the Deo lived and died. That is to say, the price for seeing Deo Yi. Everyone was shocked. Those who heard the Deo lived in the morning and died in the evening. Carolyn, Ditchy, and the three pillar gods were all excited. This sentence perfectly matched the situation they were experiencing. After all, 100 years in a day had developed to this day. An ordinary person could only live for 100 years. Wasn't it this day? He was born in the morning and died at night? I see. Caroline's eyes were bright. I've seen the Deo and the god of creation. The ancient gods didn't tell me in detail before. So there's such an ancient record hidden here. So, the price for observing the god of creation and making it a reality? Are all civilizations that see the god of creation forced to enter a higher dimension? Dickey's expression changed slightly as well, and he looked at the racer of Mount Harana with a much better expression. The racer of Mount Harana knew a lot, and he could not help but say solemnly, those who hear the Deo live and die. To existences like us, it's completely acceptable. Chapter 1128. You're pretty good. Caroline immediately praised the racer of Mount Harana. She felt that he was very knowledgeable for even knowing this. Ha 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 ha. The racer of Mount Harana felt a wave of pride well up in his heart. He had actually managed to show off in front of these big shots. However, although he was excited, his expression was very calm. His eyes were cold as he said indifferently, everything is passed down from ancient civilization books. There are bits and pieces of records on them, allowing us to know a lot of ancient knowledge of Buddhism, such as the Buddha of physics, the Deo of chemistry, and so on. The speed of the racer of Mount Harana's chariot gradually increased in volume. The Azure Abyss Divine Territory, at the moment, does not know about the God of Creation. Only a civilization that has observed the God of Creation would be able to move so quickly. However, accelerating our death as soon as we observe the God of Creation is the pride we should have. The racer of Mount Harana was very excited. I've heard of the Dao in the morning, and I'll die in the evening. So it was like this. The surrounding ancient existences, the gods of the heavenly court under Dichi, the new clan under Caroline, and even the existences under the three-pillar gods all had looks of longing. But they didn't know. The god of creation was like a Joe that peeled them off, making them age and die quickly, forcing them to work, itinerant, and not giving them any time to rest. On the other hand, the crowd was filled with gratitude after hearing the triumphant words of the racer of Mount Harana. They began to feel proud that such a great cultivator could only live for 2 to 3 years in real life. He felt that he was lucky to be able to live a short life. The racer of Mount Harana, on the other hand, felt sense of accomplishment when he saw how infectious his voice was, and how the rank 9 Dao existences around him were suddenly enlightened. He looked around and continued with solemn expression. In fact, there's also an old Chinese saying. We'll talk about this later. Dichi was not one of those players who would be easily distracted by the racer of Mount Harana. He cut him off and turned to the three-pillar gods. These 4,000 fallen cultivators have already exhausted their potential. If you rely on them, I will easily surpass you in the future. I've already completed 1/3 of the path to becoming a 10th level weaker, and in a few hundred years, I have hope of completing the breakthrough. Humph, why would I fear you when it's a battle between 10th level cultivators? The three-pillar gods did not care. They also knew their own problems. Although they currently had the exaggerated battle prowess of an ordinary peak 10th level with the help of the vast number of 9th level cultivators, in order to truly defeat the powerful peak 10th level, there had to be one monster core clansman who had broken through to the peak 10th level, and there might be more than one. A civilization with a level 10 and one without a level 10 were two different levels. As the condensed fate of their race and civilization, they were naturally very clear about this. They seemed powerful, but as time went on, they became more bloated. Although there were countless clansmen. However, how was it possible for everyone to reach 100% of the path to tier 9 and 10? This was not realistic and not condensed enough. He had to think of a way to improve his future combat strength, and he had to find a way to cultivate an existence at the peak of the 10th level. However, how could it be so easy for a 10th level ultimate existence who had vindicated his Dao according to the laws of the universe? Caroline looked at the three-pillar gods and sneered. Don't neglect the fundamentals and pursue the trifles. You have to cultivate your own race. Those 4,000 are powerful, but they all have ordinary bloodlines. How can they compare to your Buddhist disciples? Your Buddhist disciples and all the living beings in the lava great domain can't compare to you in terms of the 9 revolutions mysterious art, demonic cores, and all sorts of exaggerated bloodlines. It was not that they were not talented, but they were stuck. Unless we can obtain mass-produced Cloud Star Dao fruits to pry open and complete the Dao foundations of those 4,000 people, then it's possible to reach the peak of the 10th level. However, it's only an extremely ordinary peak. This seemed like a great harvest, but in reality, it was just a castle in the air. The three-pillar gods themselves also knew that it was equivalent to a strong and refined man becoming a swollen fat man. He looked powerful, but in reality, his battle prowess was not refined enough, and his future prospects were limited. Caroline and Dichi could already see the future of the three-pillar gods. The situation was not optimistic. Although they were far stronger than them now, they would be surpassed once they reached level 10. Just as they were discussing their future breakthrough, the void trembled slightly, and the ancient god descended. He looked around and immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. After all, even a venerable sovereign had defeated a 10th level ultimate level of the 3 great bloodlines. As the master, how terrifying would the power of a super ancient god be? This is the bloodline of the Azure Abyss divine territory. The ancient god scanned his surroundings and extended his hand. All sorts of bloodlines and cells floated out. You can take a look and study them. Dichi and the others slightly nodded. But why would he give it to them? This bloodline was of some use to them, but it was not very useful. It was just to study the structure of the bloodline, gain some knowledge, and understand the universe through the bloodline, and let them integrate? The Vortex bloodline of the Abyssal Blue clan, Yuzan clan, and Pampas all had side effects. The effects weren't great, and they had better bloodlines to choose from. The bloodline of the Cloud Star Dao fruit, on the other hand, was very powerful and had no side effects. They could be used to nurture disciples and were a good choice. They could also complete the Dao foundation. However, it was not of much use to the top existences like them, who had already perfected their bloodlines and could no longer integrate with rank 9 Dao cultivators. Don't underestimate these bloodlines. They will be of great use soon. The ancient god looked at them and said softly, "This time, I've sent my disciple, venerable sovereigns, to fight not only with the other party, but also with the fighting power of the indigenous barbarians. That's all. It's also because I have something to do and can't get away." "You can't get away?" What kind of existence was a super ancient god? How could he have encountered such a difficult problem and couldn't leave the battle? "It's that moon god G, he can't help but make a move." Carolyn's expression was solemn. The racer of Mount Harana thought to himself, "This is really something." The enemies of the three great Dao bloodlines were nothing in their eyes. They were still studying each other's blood feud. "That's not the case." The ancient god smiled and shook his head. "Not the civilization of the mother stream. The next generation's realm is still a little lacking. When you guys are a little higher, maybe that's when we will meet officially." The racer of Mount Harana nodded. Both sides had a tacit understanding and chose to avoid fighting. They were both nurturing Dao protectors. Otherwise, even if they won, they would not gain any benefits. They might even fall into a deep sleep after the intense battle. This meant that 10th tier. When someone reached the peak of level 10, it would be the time for the true battle between the two civilizations. "Then, what is it that you can't do anything about?" Carolyn's expression was grave. At the side, Dichi, the three pillar gods, and the other existences all held their breaths and looked at the ancient god. They felt that this must be an unimaginable event. "Sure enough. You should know about the god of destruction's descent, right?" the ancient god asked. They nodded, naturally remembering the battle in the Cosmos Garden. The ancient god said, "The origin dimensional courtyard of the god of destruction's great Dao has already descended into this universe. It's difficult for me to get away from the investigation." "The origin of the great Dao? Dimensional courtyard?" Carolyn and the others were completely puzzled. After all, they weren't players. The ancient god said, "People have already begun to enter the land of fortuitous opportunities. This is a supreme great Dao opportunity that is not inferior to us. It is also the beginning of a great catastrophe. I want you to enter it and fight for a chance of survival. And this research on bloodline evolution is one of the possibilities of fighting for life." Chapter 1129. He wants us to head to the dimensional courtyard? To fight for a chance? They didn't understand, but it should be related to those bloodlines. In their eyes, it seemed like they were going to the ruins of an ancient civilization to search for opportunities, similar to the exploration of the ancient elemental civilization. This is a land of great opportunity, and it's related to the god of destruction who will descend in the future. We can't refuse. The three pillar gods were the first to speak. The ancient god nodded and said, "We don't have to pay any attention to the Azure Abyss divine territory and the fallen civilization. Even the so-called nine-headed ancient mother is only so-so. What we are truly paying attention to is the god of destruction from the future. This great calamity of the new age is even more astonishing than we imagined. The god of destruction is an ancient concept from the future. He only appeared in this timeline because he was observed by an existence of this era. According to my observation, he seems to be creating a new small universe." "A small universe? No. A small world?" Everyone shivered and felt their minds go blank. Their realms were terrifying, and their knowledge was profound. They knew the difference between a small universe and a small world very well. Although that was what Carolyn's little universe world had been called before, it was merely a small world. Even the seven-world heavenly court, the lava great domain, the mother stream civilization, and the universe garden were all small worlds. They were one of the worlds among the myriad worlds in this universe. What was the concept of creating a new small universe? They were all Dao cultivators who had transcended the laws of the universe. They cultivated the rules of this universe. Even if they were to condense their own Dao and create new rules of the universe, they would only be adding bricks and tiles on the foundation of the rules of this universe, or adding a trace of green leaves. They all lived in this universe and cultivated the laws of this universe. To create a new universe, even a miniature universe, gave them goosebumps. They recalled the Heaven's Path piano that Carolyn had used previously. That bone-chilling sense of rejection she had felt was due to some unknown law of another universe. Then, if we create a small universe, wouldn't our nomological cultivation be ineffective in that universe? If we descend into a different universe, will we become ordinary people? This. They were completely silent. They were living beings in the universe. If they went to the next cosmos epoch or the prehistoric cosmos epoch, they would be completely reduced to mortals. Their cultivation base would not be able to conform to the rules of that cosmos. He suddenly thought back to the universe garden. The god of creation from that era had asked them questions. You want to know the answer to the truth? To become a transcendent being of the universe? My answer is: the truth of the universe has no answer. Everything is wrong, everything is fabricated. All the truth you see is false. The true sound of the universe you're hearing is the lip syncing of the universe. This sentence once again resonated in his ears. Along with the words of the ancient god, it was like a thunderclap in the world, reverberating in his mind. Everything was wrong. Everything was just an illusion. All truth was false. All the true sounds of the universe were lip syncing of the universe. That's right, in this sense, what they were cultivating now was a false Deo. A level 10 Deo vindication was also a false Deo. We can't see the truth. They didn't know if they were trembling from fear or excitement. The impact was too great, and they knew what it meant. As for the ancient gods, they had been investigating the god of destruction since the universe garden, and only now did they reconnect with the follow-up of the universe garden? The god of destruction's descent? A new little universe. Is it? Dichi said in a hoarse voice. The ancient god shook his head. I'm not sure. I only saw a possibility from the clues, which is why I told you to make preparations in advance. The hidden disaster behind this is not something the nine-headed mother can compare to. It was no wonder that they were so excited about this battle and were on high alert. They didn't expect to be sent away by the arrival of the venerable sovereign. The ancient gods didn't care at all. Our vision is still too low. We don't know what heights the ancient god's vision has reached. Carolyn felt that she had let down the expectations of the cultivation team. We originally thought that the descent of the peak of the 10th level of the dimensional level from the Azure Abyss divine territory and the fallen civilization would be a great danger to our extinction. It turns out that it's just. A bitter smile flashed across her face. The ancient god looked at them. You're not the only ones who will enter this battle. The others will. Because it has already spread for quite a distance, and it's not just you guys. And the creation of a new small universe, hope, is only a guess. However, we'll have to enter in advance and make more preparations. If it's true, under everyone's heavy gazes, the ancient god was silent for a moment and said, perhaps, you will see an unforgettable scene in the dimensional courtyard of the god of destruction. A universe's birth. The birth of the universe. They felt like they were in a dream. How vast was a universe? And they, as an extremely small drop in the ocean, were just a speck of dust in time. How could they hope to see the greatest miracle in the universe? If so, then it's fine. The ancient god flicked his sleeves and left. His figure disappeared into the void. I hope that all living beings can see through the fabricated and false Deos so that I can obtain the truth of the world. All the existences had a grave expression on their faces. They bowed respectfully and sent the ancient god away. On the way back, after Su Ji broke through to the final level of the 10th level, he had witnessed the vastness of the entire universe. Any living creature was pitifully small. He was completely thinking about what kind of sandbox of the extraordinary world he would create. He was starting to feel bored with any of the supernatural worlds. Thus, he had a bold idea that kept appearing in his mind: why don't I create a real universe? A sandbox? He was quite bold, and he felt that it would be quite meaningless to continue creating the small sandbox transcendent world if he did not do something big. Although I don't know if it'll come true, I still have to have a dream, right? Su Ji mumbled, after all, it was impossible before. But with the quantum martial arts of the multiverse, as long as I enter that state, I will be able to obtain all the living beings of the Zerg and their understanding of the entire universe, including Medusa's. This also means that I might use her previous move to cause the creation era and the Great Collapse. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that there was a chance. Anyway, there would be no problem trying. It was fine if he failed, but it would be interesting if he succeeded. I still need to make some preparations. Su Ji was in the living room of the orchard, sitting at his desk and planning. This plan is too big. One wrong move and all the previous efforts will go to waste. Chapter 1130. Although Su Ji usually liked to say that he would not cause trouble, he was not like the protagonists in novels and movies, who started to wander around when they were weak and were not afraid of being beaten to death. He would definitely hide in the deep mountains to develop and cultivate, and only come out when he was invincible and had conquered the entire universe. He had always done the same. He would study the transcendent world behind closed doors and deduce the transcendent system. He was almost at level 9, but he had only just begun to come into contact with the Teal civilization from before, as well as the universe's deep blue race after that. It was not that he did not want to continue to seclude himself and train for a few 100 million more years. It was because, at this level, he still had to understand the rules of the universe and how the outside world was like. However, while he spent most of his time in closed-door cultivation and did not care about external affairs, he was rather bold when it came to deducing the sandbox internally. The bold will die from overeating, and the timid will starve to death. Su Ji sat in his chair with a solemn look on his face. Once this audacious and outrageous thought emerged, he felt that he could no longer control his own primal power. The thought of splitting the heavens and earth became more and more intense and difficult to suppress. The spectacular scene of Medusa's Big Bang and the collapse of the universe still remained in his mind. No matter what, he wanted to give it a try. He tapped his fingers and looked out the window. The abyssal blue divine territory can be placed on that piece of land. After all, 80% of their cultivators had been squeezed dry, leaving only a few shrimp soldiers and crab generals. They did not have any bloodline that was worth paying attention to. I can just ignore it and continue my seclusion to deduce the transcendent sandbox. After all, it's just as the racer of Mount Harana had said. If want to hide, need at least a master on the surface. The abyssal blue divine domain is very suitable to continue ruling this land. As for the three great heavenly venerates, the stone man disc, and other newly advanced 10th level existences, it was not that Su Ji had never thought of assimilating them into Zergs. However, on second thought, venerable sovereigns might not be able to defeat the other party at the moment, let alone the four of them working together. They won't run anyway, I've already subdued them. He could wait to continue his cultivation and deduce the extraordinary sandbox until he could deal with them 100% and suppress their transformation into Zergs. This matter. There was no need to rush. The civilization of the Azure Abyss Divine Territory is blocking the entrance. It's good to guard the door. As for the nine-headed ancient mother, she'll probably take a while to recover. After making a round outside and completely dealing with external affairs, Su Ji, the salted fish, was ready to continue his seclusion and cultivation. He only felt that he was not the kind of person who would be restless and wander around. After all, he had more or less understood the situation in the outside world, and he didn't have any plans to go out for the time being to find some 10th level existences and get beaten up. Genesis, Genesis. Su Ji took a deep breath, stood up, and walked back and forth. 10th level superlative height. I have to start a new plan. I understand Medusa's principles, but how can I resist the assimilation of the multiverse when I create a universe with laws that do not belong to this universe? He fell into deep thought. This was an extremely powerful force. It was like a giant's body. If a foreign bacteria appeared in its body's strong immune system would reject the bacteria. How could he prevent himself from being killed and assimilated? The power of the entire universe was endless. Even the 10th level of the ultimate level of the universe was just an insignificant bacteria in the giant's body. It could not resist the heavenly might. Even the 10th level of the ultimate level of the universe was dying because of the assimilation. It was a beautiful vision to have a man who could conquer the heavens. However, everyone knew that the entire universe and nature were truly unstoppable. From earthquakes, tsunamis, storms, and even stepping out of the universe, from the weak to the strong, it was the same. If we can't resist, is there any way to compromise? Su Ji kept thinking about it, as if he had suddenly thought of something. Caroline uses the Heaven's Path piano and can temporarily transform, but it only exists for a few seconds before it disappears, he said. What if I can convert it steadily, and the output is stable? It was like drops of water falling into a desert, only existing for a few seconds before dissipating. If the first drop fell steadily, it would form a stream of water. Although it would still be absorbed by the desert in the end, as long as it was maintained, the stream would exist stably. The principle is simple. As long as the speed of the transformation and output can keep up with the speed of assimilation, the laws of the universe will not disappear. However, if that's the case, the amount of energy needed will be a lot, in order to support the continuous conversion. It seemed impossible to do it, but in fact, it was not impossible. This was because a sun as a power furnace would provide him with a very long period of time to transform. He was already at the peak of the 10th level, so he could still make a move on the sun. The most difficult part is the maintenance of the laws. It's been solved. Su Ji sat at his desk and habitually wrote with a pen, sorting out a Genesis note. But if it's really a completely different universe, that means everything has been assimilated. The amount of work needed to maintain it would be too much. Su Ji kept writing with his pen. Currently, my ability can only create a similar universe with the 4 basic forces. Most of the laws are the same, but some of the main laws are different. The difference is less than 10%. Maintaining these 10% of the laws doesn't cost much. Don't underestimate this less than 10%. This was a change in the laws of the universe's origin. For example, the law of light. As long as some parameters were changed, a change of less than 1% would change the universe. The genetic similarity between humans and mice was 80%, and only a difference of about 20% was enough to determine that they were 2 different creatures. Even the genetic similarity between humans and bananas was 60%. A little change was already a world of difference. Theoretically, it's possible. Su Ji's face grew brighter and brighter. The universe is like an ocean. At this moment, it's like a fish emerging from the water's surface, although the fish will return to the ocean. However, as long as the fish keeps jumping, it will form a rainbow of fish, hanging above the sea. Don't look down on it, as it represented an unimaginable meaning. It was as if he had jumped out of the entire universe. One could only imagine how terrifying it was. Zerg sub-brain, what do you think? Su Ji asked. The matter was too serious, so he still had to ask, even though he felt that he might not be able to get any useful information. At this moment, the Zerg sub-brain suddenly said, "This is an unprecedented new technique in the entire universe. Even the past Zerg empresses didn't have such a technique." Su Ji nodded. The Heavenly Way piano was definitely an exaggeration. The birth of this fellow required too much luck and coincidences. If Medusa had not deduced the universe, how could he have seen that scene? If they didn't see that scene, the Heavenly Deo piano wouldn't have been created. Medusa's Big Bang Tao technique was a generator that produced fireworks that would dissipate in an instant. The Heavenly Path piano was a part that maintained this firework. Without this core part, all of Su Ji's imaginations would be wishful thinking. You mean, there's a chance of success? Su Ji said. The sub-brain of the insect race said, however, you must be careful. The birth of a pseudo-Deo universe is very rare. However, your method is unprecedented. It's actually able to take root in the universe. Perhaps the true ancient ultimate existences of the entire multiverse will descend into this dimensional space. You have to be careful not to be beaten to death. Su Ji was speechless. He didn't react for a moment. I'm just closing the door to play with my own supernatural world sandbox. What's the big deal? Chapter 1131. Fake Deo Universe? Su Ji felt that the term was very vivid when he heard it. However, he didn't feel too good and couldn't help but ask, you mean, the Zerg sub-brain can't block my coordinates in reality? Su Ji was naturally aware of the commotion. Medusa's big explosion in the Battle of the Universe Garden had caused a huge commotion, but it had still been blocked from the outside world by the Zerg's protective barrier. But now, he couldn't do it. As long as I have enough power, the sub-brain of the Zerg can still block the coordinates of reality. The sub-brain replied. However, for some ancient existences in the multiverse, they can descend into that universe without the coordinates of reality. It was like crossing a parallel universe. If one created a fake Deo universe, it would be equivalent to a super small-sized parallel universe. It would be like a universe bubble. To them, it was obvious. They will try their best to descend and find a way to enter. Su Ji reacted. Although the Zerg sub-brain could block it, it could still sense your existence and might find a way to find you. This sentence, to be honest, contained a lot of information. There are parallel universes outside the universe. Su Ji had sensed a certain element. The parallel universes theory was really true? If it was a parallel universe, then the laws of the other parallel universes would be different from this universe? Would the experts of our universe really become ordinary people when they went to other universes? The mechanical voice said. What is the ultimate realm? Upon reaching the day emerge, one would be able to vaguely understand all the truths of the universe and reach the final realm. In front of such existences, they naturally know what lies beyond the universe. Isn't it obvious that there are parallel universes? As long as one was at the peak of the 10th level and stood at the peak of the universe, they would be able to sense this. There was a universe beyond the universe, but it was not a big deal. To them, it was like the division of territories, like another continent separated by the ocean. Some civilizations called it the human realm upon heavens, some called it the multiverse, and some called it the barbarian territory. However, user does not possess any laws and is unable to pass through the cosmos wall. Su Ji was speechless. What the hell, even an ordinary 10th level cultivator could sense it and cross the universe. I'm indeed a fake. Su Ji did not feel good at all. He felt very helpless. The other party's subconscious senses were not there for him. Sure enough, others had merged with the heaven and become a part of the universe. They could know many truths about the laws of the universe, but he had no idea. Fortunately, the Zerg sub-brain had made up for his knowledge in this aspect. Most level 10 existences and even the 9-headed ancient mother from before basically live outside the universe to reduce the assimilation of the universe to them. The sub-brain said. No wonder the 9-headed ancient mother had arrived so slowly. He actually lived in that kind of place. Su Ji had been thinking about where existences of this level would live. The sub-brain said, Queen Mother, please don't think too much of the parallel universes. The universe is multifaceted, but it is also unified. When many parallel universes come together, they are called the Great Universe and have a unified lifespan. The laws of the other parallel universes were different, but they were generally similar. Existences that descend to a parallel universe will indeed have their battle prowess reduced. If that universe doesn't cultivate a trace of their own great Tao's nomological bloodline, there's a great possibility that they'll become ordinary people. Su Ji quickly understood the meaning of the Zerg sub-brain. If the entire universe was compared to Earth, then the multiverse would be the various continents and countries on Earth. America, Asia, and Australia had different folk customs and laws, but they were generally the same. After all, they all belonged to the universe and this cosmic era. The multiverse belonged to the entire universe, and the universe had a lifespan. Just like how if the Earth was destroyed, could the continents on it escape? When the universe was destroyed, no one in the multiverse could escape. You mean the fake Dao universe is not the only one? Su Ji suddenly asked. The insectoid sub-brain said, it's just like a rank 9 being who can create a small world and use its own high-dimensional space-time laws to cover a piece of land. Some 10th level final realm cultivators who were so powerful that they surpassed the final realm could create fake Dao worlds, which were like isolated islands outside the 7 continents of Earth. Because it was incomplete, it was called a fake Dao universe. However, only the truly powerful great existences who had mastered more than 49% of the rules of the universe could form a fake Dao universe. Most 10th level existences live in small world planes outside the universe and not fake Dao universes. The laws they contain are far from enough to form a small universe. Su Ji completely understood. For someone like the 9-headed ancient mother, she must have used her own laws to build a small world outside the universe, a Dao field plane that belonged to her own great Dao, and used it as her residence in heavens beyond. The peak of the 10th level is a bit like the primeval saints in ancient myths. They merge with the laws of Dao, control the order of heaven and earth, and live in the chaos of the human realm upon heavens. Su Ji touched his nose. No wonder there's basically no sign of peak 10th tier beings. On this land, they're already creatures of another dimension. They live on a different level from you. Only a newly advanced level 10 like the Azure Abyss Divine Territory, who did not have the ability to create a dimension with laws of nature, would stay in the universe and accompany those low-leveled civilizations. They would still think about the sun, stars, and historical sites as they walked back and forth in the endless and boring starry sky. Those level 10 ancient ruins are basically left behind by people like you and Lan Tianzun who had just broken through and had yet to create their own grandmaster before they were killed. When he reached level 9, he distorted the laws, and the high-dimensional space-time covered a small world. 10th level extreme cultivators created laws. They used their own laws to create a small universe outside the universe. Su Ji completely understood the awkward situation he was in. Although his combat strength was heaven-defying, he had no Dao and was still a fake level 10 without the authority to enter level 10. In reality, this was also the reason why 10th level descendants were not welcomed. It was because it was basically impossible for them to reach the final realm of the Great Dao. However, most level 10 existences can only create a small world and not a universe. Only those who grasp 49% of the universe's laws can barely create a self-circulating fake Dao universe. No. Everyone is Medusa. Su Ji suddenly felt his hair stand on end. Medusa was also able to master so many laws because of her own characteristics. How did the other 10th level existences achieve this? After all, even if a supreme Dao bloodline seized the Daos of others, the Daos that they could cultivate were limited. Who could cultivate 49% of the universe laws? Wouldn't that mean that he would need thousands or tens of thousands of genetic positions to succeed? Only then could he create a fake Dao universe? How could a person have so many genetic spots? Could it be that the mysterious existence that created the fake Dao universe was even stronger than a 10th level final realm expert? There's still an 11th level? However, level 10 was the ultimate level of the ultimate Dao. When he stood at the peak of the 10th level and saw through all the secrets of the universe's origins, Su Ji felt his blood run cold. I have to remind you, the Bug Clan Queen Mother said. The other party's fake Dao universe is a replica of the universe he lives in. The laws are exactly the same. It was copied over. Copying? Su Ji only reacted now. They cultivated the laws of the universe, so the small universe they created would definitely be based on the laws of the universe that they had already mastered. It couldn't escape the framework, so it could be said to be a replica of the main universe. I'm different. He had created Medusa's Big Bang and directly deduced the birth of other new universes. I'm an unprecedented alien law. The rules are different from the main cosmos I live in. I can be called an outer Dao universe, so I will naturally be rejected by the great cosmos. At the same time, most existences create fake Dao universes outside the universe, in the gaps of the multiverse. I, on the other hand, created a fake Dao universe inside the multiverse. This is unprecedented. Su Ji suddenly understood why the Zerg sub-brain was so talkative. He also wanted to enjoy the pleasure of being an expert in the chaos heavens beyond the universe. However, he was not a true final realm great Dao and could not jump out of the universe. Naturally, he could only mess around in the universe. After all this, I'm not the first one to create a universe like this. However, what they have is not a universe. It can only be a small clone of the universe, and they can clone one to live in. Su Ji felt that he was ignorant and ill-informed. He could basically build a powerful 10th tier, but the degree of perfection was different. But this universe of mine will be rejected by the multiverse. It's very evil, strange, and indeed unprecedented. It's in line with the god of destruction's reputation. Su Ji's heart had not died yet. After an ordinary level 10 cultivator created a great path nomological law, they would use their own great path nomological law to build a Daoist right temple that belonged to them. It was a residence in the heavens beyond heaven. Furthermore, he was more or less at the peak of the 10th level. Although he was disabled and couldn't leave the universe, couldn't he establish his own Dao field in the universe? Chapter 1132. Su Ji felt that the ultimate realm of the 10th level was a lot clearer now, although he had been very ignorant before. He was a 10th rank son. Although his status was low, in his eyes, this was no longer a problem. So what if they could sense it? He wasn't afraid even if he couldn't find his exact location. The reason the sub-brain of the Zerg had told him so much was to let Su Ji understand the structure of the 10th level and to make up for the general knowledge of the incomplete 10th level. Su Ji felt that he did not have to go out. His family had created a small transcendent world, and those guys who lived outside the universe had nothing to do with him. He just had to develop his civilization according to his own plan. Then, let's begin. I'll continue with my plan of civilization deduction. First of all, to build the framework of the world, I have to create a large number of output ends of the creation laws, the heavenly Dao piano. Su Ji took a deep breath. The heavenly Dao piano was the only hero bloodline. Like the phoenix, it was a creature in the gene bank that could not be replicated. It was a special mutant bloodline that could not be mass-produced. But it was not a problem for Su Ji. The alchemy factory was a bloodline that could be copied, but it was more complicated. With a wave of his hand, Su Ji called for the Racer of Mount Harana. The Racer of Mount Harana, who was in the immortal palace of the Seven Realms Heavenly Court, was still researching his new bloodline. At that moment, the world around him was spinning, and when he opened his eyes, he was shocked. Lord Ancestor, may I ask what's the matter? This, can it be cloned? Su Ji took out the heavenly Dao piano and said in a cold voice, this bloodline is very useful. When the racer of Mount Harana saw that it was a Heaven's Path piano, he was overjoyed. He smiled brightly and said, "Yes, I can." This heavenly Deo piano knowledge of acting was actually not inferior to his. She even competed with him all day long and called him a fool. He had finally obtained her bloodline. The corners of the ancient god's eyes twitched. "Study it well." The racer of Mount Harana was excited. After a few days, he lived up to everyone's expectations and gave his answer. "The complexity of this bloodline is too high. Even if I clone it, I can only have 1/10 of the power of the original. This is already an extraordinary performance." Su Ji did not mind. "Then let's win by quantity. Let's clone 10,000 of them first." If Su Ji wanted to construct a world, he would definitely have to create a large number of stable piano sets created by the laws of nature. Even if they were only slightly different from the main universe, there would be at least hundreds of different laws that would be assimilated. They had to be maintained continuously. With hundreds of piano sets to maintain the supply of a law, it was normal to have 10,000 of them. It might not be enough in the future. Su Ji felt that he was creating a big project, just like launching a rocket or a satellite. However, what he was going to launch was a universe, a pustule and malignant tumor rooted in the body of the universe. The racer of Mount Harana's face darkened. What did 10,000 units mean? It could squeeze him to death. He was completely terrified. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that he didn't have any great enmity with the ancient gods. "These 10,000 units. Can you do it?" The ancient god said in an unquestionable tone. "Yes, I should be able to." The racer of Mount Harana pulled a long face. Su Ji ignored him and just left him where he was, providing him with a large amount of energy and making him a merciless production tool. "These pianos still need a continuous energy supply. I need to find a sun to provide energy." Su Ji took a step and jumped into the starry sky, looking for a piece of deserted land with no one. After a few jumps, he landed in front of a huge sun, feeling very satisfied. "The new supernatural sandbox world that I've created isn't that big. It's also an ant-level creature. After all, the smaller it is, the better." However, the consumption to maintain stability was still too great. "I don't know how long a sun can last, but I've already sucked it dry. Furthermore, there's a limit to the speed at which we can extract energy from a sun. The remaining energy will still have to be replenished from the Zerg Empress's mass extinction." He kept preparing and taking stock of everything. After all, Medusa's Big Bang mantra was like a flame without a root. A few seconds after it appeared, it would be assimilated by the entire universe and extinguished. The heavenly way piano and the solar-powered furnace that Su Ji was looking for were like candle stands for flames. He intended to provide them with a continuous supply of energy to keep this flame from being extinguished. "I steal the energy and mass of the universe to cultivate a universe. If the heavenly Deo of the entire universe had a consciousness, it would definitely kill me. That's because I'm like a cancer cell, madly absorbing nutrients from his body, taking root and developing." Su Ji felt as if he had really become a natural disaster of the insect race, destroying and devouring everything. Next, he closed his eyes and entered the state of the great universe's quantum combat body. He was sorting out Medusa's Tao technique and his understanding of the entire universe's great Deo. He had to learn this move. The basic conditions for creating this sandbox were to be integrated and to surpass Medusa. If he could not do it, it would be impossible for his bold idea to simulate the Big Bang. But he also had the capital to surpass Medusa. This was because over 4,000 fallen cultivators, countless gods, and the celestial thearch had all kinds of comprehensions about their own bloodlines and the world. All of them appeared in Su Ji's mind. There was no combat power in the great cosmos martial arts, but the terror of knowledge was everything. He muttered to himself, and his 10th grade monster core brain started to work madly, his speed entering an unprecedented level. After 7 days, Su Ji slowly opened his eyes, and a deep light flashed in his eyes. "It's almost time. After all, it's just integrating all the knowledge and analyzing it." Kakat. He disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared the next second, he had imperceptibly divided the entire dimensional courtyard of the god of destruction and stored it into the void ring. He once again came to the land of the sun and left it where it was. As for Nicera in the yard, and even the spore life forms inside, they were completely unaware of this because of the Zerg's protective barrier. The dimensional courtyard of the god of destruction is located here. Su Ji looked at the spores that were evolving in the yard, as well as Nicera, who was sitting on a small bench. This scene, the creation era, must be shown to the Zergs. In front of us, this is the observation platform. Every Big Bang's overture is a great opportunity. How can we let them miss it? 3 days had passed, which was 300 years. The racer of Mount Harana had completely drained his energy and managed to produce more than 8,000 Heaven's Path pianos. In order to avoid any future trouble, Su Ji had erased the memory of the racer of Mount Harana producing Heaven's Path pianos. After all, the racer of Mount Harana was really smart, and he might really see through something. It's almost time. Everything is ready. Su Ji looked at the Heavenly Way pianos and his heart sank slightly. In the 10th tier era, everyone has a dojo. How can I not have one? It's not a bad choice to make a new extraordinary universe sandbox. Chapter 1133. These ant-sized Heaven's Path pianos were put together like exquisite bricks, forming a neat golden square. It's like the Pandora's box from back then. Su Ji still remembered that the Pandora's box was also created by this guy, and now everything was happening again. And this was indeed a magic box, rooted in the universe. Su Ji was still looking forward to it very much. After all, every sandbox civilization was evolving, and it was the same in front of him. Since I've entered half of the 10th level era, although I'm a fake 10th level disabled person who hasn't even proven my Deo, it doesn't stop me from making my 10th level dojo. The heavenly venerates of the Azure Abyss Divine Domain didn't even have the time to do so, but I'm them? But I don't even have the bloodline of the Great Deo, so I'm the only one who can build a dojo. It's almost time to start. Su Ji lowered his head and looked at the sun, as well as the observation platform next to it, the courtyard of the Destruction God's dimension. At this very moment, Dichi and the other players entered the game platform of the Court of Quietus. It would have been better if he didn't enter, but once he entered, he was completely shocked. This. Only then did Carolyn, the 3 pillar gods, and Dichi emerge from the spore colony and look at this spectacular scene. As time passed, plants evolved rapidly, animals crawled out of the ocean, and beasts spread their wings and began to turn into birds that soared in the sky. This is the source of life. Dichi let out a long breath. For a moment, he was so shocked that he didn't even know how to describe it. He could only say the same thing that everyone had said at the first sight: this was the source of life. The higher one's cultivation level was, the deeper one's understanding of bloodlines would be, and the more one would understand how terrifying this place was. All extraordinary cultivation came from the bloodline, which condensed into laws. And the evolution of bloodline life forms in front of him was no different from the origin of the universe. So, the god of destruction was also a creator of life in the universe. Caroline praised. She smiled and said in a low voice, "In the past, when the small universe was destroyed, the god of creation descended and repaired the entire world. The lives that were full of vitality were rededuced, and I was there to deduce the entire race. Everything is the same here." The 3 pillar gods did not say anything. Dichi's eyes swept across again, and with a smile in his eyes, he continued, "Such a fortuitous encounter is indeed insignificant compared to the battle in the Azure Abyss Divine Domain. It's no wonder that the ancient gods didn't take a fancy to it and sent venerable sovereigns to deal with it. This land of origin in front of us is the place where we need to spend our energy. It's said that the evil god Renamanska has already entered, a little earlier than us." Carolyn was still very wary of the enemy's power. She said, "At this rate, moon god Ji's side might also enter this land of opportunity. In fact, the Phoenix, sun god Asa, Ji Shang and the others had already started to enter. After their initial shock, they quickly began to deduce the species. After all, they were all civilizations from the center of the universe, and they understood the concept of the god of creation. They were all shocked for a moment before they returned to normal. After all, no matter how shocked they were, they had never seen the god of creation shocked. He had seen even more shocking scenes. Kakakakat. At this time, a big octopus with a rotten stench walked over from the distance. It was wearing a black cloak and holding a sickle, looking gloomy and strange. "Let me introduce you." One of the players smiled and said, "This is a tribulation-facing creature that we've deduced. It's the death of slaughter. It's extremely terrifying and is still in the process of evolving." As a veteran evolver, the racer of Mount Harana was the most suitable person to lead the team. However, after he returned from the ancient god's place, it was said that his legs were so weak that he couldn't stand up. He claimed that he had forgotten what he had been called to do. After checking his body, he only felt a little pain in his butt and did not come. Curiosity flashed through Carolyn's eyes as she said, "Why is this octopus wearing a black cloak and a hood, and why is its face hidden in the darkness?" "Because this is to shield his aura of death. The cloak is special. Otherwise, all the living beings around us would have died within 100 miles. The player said with a serious face. Of course, he wouldn't say that it was to block the smell of the manure pit on the big octopus's body. This was already a human-shaped toilet. Carolyn wasn't curious, as she loved cleanliness. She kept her distance and continued to evolve her species. Like Medusa, she also had the thought of evolving her species. Improving her own species was a great opportunity. In fact, Carolyn had already started to deduce the structure of the entire race's cells to make it easier for her to modify them in reality. Even the three pillar gods had started to deduce the magic nuclei. Our latest chapters at Freehognovlo only. Only Ditchy remained calm, walking in this spore colony with a leisurely attitude. Some players were puzzled and asked respectfully, "Your Majesty, aren't you going to deduce the species?" "I personally think that the bloodline of the Golden Crow race, although the potential for further derivation won't be too high based on this as a foundation, can go from ordinary to powerful bloodlines after derivation." No, Ditchy shook his head and smiled. "I could tell at a glance that I don't have the talent to predict the evolution of life. So I didn't do it." The player nodded. Evolution talent, combat talent, and cultivation talent were not the same type. Even if many of them were unparalleled powerhouses who had crossed the universe, their evolutionary abilities might not be good. This aspect depended on talent and inspiration, but on creativity and a sudden inspiration. This was an innate talent that could not be made up for by hard work. However, even if they didn't have the talent, most of the strong were familiar with the laws of the universe, so their level was definitely not bad. It was just that they could only evolve into a strong species that followed the rules and couldn't be considered heaven-defying. Then, Emperor Ditchy, a player said. "I don't have the talent for acting, but I can watch them act." Ditchy's face was very calm. He sat on a cliff at the top of the mountains and rivers. He held his chin and looked down at the changes of the world below with a domineering feeling. "I only need to gather the strengths of all the families, learn from similar powerful species, and create new things based on their foundation." The players were instantly stunned. Looking at the unconventional Ditchy, who didn't evolve any species the moment he entered the spore evolution sandbox, but just sat and watched from a distance, he didn't know how to describe it. On the other side, the game's port was also open to the abyssal blue divine territory because of Nacella's release. This, a Yuan Lanzun entered and looked at this scene in shock. He looked at a guide. "This is the ancient ruins you mentioned before?" "Yes, I am." This inspector was very respectful to the ancient beings at the end of the universe. After all, the life and civilization in the universe were divided into 10 levels, and level 10 civilizations were the strongest in the universe. According to the information, this isn't the first time the Court of Quietus has been opened. It has existed since ancient times. The inspector said. This time, the civilization that entered in the previous era has now entered the Court of Quietus. They used the species that they evolved to sweep through this area and become the overlord. We have to hide here and can only struggle at death's door in these ruins. Yuan Lan Holy Master was shocked and continued to listen. "I didn't expect that such an opportunity would secretly descend before the great battle in the Azure Abyss Divine Territory and be discovered by you all. Please continue. Such an opportunity is very useful for those who have just reached the final realm of level 10 in the Azure Abyss Divine Territory." The patrol continued. "It's said that the final winner of the Court of Quietus deduced that a level 9 life form would be able to bring it out of the Court of Quietus. At that time, we guessed that the Buddha sect has such a strange and powerful bloodline. I'm afraid it's a life that was brought out from the Court of Quietus." Yuan Lan's pupils suddenly widened. He was a transcendent life form derived from spores and unicellular cells and brought to the entire universe. No wonder the Buddhist bloodline was so powerful and evil. From the very beginning, he had felt that the bloodline was too perfect and complete. It was not that there were no powerful heaven-defying bloodlines in the universe, but any heaven-defying bloodline would have small flaws and various shortcomings. This was because it was inevitable in the evolution of nature. However, the extraordinary heaven-defying bloodline of the other party was not only powerful, but it also had no small flaws and loopholes. It was a perfect primordial chaos. It was like man-made. No wonder. No wonder. Yuan Lan was surprised and overjoyed. He said, "That venerable sovereign is merely the disciple of an ancient existence, yet she was able to suppress the nine-headed ancient mother with such force. I'm afraid that the civilization hiding behind the scenes has once entered the court of quietus. Each of the 5 bloodlines in the venerable sovereign's body is heaven-defying, and they are perfectly matched. This was an unexplainable doubt, but now he was somewhat enlightened. The other party's origin and powerful foundation must have come from this court of quietus. Who knew how many powerful and heaven-defying bloodlines it had brought out to reach the exaggerated level of that civilization? 5 ordinary bloodlines fighting 3 ultimate-level Dao bloodlines. Yuan-Lan Holy Master's breathing quickened as he looked around and said, "Let's also start to evolve into species and fight for this powerful opportunity." Nicira sat on a chair and ate a small apple. He seemed very calm, but he was actually shocked. That venerable sovereign, the venerable sovereign who had just fought, was too ruthless, right? The nine-headed ancient mother was at the peak of the 10th level, yet it had been destroyed. Didn't the online forums say that although the strength of venerable sovereigns was strong, it was not to that extent? Also, if even their disciples were so powerful, then the ancient gods were actually hidden even deeper? This scene was too shocking for her. It was as if her heart was tickled. She wanted to know what was being discussed in that online forum. That racer of Mount Harana. He must be telling the truth again. Nicira was a little manic. She wanted to listen and understand the truth. This would be very beneficial to her. However, she was no longer on that mysterious planet. Back then, he had only caught a glimpse of her, and now he could no longer return. Also, at this time, a large number of Buddhist civilization forces were pouring into this dimensional courtyard. How could she not know? But why did they have to surge in large numbers? Something must have happened in their online forum again. But what was it? The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. She wanted to go to the forum and secretly spy on their conversation, but there was no way. At this moment, she was sitting at the entrance of the courtyard. Just as she was looking at the courtyard anxiously, the door behind her suddenly opened, and a mysterious existence walked out. "Come in," the existence said. "Advance. Go." Nicira was completely shaken, and he looked into the door with a burning gaze. She was completely at a loss. What on earth had happened? It must have something to do with the god of destruction. Those players must know, but he was the only one who didn't know. How could she not know that the door to the dimensional courtyard of the god of creation had always been tightly shut? Countless players, netizens, and powerhouses who had descended from the heavens were guessing what was behind the door. They wanted to go in, but before their eyes. "Let me in? No matter what happens, I can only adapt to the situation," she was excited and slowly stepped in. She only felt a light flash past and saw another world. Chapter 1134. It was an ordinary and ancient-looking chair, furniture, and study room. Everything seemed to be like an ordinary family, with nothing unusual. Nicira walked into the room and was stunned by the scene. She had imagined any gorgeous or unimaginable scene, but she did not expect it to be so ordinary. Su Ji was sitting on the sofa and drinking tea, looking very calm. If it was a real orchard house, he naturally wouldn't have invited Nicira in. However, she had already cut the dimensional courtyard in her backyard into the universe and placed it near the sun, preparing to use it as a viewing platform for the creation of the century. The furnishings of the room were also temporary, so it didn't matter if he invited Nicira in. "Don't be surprised, come in." The god of destruction's eyes flashed with a touch of leisure. Nicira was completely shocked. If she was not wrong, the god of destruction's eyes, which used to be cold and emotionless, now flashed with a wisp of living spirit as the embodiment of the heavenly Dao. The god of destruction was the god of creation. He was the old and decaying god of creation in the future. It was the embodiment of the will to destroy the universe. As the god of creation, he was the convergence of all matter, laws, life, and energy in the universe. He was a chaotic concept in the unseen world, the fairest heavenly Dao without self-consciousness. The universe was fake, only Dao Yi and the god of creation were real. This was because the god of creation was the singularity of the Big Bang. Only the Big Bang of that singularity could have the prosperity of the universe. But now, could it be that the gods of creation from two different dimensions were anxiously fighting each other? Could it be that the god of creation from the future no longer had the authority to control the universe and had begun to possess his own self? It's not impossible, no. Nisra roared anxiously in his heart. The god of destruction has been sleeping all this time. It was because he could not control the authority of this universe and could only have a part of it. After losing his authority, he has also lost the convergence of consciousness of all living beings, so it is possible for him to produce his own will. She felt that it was a very terrifying thing. The possible truth about the god of destruction, if it was true. I know what you're thinking. The god of destruction sat on the sofa and said, in this fiery room, as the will of the great Deo of the entire universe, it should be emotionless. However, in the timeline of a universe, there could only be one Deo who controlled all the order of the universe. The god of destruction, who came from the future, lost the will of the great path, which also meant that he began to have his own will. As expected. It really was so. Nicira roared. No wonder he thought of looking for a proxy. This did not seem like something that the cold will of the underworld would do. The moment it descended, it would begin to reveal itself because it had lost its authority. Now, this will was completely awakening. The great will of the universe began to develop its own consciousness. It had its own emotions, feelings, and thoughts. This was a very frightening thing. The god of destruction looked at Nicira with an unmoved expression. He lowered his eyes and took a sip of tea. I know what you're thinking. Don't worry too much. When I defeat this world's god of creation, all life, laws, and will of the entire universe will be re-injected into me. I'll become the cold god of creation that's as high as the eternal heavenly Deo, operating the universe's heavenly laws. Victory? Nicira was still not calm. The information revealed in this sentence was still huge enough. Although the god of destruction was not as powerful as the real god of creation, the god of creation was the will of the rules, and it was the embodiment of the concept of selflessness. It was equivalent to wind, tsunami, earthquake, super small explosion, and other natural phenomena in the universe. The god of creation could be said to be similar to a natural phenomenon in the embodiment of natural laws. However, it was the highest level of cosmic phenomena. The god of creation is powerful, but the god of destruction has feelings, self, and thoughts. He fights ruthlessness with his feelings. It's not impossible to win. When Nicira thought of this, she got goosebumps all over. As expected, the god of destruction had indeed brought a huge dark catastrophe to the entire universe, and the universe might be destroyed in advance. Sure enough. What? Nicira could not help but ask in shock. How do we replace the god of creation? The creation era. As the former god of creation, the god of destruction also liked to play with the teacup and eat the fruit. It will become a singularity in the universe and undergo a big bang to create a new small universe. It will take root within the great universe and gradually devour it. In the end, it will replace the great universe and destroy its entire lifespan. Even if it was just a description, Nicira could already imagine the terrifying future, the catastrophe of the Dark Age. As expected, after the universe garden, the ancient god's deduction was right. This universe that was in its prime might have its lifespan shortened due to the arrival of the god of destruction. It would enter an era of cosmic decay and head towards a great collapse. Nicira had wondered what method the god of destruction would use to destroy the entire universe, but he had never expected it to be such a terrifying and special method. It would turn into a singularity in the universe and create a universe. It was simply incredible, and only the former god of destruction could do it. The entire universe of silk is the enemy of the universe and the god of creation, but I have no way out, I can only follow the god of destruction. Although the god of destruction has feelings now, as he gradually masters the authority and laws of the universe, he will gradually become the former god of creation and the embodiment of the laws. However, as the god of creation, I'm also an existence that created the universe in that new universe. I can also obtain huge opportunities. She kept tidying up. It was a difficult choice, but she had no way out and could only stay in the camp of the god of destruction. In the player's words, this was probably the start of the main storyline of the entire universe. Moreover, a supreme existence that symbolized the laws of the universe had actually become emotional, had thoughts, and was enjoying the food of the mortal world. It's like the great supreme will of the universe has descended to the mortal world and turned into a living creature, experiencing the joys and sorrows of the world. Nicira looked at the being in front of him and had an idea. No one knew what he was thinking. The god of destruction was still very calm. After a while, he stood up slowly and looked out of the window. It's time to start the creation of the century, to create a new era of the universe. Nicira was completely shocked. Now? Just as Nicira's mind went blank, the god of destruction gently pushed open the door and walked into the dimensional courtyard. This is the god of destruction. What is he doing? Under the astonished gazes of Dichi, Caroline, and the rest, he walked up to the sky above the dimensional courtyard, as if he was walking on a flight of stairs, falling into the resplendent and deep starry sea of the universe. Chapter 1135. Within the dimensional courtyard of the entire mountain range, Caroline and the others controlled their evolved creatures and looked up. They saw the god of destruction covered in a thin mist, but they could still see his general outline. His eyes were shining, and his body was perfectly proportioned. With the most ancient sense of time, he ascended into the sky step by step. God of destruction. For a moment, even Dichi, the three pillar gods, Medusa and Phoenix looked up. They did not know what the god of destruction was going to do and could not help but look grave. Observation was existence, and cognition was arrival. The god of destruction was just a corner of their vision of the future. When it collapsed into reality, it crossed the timeline and appeared in this universe that did not belong to him, bringing catastrophe to the entire universe. They were on high alert about what they were about to do. On the other side, Yuan Lan didn't even know what a god of creation was. He didn't participate in the battle of the universe garden and didn't know about the god of destruction. What's that? Yuan Lan Holy Master was only very shocked and felt that something might happen. He stopped his evolution and asked everyone, is this some kind of strange phenomenon in this ancient world relic? A sign? What is the owner of this dimensional courtyard trying to do by ascending to the heavens? Although he didn't know the cause and effect of this place, it was hard to imagine just how powerful an ancient universe existence the owner of this courtyard was. He treated life as his pet and evolved the origin of all life in this dimensional courtyard. At this moment, the ancient existences in the countless dimensional courtyards cast their gazes towards the sky, which was high up in the sky. Tap 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 tap. It was as if the god of destruction was stepping on invisible stairs before finally stopping in the distant sky of the dimensional courtyard. He stretched out his hand and grabbed lightly. The 6 paths of reincarnation and countless laws of cultivation faintly appeared in his hand. Countless nomological laws began to condense. Whoosh! The god of destruction's eyes seemed to be burning with fire. He stood in the dark void and reached out his hand. The creation era. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the white jade-like palm gently grabbed, and a storm quickly swept out. The matter in the universe began to flow backward rapidly, like a videotape of fireworks being played backward. Time, space, dust, life, and land were returning. Everything that people could sense was sucked in and flowed backward, forming a rapidly collapsing vortex. The 5-colored vortex was vast and mighty, as if it had engulfed the entire galaxy. It carried a monstrous aura. The great collapse of the universe. Phoenix raised her head, her face filled with shock. This was the final scene of the legendary universe's destruction. Planets had a limit to their life, and so did the universe. When the universe reached the end of its life, it would rapidly reverse and return to its original singularity. The image in the sky of the dimensional courtyard suddenly froze. Everyone looked up and saw that the sky had turned into thick lines of vortexes, like Van Gogh's heavy ink paintings, with a deep and twisted scene. The world was distorted, and everything was going back in time. There were no laws, and everything returned to nothingness. Creation. World. Yuan Lan couldn't react anymore. He vaguely felt that he had come into contact with the most profound secret in the universe, which was something he couldn't imagine in his entire life. The birth and death of the universe. Even as a 10th level cultivator, it was impossible for him to live to the end of the universe. What's that? One of the investigators felt a great sense of fear. The destruction of the universe? The universe also has a lifespan. Country bumpkin. The players at the side looked at the sky in shock, but when they heard this, they immediately took the opportunity to turn around and say country bumpkin, afraid that they would be slow. Yuan Lan Holy Master's face was unprecedentedly solemn, with a strong trace of madness and fanaticism. Yes, the universe also has a lifespan, it's just that it's so long that we can't see it. Could this relic be from the prehistoric era of the universe? An ancient and powerful existence of the previous universe recorded the scene of the collapse of the previous universe at the last moment of his life. He thought it was an ancient impression of the ruins. After all, in many unimaginable mysterious ruins, one could see some images of what had happened in the past. However, Yuan Lan soon rejected this speculation. It can't be from the prehistoric civilization ruins. That was because not a single peak 10th level would be able to live to the end of the universe. No powerful being could accompany the universe to its final collapse. To see that most beautiful and heroic scene. Why? This time, the player asked in confusion. Only by becoming an ultimate realm expert will one understand everything. Yuan Lan had become a 10th level final realm, standing at the end of the Great Dao. He was a Dao integration god, and all the rules and secrets of the universe were no longer secrets. What was the ultimate realm? Omniscience was the ultimate. After the Dao integration, there were no more secrets hidden in the entire universe. However, being omniscient did not mean that he was omnipotent or capable of doing anything. He only knew the laws of the universe. The universe is divided into the prime and the aging stages, Yuan Lan said. Right now, we're still living in the prime of our lives. The universe has only been over 10 billion years since the Big Bang, and the ultimate existences of the 10th level are still emerging one after another. The Great Dao is still being perfected and flourishing. In other words, when the universe is aging, there will be no level 10? The player asked, filled with a great thirst for knowledge. Of course. Do you think that there's no limit to the 10th level? Yuan Lan Holy Master shook his head and said, there is a limit to the number of seats for the Great Dao. But now, more than 10 billion years had passed, and although the lower branches of the main branch had basically been filled up, leaving only some minor branches, there were still many of them. It seemed that the number of level 10 ultimate existences could be unlimited. However, as time passed, when the universe was completely filled up and even the tiny cracks were filled up by the last 10th level ultimate entity, who verified the Dao and occupied the last seat of the Great Dao, the universe would become perfect. Then, there would be no more 10th level entities in the universe, and the door to the 10th level would be completely sealed. As a result, the big tree of the universe had completely stopped growing. Level 10 was no longer born in the universe and began to decline. At that time, the universe was like a middle-aged man in his twilight years, walking towards the second half of his life. No 10th level Great Dao ultimate existences were born, and even those ultimate existences would disappear with the death of one until they were completely gone, with not a single one left. After that, in a few billion years, the universe's civilization's understanding of the realm's limit might be level 9, which was the end of the Great Dao. It was the ultimate realm of the universe. They would think that there was no such thing as level 10 above level 9, until the universe completely aged and collapsed. However, at that time, there were no 10th level existences that lived in that era to accompany the universe's aging destruction. After hearing Yuan Lan Holy Master's words, the players felt a vast and heavy aura of time. The universe was declining in this way, which was very interesting and also a great experience. It had to be said that even though he was a country bumpkin, as an ultimate realm expert, he knew everything in the universe. This was not an undeserved reputation. They also understood why Yuan Lan was so certain that this ancient civilization ruin wasn't a recording of the destruction of an ancient universe by a 10th level final realm existence. It was because no final realm existence could live to the end of time. However, Yuan Lan thought that this was just an image recorded in ancient times. He didn't know that this was a living thing that was happening. The god of destruction. He's creating a century. The players were shocked. Boom. With the collapse of the universe, everything returned to the singularity. In the next second, a ray of light flashed violently, like a lamp in the darkness that expanded rapidly and finally exploded. It was as if a huge firework had bloomed in the sky, extremely beautiful. The Big Bang! The Big Bang! Yuan Lan Holy Master almost knelt on the ground. Not only did he see the end of the world, but he also witnessed the birth of the universe. For a devout seeker, this was a scene that was hard to dream of. However, in the next second, an even more exciting scene appeared. Ding ding dong dong! Following the Big Bang, what seemed to be the origin point rapidly split open and collided. Countless nomological laws were like bells, crisp and clear as they collided together, giving off the first sound in the world. The moment of the Big Bang must have been noisy. Yuan Lan looked at the beautiful scene and was almost intoxicated. What did I just hear? This is the Great Dao's prelude, the Great Dao's prelude. In front of his eyes, the scene of the primordial universe's creation appeared. From a single syllable, it continuously split and collided, forming countless syllables to form a song of the way. It was also like a huge tree. From the most primitive singularity seed, it rapidly grew and cracked, spreading out leaves and countless branches. This is, he was so excited that his eyes were red and hot. The rough trunk of the universe is formed at this moment, left for the people of countless eras to cultivate the Great Dao and become an ultimate saint, to prove the Dao and mend the heaven. It was as if he was looking at the history of the universe and the unprecedented future. However, just as he was overjoyed and almost cheered like a teenager as he looked up at the sky, he heard a voice that made him dumbfounded. In this universe, the great Dao does not match. I don't want to. Under his dumbfounded gaze, the entire main trunk of the universe that he had treated as a supreme treasure shattered with a loud bang. It flowed backward once again and collapsed greatly, returning to a singularity. Chapter 1136. The sea of stars rolled back, and the universe was destroyed. Everything was like a mighty torrent of the world that was flowing in reverse. This newly formed universe had just experienced a big bang and had yet to spread when it rapidly reversed and formed a new singularity of the Great Dao. The oddity of the Great Dao was being nurtured. It was like an embryo that contained the greatest mystery of the world and was about to erupt again. Very quickly, the singularity of the Great Dao shrank to a certain extent again. Time and space seemed to have been annihilated. In the vast chaos, perhaps only a second had passed, but it could also have been hundreds of millions of years. The next big explosion was ushered in. Boom! The rotten primordial particles shot out in all directions and exploded. Countless overture notes of the Great Path were played again. They were crisp and pleasant to the ear, like the sounds of nature. Even the most beautiful notes in the world could not describe the beauty of this song. This universe still doesn't conform to the Great Dao. I don't want it. The empty, majestic voice sounded again, and the universe actually ushered in the second great collapse. Su Ji stood high in the sky above the dimensional courtyard, his expression calm. He had already expected this to happen. He knew that it was impossible for a universe suitable for him to appear at the beginning. Even though he had already taken control of the general direction and tried to get as close to the main universe as possible, the creation of the era still depended on probability. It has to be a law that is close to the main universe. Otherwise, my power can't withstand the assimilation of the main universe. He clearly knew that it was unrealistic to completely differ from the laws of the main universe. Only a small part of the laws could be different, or else it would not be able to resist the exaggerated assimilation. At the very least, he couldn't do it and couldn't resist it. That universe just now had a holy aura. It looked very mysterious and had great potential. However, the difference in the laws of the two universes was too great. I couldn't resist the assimilation of the great universe at all. A look of regret flashed across Su Ji's face. He was well aware of his current capabilities, and he would be courting death if he tried to evolve that kind of universe. What he had to do was to develop a cancer cell that looked not much different from the main universe. It would deceive most of the universe's immune systems and then let the cancer cell grow, turning into a tumor and taking root in the body. Boom! The universe collapsed and exploded again and again. This is like the evolution of the origin of life, a spore. Unlimited possibilities, unlimited future. Su Ji looked at the singularity in the universe and suddenly sighed with emotion. This singularity was also a different kind of spore that had bred all kinds of strange universes. The baptism was repeated again and again, and the Great Dao rang. After countless collapses and explosions, the countless Dao voices had completely shocked the minds of Carolyn and the others into a blank. This is an unprecedented opportunity. This might even be the greatest opportunity in the universe's 10 billion years of birth. They stood in the sky above the dimensional courtyard, their eyes burning with passion as they looked up at the ancient figure in the sky. Previously, Medusa's evolution and the true sound of the Great Path had already been the supreme truth that they had to carefully savor. And in front of him? How many true sounds of the Great Dao were there? The Big Bang and the Great Collapse of the universe alone had been rededuced countless times, and the sound of the Great Dao overture rang continuously. It was as if they were listening to a grand symphony concert. They sat in their seats and listened to all kinds of peerless godly songs that they had never dared to imagine before. They were so excited that they wished they had a dozen more pairs of ears. Shock, confusion, all of that was gone. They were all desperately absorbing this opportunity. This is equivalent to the seat of the Great Dao that created the world. We are all listening to the will of this ancient Great Dao. Dick's eyes were bright. All the truths of the universe are false, all the true sounds of the Great Dao are lip-syncing of the universe. This is fake. We have to learn as well. No matter what happened, it's not wrong to absorb it first. Carolyn smiled as she looked up at the sky. Even the most beautiful natural scenery in the universe was far from this. On the other side, Medusa's face was firm and fanatical. The overture of the universe here is lip-syncing of the universe. Every universe had different rules. Only the origin of all truths, the oddities of Dao Yi, was real. But if one does not know the false truth, how can one trace the false truth to the source and see the sky of truth? All the branched law streams were the false principles of the universe. Only the source of the river was real, but if they did not know the river of false truth, they would not be able to follow it to pursue the end of the truth. Caroline, Medusa, Dichi, the three pillar gods, and everyone else were trying their best to memorize all the details. However, even though they were powerful, it was still difficult for them to memorize the complete score. This was because every moment, tens of thousands of great daos were splitting, and an unimaginable number of syllables were colliding. How massive was the amount of information produced by the birth of an entire universe? Everyone was calm as they looked at the sky. This is... What the hell is this? Only Yuan Lan Holy Master didn't know anything. He didn't know about the god of creation and the god of destruction, but he felt that this scene was inexplicably shocking and terrifying. It was an unprecedented opportunity. We have to seize this opportunity. He also began to memorize it with all his might. At the same time, he began to have wild thoughts. This scene was too real. Could it be that an ancient prehistoric existence had used some unknown and mysterious means to survive until the end of the universe and recorded the final moment of the universe? All of this, was it really an ancient image? He still couldn't imagine that all of this happened in an instant. He still thought that it was the remains of an ancient ruin that recorded the incredible secrets of the ancient universe. Then, this scene is real, it happened in the prehistoric era of the ancient universe? There was an existence that collapsed the entire universe, returned, and then began to create the era. To him, there was an indescribable existence in the dark that controlled the universe, undergoing rebirth and destruction. This completely subverted his three views. At the same time, in order to deduce the next suitable cosmos epoch, he has been constantly reconstructing and experiencing countless births and rebirths of the cosmos before adjusting to the cosmos he wanted. What? He cried out in alarm. He felt that there was something terrifying about this. The more he thought about it, the scarier he felt. Add latest chapters at freeognovlo only. The birth and destruction of every universe seemed to collapse and restart in an instant, but in fact, it had to go through many returns and great collapses to determine the foundation of the rules of the next universe before it officially began to form a new universe. That's impossible. That's impossible, there must be another reason for this scene. He felt that the truth he had deduced was too subversive. Even he himself did not dare to believe it, nor was he willing to believe it. How could there be an ancient existence that controlled the entire universe? And it was still nurturing and restarting the universe countless times? This scene should not be a real scene from prehistory. As soon as he thought of this, he saw an incredible scene. In the sky, after several days of collapse and restart, the singularity of the universe returned and finally stopped. This universe is in line with my wishes. A new universe began to appear. It carried a blood-red and ancient aura, giving people a kind of inexplicable ancient and familiar feeling. This familiar aura. A universe where bloodlines cultivate to become extraordinary. It's our universe era. He evolved countless universes, but he stopped. Stop in this bloodline universe era. His breathing became rapid, his face suddenly turned red, and his mind was like a bucket of paste. So that's really the case. This is the scene left behind by the creation of the universe 14 billion years ago. Our bloodline universe was born from this. This is the scene of the birth of our universe. Chapter 1137. I finally succeeded. Above the sea of stars, Su Ji said softly, I've finally developed a bloodline law similar to that of the main universe, a universe of cultivation. He silently sensed this universe, which was different from the great universe. There was only an 8% difference in the laws of nature, which was much more compatible than he had imagined. After all, it was impossible to create an identical universe, just like how the world did not have two completely identical leaves. 8% might seem like a small difference, but it was actually a huge one. After all, this was 8% of the origin source law, which was the core laws of the universe such as light speed, gravity, and gravity. For example, this universe did not have light, and just the loss of this core law would make a difference. It's not bad. Su Ji stopped what he was doing, but he did not have the urge to continue the act. At the same time, he also felt that this universe was incomplete and missing something. It's obvious that even though I've mastered most of the laws of the universe, I can't master all of them. Therefore, the singularity where matter returns is destined to be incomplete. It's not the true Dao One of the universe's origin. Thus, the universe that was split out was naturally incomplete. This is also a fake Deo universe. However, this is enough for me. He was not an insatiable person. To him, this was already an unimaginable miracle. A great leap in civilization. What he created was no longer a small world, but a universe with its own independent rules. Su Ji looked down at the dimensional courtyard. I wonder how much knowledge Carolyn and the others have absorbed? After all, this scene is a very rare great opportunity. It is much larger and vaster than Medusa's previous scene, and it has also consumed countless resources of mine. We'll naturally maximize the benefits by letting them watch. Even peak 10th level existences would not be able to see this. The magnitude of the opportunity to come into contact with the core of the universe was beyond doubt. Su Ji's gaze swept past Caroline, Medusa, Dichi, and the others. From their attitudes, he knew that they had gained a lot, and he could not help but feel at peace. However, when his eyes fell on Yuan Lan, he was stunned. Prehistory, this must be a scene from prehistory. The universe we're living in right now, the scene of the creation of the world 14 billion years ago. Yuan Lan Holy Master knelt on the ground and looked at the sky with extreme fanaticism. In his eyes, this scene was the scene of the creation of the universe more than 14 billion years ago. The great collapse and big explosion of the universe had experienced countless times before the final universe was born. As for the final bloodline universe, it had the same aura as the current bloodline universe. It completely confirmed his conjecture. This scene was the creation of heaven and earth in prehistory. After all, it was no wonder he thought so. Su Ji's universe was only 8% different from the current one, so it was difficult to tell. Not to mention that this was a rough universe, without the living beings of the later generations to perfect it. It was only natural that the universe from 14 billion years ago was different from the mature universe now. Su Ji was stunned by the scene and could not react in time. Right now, he was like a sandbox that created the new era, creating a new extraordinary world and letting others witness this opportunity. After all, the Grand Deo Prelude was a very precious universe-creating parameter. However, he hadn't expected that Heavenly Venerate Azure Abyss would think that it was a scene from the creation of the world, the most ancient and sacred scene. However, when he thought about it from this angle, there were no flaws. An ancient universe existence, after experiencing countless rebirths, finally confirmed the current universe in front of him with bloodlines as the foundation. At this moment, this scene is too terrifying. So, this is how our universe was born. Yuan Lan Holy Master's brain was still hit by the terrifying information. That existence, what kind of existence is he? Could the creation of heaven and earth be the original will of chaos of the entire universe? In that case, such an existence can perhaps be called the God of Creation. Su Ji was stunned for a moment when he heard that. He was no longer in the mood to pay attention to Yuan Lan. However, he felt a little emotional. For the first time, without the player's knowledge, there were foreign beings, and he felt that they were the gods of creation. Boom! Su Ji did not think too much about it or pay any attention to Heavenly Venerate Azure Abyss, as he was still too busy. Creating a universe wasn't that simple. At this moment, the universe did not reverse this time. It was the final and satisfactory result of countless experiments. The Big Bang of the universe spread rapidly. Countless laws, matter, time, space, light, and darkness, all spread in all directions. However, as time passed, the entire universe was quickly assimilated and annihilated by the entire great universe, just like Medusa's universe. All the foreign species and rules that did not belong to this world were turning into nothingness. I'm starting to be assimilated. I have to play the Heaven's Path piano. Fortunately, I'm not someone to be trifled with. Those foreign laws have been remembered by the Heavenly Path piano, and it has split and combined them with the existing laws of the universe. Whoosh! The laws of the entire collapsed universe shattered. Suddenly, a new maxim was integrated into it, maintaining the fading maxims. Like the source of a river, it formed a stable power and frantically transformed the birth of wisps of maxims. The alien universe that was on the verge of collapse gradually stabilized. The next step is to transfer this universe into the subspace that I've created. Su Ji's voice was very calm, and everything was going according to his careful plan. The subspace has set up a formation to isolate the outside world. Although it's impossible to isolate the entire universe, it's still living in the universe after all. However, it can also reduce the speed of assimilation and reduce the loss. Everything was already fully prepared. How could creating a universe be a game? In the 300 years of the crazy production of Racer of Mount Harana, Su Ji had used the full 300 years to perform a big data deduction. The computing power of a 10th grade magic core was so powerful that it was possible to form this intricate plan of Genesis. Voila! Under the gaze of the entire dimensional courtyard, the entire small universe in the sky suddenly disappeared. What is the god of destruction doing? The universe he created has disappeared. Carolyn and the rest looked at each other as they looked at the empty sky. They felt that this scene was very inconceivable. Yuan Lan, who was on the other side of the dimensional courtyard, was completely shocked when he saw this scene. As expected, it's a remnant of an ancient video. After the video finished playing, it suddenly disappeared into the sky. At this moment, the entire newly created small universe was moved into the subspace. The nearly 10,000 heavens path pianos and the energy sun furnace that had been prepared were like a lamp, supporting and maintaining the flame that had just been born. They kept it swaying and prevented it from being extinguished. Su Ji stepped into the universe and looked down at the universe that was still in the midst of a big bang. He revealed a look of shock. The creation era. I actually succeeded. I really became this universe's, the god of creation. Chapter 1138. Dimensional Courtyard. Within the miniature mountains, rivers, and earth, Carolyn and the others watched as this scene suddenly appeared and disappeared. They were somewhat at a loss, but they also had some guesses. Was that the god of destruction creating the era? Said Carolyn. She naturally didn't think that it was an ancient image, but something that had really happened in reality. Although it was shocking, the ancient gods had warned her. The creation of the century, why the creation of the century? Did she frown slightly? This scene was very strange. The god of destruction, when the battle in the Cosmos Garden arrived, he said, if he wants to bring a catastrophe to the entire great cosmos and end the lifespan of this cosmos in advance, then can the creation of a cosmos bring a catastrophe to the entire great cosmos? The three pillar gods, however, analyzed, god of destruction. He was the old god of creation from the future. They were essentially the same, but the god of destruction could not control the chaos in this universe. Therefore, he created a universe and became the god of creation of that universe to fight against the great universe. Gradually replace them. This guess made everyone's heart tremble. It was indeed very possible. I was wondering what method the god of destruction would use to destroy this universe and bring about the catastrophe in advance, but I didn't expect it to be in this way. I'm afraid that this dimensional courtyard of the god of destruction was built for the universe that the god of destruction was about to create. Said Carolyn. Are you saying that the origin of this universe leads to the new universe of the god of destruction? De Key's expression gradually turned serious. If that was the case, then everything was indeed linked. The god of destruction had prepared for this a long time ago, but on second thought, it was indeed the best way to perfectly destroy the universe. A super ancient god. I've guessed it before. The god of destruction is about to create a new universe, and that's why he asked us to come and watch. It's obvious that he had already guessed the god of destruction's possible actions. Such an existence is truly unpredictable. Carolyn felt that it was getting harder and harder for her to understand the realm of the ancient gods. On the other side, outside the universe, it was a pitch-black void, and the void was trembling slightly. This was a daoist field. What was a training hall? It was a place of residence built using the Dao laws that one had mastered. It was a kind of pure Dao law that was built in heavens beyond. It was a small bubble outside the cosmos wall that was filled with pure cultivation laws. In this training hall, he was like a fish in water. It could be said to be a different kind of pure elemental plane world. Living outside the universe could not only slow down the aging speed of one's assimilation with the universe, but one's combat power would also expand greatly. It was one's own sanctuary. If one was not extremely powerful, one would not dare to rashly invade another's Dao field. In the ancient ultimate level Dao field, an existence opened his eyes and a look of shock flashed past. There's actually a foreign object in the universe? As a 10th level cultivator and a part of the Great Dao, he naturally bore the responsibility of protecting the universe. It was hard for the universe to have any secrets to them. Especially before their eyes, it was as if a foreign bacteria had parasitized in the universe. It was not rejected by the entire universe and had been existing steadily. It made them feel very incredulous. It could be said to be an unimaginable change since ancient times. Is there a mysterious ancient ultimate existence that has built a Daoist right temple in the universe? A young man with shoulder-length black hair sat in front of a stone table and tapped his fingertips. Ancient divine light shone all over his body. He looked like a young man, but in reality, he was an old monster who had lived for millions of years. Impossible. It would be meaningless to build a Dao field in the universe. Moreover, the Dao field built by this mysterious existence was actually an outer Dao. It's a Tao or a field created by a Dao that doesn't belong to the laws of this universe. It was inconceivable that an outside path would not be assimilated. However, this unbelievable thing had actually happened in front of him. Even the all-knowing ultimate realm of the universe was numb to the unknown and incomprehensible situation. He continued to sense it and felt completely uneasy. This is not a small world like a Dao field but an even larger Dao field. The nomological laws contained in it can form a complete nomological ecosystem. It can house various life forms and is already the legendary fake Dao universe. This is an unimaginable ancient final realm. No, this isn't as simple as fake Dao universe. This Dao doesn't belong to this universe. It's something that has never been seen before. The outer Dao universe. He was slightly shocked. He calculated the heavenly secrets and the great Dao, but he couldn't get any results. What kind of existence could have created such a shocking Daoist rite temple? Why must it evolve such a strange object in the universe? If it was outside the universe, almost no one would know that such a Daoist field had been developed. However, this existence was bold and skilled. He had actually created such a Daoist rite temple in the universe and was sensed by all the 10th level existences in the universe. Was he so brazen as to tell the entire universe what he was about to do? He would not be rejected by the outer Dao universe that was formed outside the universe, but the other party had to do such a thankless and strenuous thing. What terrifying scheme did he have in mind? At this moment, it was not just this 10th level ultimate. Even the 10th level ultimate existences of the great Daos of the other universes, which were scattered everywhere, trembled violently and had similar thoughts. A 10th tier cultivator at the final realm had actually caused a huge tsunami. In an instant, countless existences of the ultimate Daos who were familiar with each other and had good relationships with each other began to walk around and chat with each other in each other's Daoist field. On the other side, in a Daoist rite temple, the 9-headed ancient Mother Melville was sitting in the Daoist rite temple, recuperating from her injuries. Although 300 years have passed in the high-dimensional space-time, which is only a short 3 days in reality, I will need a full month to fully recover from my injuries. I will need at least half a year before I can condense the spatial embroidery needle again. The starry sky dress was her core weapon that she had spent millions of years to form. As for the spatial needle, it was a secondary core treasure. It had been transformed into a spatial ruler and saved his life. However, he had already lost this life-saving treasure, and he was seriously injured. She knew that she was in danger. Every level 10 ultimate existence has its own territory. Once discovered by others, I'll descend on the nebula land under my jurisdiction and be severely injured by the newly advanced level 10 ultimate. Other existences will definitely come to me. She revealed a sense of urgency. Although there were only a few, there were still level 10 existences who were harvesting the civilizations in their own territory. They were defeated and injured by the newly advanced level 10 existences. Then, the other peak 10th level existences would beat the dog while it was down, and there were many cases where the dog was killed. However, most of these things only happened to the ultimate level of the first or second great Dao bloodlines. Very few things happened to someone of her level. I hope I can hide for a while longer, her face turned pale. But I'll be discovered sooner or later. The 10th level final realm in that land is still alive. The other existences only need to take a glance at that star cluster and see Yuan Lan Primogenitor and the others. They'll be able to find out that I've been defeated by a newly advanced final realm. This kind of thing could be seen with one look at that piece of land. She could only hope that she could hide for a while longer. However, some ancient peak level 10 dojos were in the human realm upon heavens, but they liked to use their avatars to travel around. They even set up all kinds of strange encounter spaces to cause chaos in the civilization to kill time. She would definitely not be able to hide for long. Therefore, if she wasn't on the verge of death, she wouldn't have been willing to use the spatial spring ruler. It was for this reason that she even wanted to become Dao companions with that venerable sovereign. If they became Dao companions, their strength would increase greatly, and they would obtain the other party's bloodline and knowledge. Both parties would benefit from each other. And the scene that she least wanted to see appeared in front of her eyes. It was too dangerous to be seriously injured. Humph, and you say that he and I are not worthy. That figure flashed across the nine-headed ancient mother's eyes. With a hint of anger, she said, a mere 10th tier final realm progeny without a great Dao can be found everywhere in the eyes of people of our level. They were all attendants, servants, and children of the great Dao of the dojo. You're actually dissatisfied with marrying him. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. No matter how profound her inheritance was, her 10th tier bloodline of the three great Daos was definitely important. Moreover, she would not be the only one who would benefit from having children with her. The other party would also be able to improve their spatial bloodline and become a heaven-defying bloodline. Both parties would benefit from it. This was a matter of mutual benefit, and the other party had even taken advantage of her. Countless 10th level cultivators had wanted to become Dao companions with her, but she had rejected them all. Boom! The space shook slightly. Nine-headed ancient mother calculated with her fingers and felt the abnormality of the universe. It was as if a foreign object had been born in the universe. She had the same shocking thought as the other 10th level existences. He didn't know what kind of powerful being had deliberately made such a conspicuous warning in the universe. He didn't know what his desire was. However, she also healed her injuries patiently. Those basic true universe giants and ultimate sages of the origin were simply not on the same level as her. However, it's actually in the universe, she suddenly thought of the venerable sovereign and the master he had mentioned, the secret ancient section. There are basically no 10th level existences. They live in the universe. The strange changes in the universe and the mysterious sect that the venerable sovereign mentioned seemed to have taken root in the universe. Could it be that the turbulence of the universe is related to him? At that moment, Su Ji was naturally unaware of the turmoil at the ultimate level of the 10th level. Even if he had known, he would not have paid any attention to it. Their turmoil and speculations were related to him? He didn't care about this at all. To him, now that he had gone out and learned some rules, there was nothing else he wanted to know. The attraction of the outside world was just that. It was better to cultivate in seclusion and farm. Everything that happened outside had nothing to do with him. This thought, why does it feel like I'm a homebody? It's said that the colorful world outside is not attractive. Why don't you just hide in the house and read books, surf the internet, and watch TV series? Su Ji was speechless. But to him, it was true. How could the outside world be more interesting than his own? Outside, he was just an unremarkable 10th grade son, a boy, servant, and a servant in the dojo. When he was at home, he was the god of creation. Su Ji looked ahead. What was the birth of the universe like? In the sandbox worlds that Su Ji had created before, there had never been such a scene before. It was all a sandbox, and then it began to evolve living creatures. It seemed diverse, but the rules of the world had never changed. But it's different now. The natural order is unprecedented. Su Ji ignored the people from the dimensional yard and focused on the situation that had just erupted. He could clearly see that everything was spreading. In his days, Su Ji sensed everything. Pieces of oddly shaped soil and metal floated in the air. The rays of light were distorted and hazy, and they were in strange shapes like ribbons. The flames were also irregular, floating everywhere. The water flow was scattered like mist, scattered in the world. The entire universe was like a messy garbage dump after an explosion. Everything was in a mess. Is this the universe when chaos first formed? He seemed to see a rough ancient tree of the great path, a rough and simple music score for the main trunk. There was only the main trunk, no branches, buds, green leaves, flowers, and everything was empty. In this era, time is only time. It doesn't have its own time pattern. Su Ji only realized what was really going on after the initial chaos. There was no order to everything, but it was just slightly better than the state of chaos. I haven't even set the time's law. Then, can I fill in the time's law of this universe? A bold and strong thought appeared in Su Ji's mind. In the multiverse, in the high-dimensional space-time, the upper limit of thinking is 100 years a day. Beyond this speed, although the body was changing, the mind could not think. This is the god of creation's time flow. Then, who set the upper limit of time? Is it a rule set by an existence from an ancient universe after he vindicated his Dao? In order to prevent time confusion, a limit was set? If I modify it in this universe where there are no rules, the limit of my thinking speed is 10,000 years a day, so what? He looked at the chaotic space created by chaos and felt goosebumps all over his body. Chapter 1139. This world had time, space, gravity, and matter. It was only a vague concept, but it had not been completely determined, and there were detailed parameters. It was like a sapling that had just broken out of the ground, but its branches had not fully extended. This was something that needed to be unearthed. With Su Ji's current profound knowledge of the Great Dao, he could even slightly correct the core of the law of time and change it in the direction he wanted. Hualala. At that moment, Su Ji was sitting cross-legged in the center of the great explosion of chaos. He could also vaguely see the tree-shaped star map of the universe, which was very simple and crude. It was far from the complete and flourishing universe he had seen, or even incomplete. This was because the universe that Su Ji had created was not born from a real singularity. It had only gathered most of the laws of the universe. The four directions are the universe. Since ancient times, it has been the universe. This side has yet to become real universe. There's no direction from the past to the present, the origin has no jiazi, the time and space have no limit. Su Ji muttered. In the dark primordial chaos, he sat in the center of the universe and swept his gaze across the universe and the blurry laws that had evolved from laws. Light could not be called light. There was almost no gravity. There weren't even any planets, they were just deformed pieces of Earth. These pieces of soil floated in the Big Bang. They could not even be called three-dimensional material. They had a mysterious and blurry feeling, like a mirage, like the legendary Klein bottle. It was even more indescribable. These pieces of soil shuttled between 1 dimension, 2 dimension, and 3 dimension, hazy. Even the dimension hasn't taken shape. After a moment of silence and seeing this chaotic scene, he completely understood the meaning of no rules, no rules. Even his powerful cultivation base had almost disappeared. In this universe, my power is already less than 1,000th. As expected, you can be reduced to a mortal. Su Ji found the foundation of the Great Dao very quickly. He began to explore the pattern. He found that there was no fixed amount. Even the concept of time was vague. This was because when a concept did not have detailed parameters or scales, it might not be recognized by living beings. This also means that I can transcend the limits of the multiverse here and set tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of millions of years a day in this universe. Su Ji's face was slightly red and hot, and his blood was boiling. If he could do that, he would have caused an earth-shattering event and a great development. He wanted to be invincible. What was 100 million years a day? He took off immediately. He quickly organized his thoughts. Let me think. The universe outside has this upper limit, but this new universe doesn't. This also meant that in the ancient chaotic era of the universe, there was an ultimate existence of the universe who had changed the upper limit of the universe's time scale, and the maximum parameter of the high-dimensional space-time was 100 years a day. Why did he do that? Su Ji thought to himself, there must be no upper limit to the high-dimensional space-time before he set it up. When the deities of the ancient times entered the high-dimensional space-time, they could travel at a crazy speed of 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 100 million years a day. What did this mean? It meant that the universe was in chaos. For example, if two godly spirits were to fight, the enemy would enter a high-dimensional space-time that was 100 years a day, while I would enter 1,000 years or even 10,000 years a day. The speed of time would have to be faster than the enemy. A higher dimension against a lower dimension. Dimension reduction strike. This would cause the battle between the two sides to enter a higher dimensional space. How could a god's lifespan of a few thousand years withstand such consumption? They would die of old age in an instant, and the victorious party, even if they survived, would also be on the verge of death. It can be seen that there are no laws in the heaven and earth during the battle in the ancient desolate universe. It is very chaotic and turbid. There are no restrictions in the high-dimensional space-time, which led to this chaotic scene. So, Su Ji said softly, upon seeing this scene, a great and benevolent ancient sage came up with a way, which was to limit the limits of high-dimensional space and time, and then prove his way with his own body. He set the limits of the universe's high-dimensional space and time, and only then did the chaotic era calm down. From then on, no matter how strong an expert was, they could only fight in the higher dimension, 100 years a day. It won't hurt your foundation. From then on, in the distant future of the universe, the limit of a living being's mind was 100 years a day. And the terrifying high-dimensional flow rate that exceeded 100 years in a day was the god of creation's flow rate. An overly high flow rate would cause the body to age rapidly, and one would lose the ability to think. Furthermore, the restrictions of the high-dimensional space-time will not only allow the heaven and earth to have rules, but it will also greatly extend the lifespan of the universe. Su Ji sighed with emotion. After all, if there are no restrictions, the strong will be able to update and replace their bodies. And their cultivation speed will be very, very fast. This also meant that the emergence of level 10 had accelerated. It was as if the universe had eaten a catalyst. This big tree was growing wildly and completing. When the universe is completely repaired, the 10th level door will be closed, and the universe will enter its aging period ahead of time. When Su Ji saw this, he could deduce the history and civilization of the ancient universe. At that time, the universe was extremely chaotic and had no rules. Generations of great sages proved their Dao with their own bodies and opened up a peaceful and stable universe with rules. That was how it was today. This was also the reason why he deduced the extraordinary sandbox. Deducing the sandbox would allow him to understand the laws of the universe and find a way to open up a future cultivation path. That era must have been very influential. Su Ji was deep in thought, and he said with a dazed look in his eyes, for example, the great sage who set the limits of the high-dimensional parameters for the entire ancient universe changed the rules of the entire universe the moment he vindicated his Dao. The mortals, gods, and deists living in the vast system of the various nebulas would clearly feel the strong vibration. The chaos in the universe instantly subsided. Countless saints from the ancient times joined the sect and respected this great and kind supreme saint of the universe. It was a magnificent ancient universe. The Dao vindication of every cultivator would shake the heavens and earth, and the era would change. They had mastered extremely terrifying core laws. Their Dao bloodlines were invincible. At that time, he would probably only need a single Dao bloodline to defeat a group of ultimate existences with the bloodlines of the 5 great Dao. After all, that was not the mature and complete universe today. Almost all the important second-level branch nomological laws had been vindicated. Previously, when Yuan Lan Holy Master and the others vindicated their Dao, there was only a slight vibration. After all, it was a great Dao with minute details and did not change the universe. For example, the great sage who set the limit of the parameters in the high-dimensional space-time. Who can match his great Dao bloodline? He limited the limits of the common people, but he was not limited. To be able to enter a higher dimension for 100 million years, he would definitely dominate an entire cosmos epic and become an unrivaled sage of that era, shining his light on the entire cosmos. It's like I'm dreaming of the ancient times. Su Ji smiled slightly. Chapter 1140. Su Ji knew very well that Yuan Lan was right. When all the rules of the universe were completed and the 10th level extremists combined their Daos, there would be no more places in the universe that needed to be completed, and the 10th level ultimate gate would be sealed. The universe would then go from its growing phase to its turning point and enter its aging phase. Even those who had studied Earth's history knew that the universe had only been around for more than 14 billion years since the Big Bang. It was indeed still in its growing stage. There were probably still tens of billions of years left before it could give birth to countless 10th level superstars. However, its growth rate was already very slow, and it was approaching maturity. After all, in this universe era, the powerful core rules had been completed. This means that the existences of this era can only vindicate some minor details. They're not even 1% as powerful as the top masters of the ancient universe. Su Ji took deep breath. Time flies. You can say that we're all born at the wrong time. However, it was already not bad. With the passage of time, in the future, when the door to level 10 was closed, the universe would age, and the age of chaos would arrive. Even the concept of level 10 would no longer exist. The heavens' favorites who were born in the Dharma-ending age are the ones who are truly miserable. At that time, people would think that a rank 9 Dao achieving cultivator who could distort the laws of the universe was at the top of the universe's cultivation. That would be the saddest thing. Furthermore, it has gone one step further and completely entered an era of destruction. Even rank 9 Dao cultivators no longer exist, and they believe that rank 8 deities are the peak of the universe. This is because, at that time, the universe will no longer be perfect and flawless with the completion. This also means that the powerhouses will no longer be able to distort the rules that are perfect to the point of having no loopholes, and it will be impossible for a rank 9 immortal to be born. Su Ji felt a deep sense of sorrow. Everything seems to be predestined. When the peak of level 10 completes the great Dao of the universe, level 9 Dao cultivators will no longer be able to tap on the distorted rules, and level 9 will also begin to seal. He seemed to feel the torrent of fate sweeping over. No one could resist it. Even the greatest and most monstrous existences in the universe could not reverse this vast torrent of destruction. This might be fate. Time is the greatest weapon in the universe. Su Ji's expression was cold. He looked at the new universe that had not even been born and could already see his future aging. Only someone like him, who had witnessed the beginning of everything, could clearly sense the end of the future. In the Dharma ending age of the universe, level 10 Dao validation disappeared, and level 9 Dao attainment disappeared. At the end of the universe, the living beings of that era would sadly think that level 8 gods were the strongest in the universe, forming a cognitive barrier, like fish in a well looking at the sky. They simply could not understand what kind of dimensional creature a rank 9 was. This is the meaning of creating a sandbox. From the parameters seen in the records, we can calculate the entire universe's history from the past to the present. Su Ji's expression was very calm. Although all of this was deduced by me, some of the powerful and profound 10th level existences at the ultimate level of the universe should also know about the course of this history. As he pondered, he watched the universe spread, moving towards peace and stability, and still evolving naturally. In fact, if these great daos were not completed by someone, the universe would naturally complete them over time. It was just that it would take a very, very long time. It's time to try to distort the time of the entire universe. Su Ji sensed everything in silence and began to work on the main law in this area. After all, a sapling had just taken shape, and its branches were very delicate and fragile. He could even try to use his profound knowledge to twist the shape of the trunk without even attempting the Dao integration. He started to focus his consciousness on the atlases of Dao and tried to modify it. At this moment, he was like a real god of creation, trying to distort the core rules of the universe. One day. 2 days passed. Su Ji soon realized that something was not right. Although it can break away from the limit of time in the universe, it can only reach the level of thinking 4,000 years a day. It was not that it could not go higher, but the rejection force was getting stronger and stronger. It's the limit of my great path piano. Perhaps, I'll have to find someone to vindicate my Dao in this land in the future. The laws in this aspect can be higher, and it's possible to reach 10,000 years a day. In fact, when my power to resist the great cosmos increases, I might even stand a chance against the great cosmos pressure for 100 million years a day. Su Ji felt that 100 million years in a day was very unlikely. It had to be a truly independent great universe with its own rules to be able to do so, but there was still a chance of 10,000 years in a day. 1,000 years a day. I'm simply accelerating the aging of the entire universe. Su Ji suddenly sighed with emotion. 100 years in a day was already an exaggeration. 1,000 years in a day made him feel as if he had really become an evil capitalist who had been skinned. The previous god had lived for more than 2 months, but now he died in a week. Boom. With Su Ji's indifference, time flew by, and the world began to calm down. In the early days of the universe, it took hundreds of millions of years for life to be born naturally. Naturally, Su Ji would not deliberately wait. Instead, he put in the spores, which entered the flow rate of the god of creation, and spread them throughout the entire universe. However, in this chaotic universe where even the laws were incomplete, the reproduction of spores became extremely difficult. They had experienced countless major extinctions and still had no vitality. Su Ji frowned and said, "This is going to be troublesome. In the entire universe, even the laws of life had not been perfected, and the Zerg spores were a complete life evolution chain that was established under the laws of life maturity in the universe. In this universe, the law of evolution has yet to appear, so how could spores possibly form?" He felt a little troubled. Spores were creations that were established under the complete life laws of the multiverse. In other words, they were the products of ancient existences under the framework of the set rules and parameters. They came from more than 10 billion years in the future. The rules of the DNA genetic sequence were probably created by a primordial sage in order to perfect the form of life and merge with the universe. In other words, the primitive life forms of this era did not even have DNA. Only a ghost would know what the structure of life was at the very beginning of this universe. In this era, spores had no way of taking root and sprouting. Could it be that he had to wait for the universe to naturally evolve for hundreds of millions of years and form the natural laws of life before he would have a chance? For the first time, there's a species that spores can't evolve. Su Ji muttered to himself for a moment. But it looks like it's just unable to evolve. The spores are still adapting. After all, it's almost the same universe. Even if it doesn't have a complete life law, it's enough as long as it has the original life law. Su Ji could feel that it was not that the spores had not improved, but that the difficulty of evolution was unprecedented. At the same time, the evolved species would also be in line with the most primitive life forms of this universe. It did not even have the basic form of life of the later generations. Even Su Ji could not help but look forward to it. The days passed. On the 5th day, which was the 5000th year, the first spore showed its life form. Su Ji's entire being was filled with inexplicable anticipation. After all, 5,000 years. In the past, it would take nearly 2 months to develop a single spore. This amount of time spent was unprecedented. However, when Su Ji landed in an irregular meteorite soil and saw the first life in this universe, he was completely shocked. What is this?